Oh, can you hear me? Are we backstage enough for you? Are we live? Can you hear the sweet, sweet sounds of my voice? I need to know these things because I've had quite an interesting morning. I've had quite an interesting week, which we're going to get into a little bit with you guys. But Pong has some things about the community he wants to talk about. I got some things about the community that I want to talk about. So maybe we'll go back and forth, but, just background type of thing. We haven't done a behind the scenes in quite some time, but it's just going to be part of the show. So, Pong,
part of the show.
How are you?
Well, first of all, everybody needs to wait. Can you all hear me? Give me a thumbs up. Give me a hell yeah, whatever you want to do in the chat. But can you hear me?
Hell yeah.
We like to know how Steele likes to mute me early in the morning. So let me all know that you can hear me, first of all, because we got some things to talk about.
They should be able to hear you without a shadow of a doubt.
We got some things to talk about, folks. Oh yeah, no, don't worry, Dan the Man Cunningham, the main, as part of the main show. As part of the main show, we're gonna get.
Don't get me started.
We're gonna gas up Steel.
Oh god.
And we're gonna start. Okay, all right. People can hear me because you want to know why this is so important. Because you know what, Steel, all I hear right now.
What you hear?
All I hear? I hear bombs dropping this early, Steel, behind the scenes. We didn't even get to wait till the main show started before these crazy splitters out here walked into this show on early Saturday morning and started dropping bombs, Steel. In fact, the bombs are disappearing from my screen. I hope I can go far enough back because you know what? The hype train gets rolling early, Steel, over here on Living Split Screen. That's right. We got some layups happening. So you know what? Tim the Sorcerer, who always shows up early, one of the OGs of the splitter community, Tim the freaking Sorcerer, he showed up this morning. I think he rolled out of bed this morning, Steel. He said, you know what? I'm going to go over. I'm going to give these guys an easy layup to follow up with, right? So he comes in here and he says, choo-choo, motherfuckers, right? As soon as he jumped out the bed, his feet hit the ground and he said, choo-choo, motherfuckers. He comes in here with the 5 bomb and invited 5 more beautiful people to join us on this hype train this morning. The sub train rolling at Mach 1.5 early. And you know what? You want to know why it's already 1.5? Because he wasn't alone, because he threw up that layup. And guess who? The bomb master, Decado, shows up and says, I see your layup right there. I see your layup. Wink, wink. I see that layup, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to alley-oop that into a 10 bomb early this morning. Choo-choo, motherfucker. And then, of course, you know what? This is what happens here, because Decado did an alley-oop to himself and said, you know what? We went 5. We went 10. Why not bring the megaton bomb in here and get this chat rolling early at 1.5, Mach 1.5. The train's chugging. That's right. Decado comes in here with the 20 bomb, dropping nukes early in the morning on this entire community, this entire chat. The splitter family just grew by 35. That's what we love to see. And that, you know what that all means. You know what that means. The goal stays the same because over here on this chat, it's always 69, baby. That's right. Ooh, the goal never changes at 69 because that's a favorite number of everybody. So we'll just keep the real goal secret. But guess what? You guys are keeping ads off this channel. You guys are keeping the ads away from this channel. This is going to be an ad-free show today. Thanks to the generosity of this chat. And if you all want to follow that up, if you guys want to do some more layups, you guys want to do some more alley-oops, you want to drop some nukes, even if you want to drop some little 500-pound bombs in here, that's cool. We'll take them all. Hit that like button. Share us out too, because that helps immensely. And we appreciate every single one of you for trying to hit your goal for our show. Thank you all for being us. Let's go, Steve. Let's go, Steel.
Let's go. We're raising that goal for that Xbox. What's going on?
I just saw my screen. I saw that the entire time while I was talking, you had the Series S on your shoulder. You had the little man.
They were pushing the goal, man. They were pushing the goal, man. I wanted to let them know what their goal was. They were pushing. That's man cute. But Pong, I mean, behind the scenes, since that's what we're doing currently, and behind the scenes, audio listeners, you guys get a little bit of a treat today. Since we're doing a giveaway, later on, sometime during the show, and unfortunately, audio listeners, if you're listening to this, maybe you weren't part of the giveaway. And that's unfortunate because we really would have loved to have you here. But my guy Paul said he had some things to touch on about the community, and Living Split Screen is all about the community, right? Not only do me and Pong always bring our live, raw, and uncut, untailored, our passionate, soulful takes right here to our gaming community, but we also want to talk about some of the things that may be going on through the community, what's going on through our industries, like we always tend to do. If you're new here, welcome. This is what we do here. If you're not new here, I think it's time for you to buckle up because I think we're gonna have a good intro to the show. What you thinking, Pong? How you feeling? What you got in your mind, my guy?
I'm feeling good, bro. And I think that this will just be kind of a precursor to a bigger topic that we probably will have today. Because just this morning, by the looks of things, again, everything that we talk about in Speculation Town is always a grain of salt, right? So we know this, but Reset Era has decided to fire up, as somebody decided to post over on Reset Era that they are in the know that Xbox is going full third party very soon.
Man, they wrote that today?
Yeah, they wrote that today, sir.
Oh man, they're in the know.
They're in the know, and then they know that currently speaking, that including ABK, that things are going all third party, and that Xbox is on its way. And why I brought the community into this is because Gaz, shout out to Gaz, love sauce.
I bet you do love some sauce.
He does this thing, man. He does this thing, and he's again, him and Asa created Game On Daily, and they do good stuff. I've been on that show 4 times now, something like that. Numerous times. So, but Gaz had earlier in the week, and why I said this was part of a bigger conversation is because we have been talking about Gen 10 coming early, whatever you want to call it. Microsoft going early has started to catch some steam, that they're going to come out with console earlier than 2028, potentially launch in 2026, 2027. That's been gaining some steam. And Gaz had said that he had heard something from a Sony developer, friend of his, or somebody that he at least knows well enough to put that out on his show, that this developer had also heard that Microsoft was going to go early. But he also put out this morning, Gaz did, on X, that he had heard similar things to this Reset Era comments. So which one is it? Where are we going with this? Are they launching a console, next console, or are they going full third party, or is it a combination? What are we going to do? Again, my comments this morning were this community never fails to throw every single possibility against the wall and hope something sticks so you can claim you can be the first one, man. So, this is where we're at now. So we're back now this morning to Xbox is becoming full third party. So I guess, you know what, Steel, we'll save it for the main crux of the show because I think there's some interesting conversations to have there. Yeah, I want to save it a little bit. Because I think it's a wide-ranging conversation, like we'd like to do here. And I think the chat will have some interesting comments because in the other shows where we've talked about Microsoft launching early, Xbox launching early, there's been some really interesting conversations happening within the chat too, because I think people got some really good ideas or good perception of what this could look like or what it shouldn't look like, or, that kind of stuff. So, let's save it. I just thought it was crazy that we were firing this back up again this morning off of a Reset Era post, but this is what we do here. So, as a gamer, let me tell you something. As a gamer, I could care fucking less. I could care less if everybody woke up tomorrow morning, Nintendo, Sony, and Xbox, and all said at the same time, we're just going to publish games on PC. I could care less, right? It would suck for a lot of people who'd have to go out and upgrade a whole lot of PCs out there. I would be sad because I'm a console player first, but as the gamer I am, I wouldn't be. So,
well, Pong, I mean, we are also fake neutrals, so like we can't be one side or the other, so that might be a problem. I don't know if you're truly okay with that, because I think you just might be saying that because you're trying to get attention.
Oh,
you don't
yes,
truly
yes,
feel
course,
that way.
Of course.
So,
Yes,
if anything, you know you still believe in console hardware, man. It's all good. You don't have to lie to the people. I know you still want that greasy old good old hardware under your back.
I do from the standpoint of sitting down on my couch. But again, I would find a way. We would get the PC hooked up to the big screen. We would figure out a way. Man. It might not be as convenient as a console, but I'd figure out a way. But yes, you're right, Steele. You're right. You're right. Deep down, brother. There's no way I don't care about this. You're right. Deep down, psychologically speaking, it would devastate me. I would be devastated.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's a good conversation, and I think we can kind of start the show with it. Probably. We'll get into our This Day in Gaming. It's something we haven't done a little bit here. But we'll get into our This Day in Gaming. We'll probably just start the show just heavy with that one. So let's do. I guess I'll do a proper introduction here if you want to time us down right here. But ladies and gentlemen, I give you a little countdown. 3, 2. Oh, let me grab something. 1. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Living Split Screen and a wonderful Saturday morning right here locked in with the Living Split Screen guys themselves. I want to welcome all of my fellow splitters out there and also everybody who is in the chat, because look, everybody that's in chat today, you get a nice little entry and a nice little chance to win you an Xbox Series S. Now, again, every little bit counts. Now, I do want to keep in mind, I just want to start off with this. The Xbox Series S giveaway will be US only, but if you're in chat and you happen to be out of the country, we'll chop it up backstage. I'll decide what I want to do, and if you win, because I'm gonna do it through a spinner. If you do win, I'm not gonna spin the spinner twice. Though I will say this, I will spin the spinner multiple times because once we say a name, I'm going to need you to call it out in chat. Yo, I'm here, I'm hanging out. Because if you do not, most people aren't super responsive, or maybe you don't have a Twitter. I have to have a way to get in contact with you. Yes, I do, and I will check whether you do follow us on Twitter, or at bare minimum follow us on YouTube if you do not believe in Twitter for whichever reason, or X, however you want to put that. I will make sure that you are subscribed. I will make sure that you are live. So again, if you hear your name called, just say, yo, that's me. Let me make sure so that we can get in contact with you. Email, phone number, whatever the case. This is not fake. This is not make-believe. I'm going to have a tracking number and everything. This is coming directly to one of you special people in chat today, just because I greatly appreciate you guys being here. And shout out to Dragonheart Yobi the Legend for being at this point, I'm going to call him a founding member of what we do here at Living Split Screen. He will always be considered as such. Much love to the Brody, one of our number one mods here. Nixie says if he wins the Series S, he's going to give it to someone else in here. That's perfect, Nixie. We can always that's also an option. You also can spin again if it's something that you want to pass on. Hey, more power to you. Yes, and I am doing rub downs on the Series S that you guys didn't see.
So it's confirmed that Nixie doesn't like potatoes then.
No, he doesn't. Unfortunately, he doesn't like potatoes. It's all good though.
Nixie hates French fries. I could say that. That's what we do out here on social media, right?
Pretty much.
If you make a statement like that, we'll just take it and run it with it. You hate French fries. Nixie hates French fries.
There you go.
He hates American potatoes. All right.
There you go.
Let's go.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, this is Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry. I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain, Mr. Live Raw and Uncut himself. That Steel Rain is... The T is a 7. I said that weird, but anyway, we'll get it together at some point. We're just waking up. Hey, it's all good. Got to get my coffee in me.
Thanks, Google. Google.
Shout out to Google.
You didn't let the chat know what happened, did you? Let the chat know what happened.
No, dude, nothing happened. What happened?
With Google, your alarm.
Oh, I guess we can. I can say that. I can talk about
yeah.
Chat, like, let me know if you've had one of these moments. Oh, wow, my camera just cut off just because.
Oh, hey, Tech's working out for you this morning, brother.
Oh, man.
It's loving you.
Oh,
it's
wow, there we go. There we go. Now we're back. But let me tell you something. I'm gonna let you on a secret. You ever wake up? Because I've had to do something strange. I haven't had to pull out my alarm in a long time. Maybe it's because I'm getting older. I don't know what it is. But anyway.
There it is.
So now I got an alarm. So I have an alarm clock. I've had an alarm clock for a while, but I just like a traditional alarm clock, the one that plays the radio, all that good stuff. The one that's like the most annoying alarm clock that you could own. Anyway, I had to pull it back out because the alarm on my phone for whatever reason is inconsistent, and I don't like that. Some mornings it'll wake me up exactly when I need it to. Other times it doesn't, and it's always on days where I need it to make sure that it wakes me up on time. Nonetheless, so I set my normal alarm clock or whatever, and got up. So for it was about 7:25. Cool. I was like, all right, 7:25 hit. I pulled my phone out. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna set a timer because the timer's usually pretty good. I'm going to set a timer for 15 more minutes. Just 15 additional. Because, sometimes you wake up and you're like, you know what, man? It's Saturday. Let me just get an additional 15 minutes. Don't you know that I woke up like 30 minutes later? Well, no, almost. I woke up like 15 till the show. And was like, and I looked at my phone. I was like, I thought I'd put 15 minutes. And the timing said 15 hours. So I don't know how Google translated my, hey, Google, set a timer for 15 minutes to 15. Oh, see, I'm not, now I was doing it again.
The AI takeover.
It heard 15 minutes that time, ladies and gentlemen. But for whatever reason, when I said it like this, it heard hours. So nonetheless, I woke up 15 minutes till the show. Put me in a little bit of a rut because I like trying to get prepared for the show if I can. Also dealing with a leaky
Fuck you, you stupid. You stupid, fuck you.
A lot of stupid things going on in the background, man.
Fuck you, you stupid. You are.
What would he say?
He said I have one of Pong's long outros to wake me up as an alarm. God. It's quite effective. That is like a 15-minute snooze button right there. That's automatic. If you use one of my outros, that's a snooze button. I don't know how much of an alarm that shit is.
Mick Kumar said, bro, you just set an alarm on my Google speaker.
That's freaking amazing.
My fault. Hey, Google should know your voice, man, right? It should hear. I'm going to stop saying it before somebody else.
Yeah, really?
Next thing I'm going to say is Xbox off.
Yeah, right, exactly. We could have some fun. We could do a hey Google and have it search something crazy. Let's go. Oh, mine just activated.
Hey,
it's
Google.
So sensitive now.
Tentacles. Anyway.
Oh shit.
Oh, I said tentacles and Google said pentacle. Y'all want to see the little file?
You want to see some hentai? Let's go.
We're about to start witchcrafting this motherfucker now, man. Hey, anyway, I want to greatly appreciate you guys coming through, but I got to introduce you to my brother from another, the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Men that is not Cyclops. My guy, Pong. So, how you feeling, brother, man?
Good morning, everybody. Great to be back for a regular Saturday. We got no Christmas parties today that I am aware of, unless Steele's got something going on. So we're going to have a regular show today. Buckle up, get ready. Missed y'all last week after only 2 hours. Steele and I had so much more we could have talked about last week. It was weird cutting the show off so damn early, but we are back. It has been an interesting week. December is usually a quiet month for gaming, but now, Steele, that gaming has become the number one entertainment industry in the entire world. Mm-hmm. It seems like it is year round. There is no stopping, even as all these companies go on break and get a much needed, winter kind of rest period, I guess you could say, a holiday, you could say, we just keep getting news and there's stuff to talk about. And like I started when we were behind the scenes there, that, the community never fails to deliver now. And there's something going on all the time. Sometimes it's complete nonsense. Sometimes it's thought provoking. And I think this this latest round of stuff has been kind of thought provoking, and we're going to get into it a little bit because it is an interesting conversation, at least to me, about how things could be changing. And this generation, like we said, that way back when we first started Steel, and we talked about this generation is going to set up the future in a lot of different ways. And I think that even more so now, I think we're starting to see some of the smoke around it right now and what could be. So we're going to get into it, but yeah, it's been an interesting week from that standpoint, gaming wise, which is why we're all here is the games. Again, with everything that I've got going on, you guys hear this every week. It's really a mixed bag for me right now. I've been grazing a lot more so than I have been recently because, again, I can't stop. I got to be real with myself, and I got to stop myself from going to bed at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. And so I've got to hang back from getting into something that I know is going to just take over, especially when I get home late from work. So it's been a lot more grazing this week, Steel. And I've been trying a lot of those, the smaller games and stuff that's been coming out on Game Pass. And I've also picked up a few AA smaller games off the sales that are currently happening. I know I told you all I wasn't going to buy any more games, but when I see games for $5 or $9.99,
yeah, it's kind of
I have a hard time. Like even games that I'm like, am I really going to put any amount of time into this now? That's not how my brain works. My brain sees $5, $10 and goes, let's throw it in the library. There might come a day where I get an itch.
Even $20, man. Like that's what got me back in the Monster Hunter World on because on
I
PC.
Seen that. I'm gonna let you talk about that because that Monster Hunter World. Every time you post videos, Steel, like again, I got into Monster Hunter World. I was a single player only guy back then, and I really love Monster Hunter World. I'm Monster Hunter in general. I played Monster Hunter on my Vita, my PSP, played it on my PlayStations when I had my PlayStation. Like, it just looks so damn cool. And when you're playing or when you're showing off your videos, man, it makes me want to hop back in. But anyway, so this week for me, I picked up, well, first of all, I'll start with this one. Tin Hearts came out on Game Pass, a cool little indie game, a puzzler game, just in time for the holidays. And it fits the holiday theme because you got little tin soldiers, like the old school wind up soldiers. And it's a puzzle game, and you got to figure out how to get. And they actually added a new mode that I haven't tried out, where it kind of gives you a freedom aspect where you can kind of fool around in the environments that they have you in. But Tin Hearts is very cool. Very, very cool. I played through the first, like, I think want to say like 8 levels or something like that. Very cool concept. Just a nice little indie game for if you're looking for that one of those palate cleansers out there. Okay. It is awesome. So go check that out. Tin Hearts is out there on Game Pass. No risk, right? Just download it. Continued messing around with World War Z again. That dropped into Game Pass as part of that Embracer Group lineup that we've seen come to Game Pass. They're grabbing that bag, dude. World War Z is fun. Steel. If you download it,
is it on PC?
Yes, it is on PC.
Is it crossplay?
Well. I believe it is crossplay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, if I can get it on PC, we can run some rounds. It's third person too, ain't it?
Yeah, it's third person. Correct. Yep.
I've always heard stuff about World War Z. I've never tried it, but yeah, I mean, if you're trying to get some rounds in or try it out, isn't it still a decent looking game too?
Yes, because they've had updates. They've had tons of updates, bro, and it's updated for series consoles, so it is really good. Let me see here real quick. Let's check that out. Crossplay. Let's see if there's crossplay. Cross-platform.
I wonder if it's in the Xbox PC app.
Yes. I don't know if it's included in that or not. I haven't checked, but check that out. But yes, it's crossplay against everything.
Oh, that's nice. That's so
cool. Yeah. We're good there. It's just again, Left 4 Dead, right? Back 4 Blood, you know, that old Turtle Rock, style. It's set up the same way, except the hordes of zombies are much more because it's based off the movie World War Z. So having fun with that. Even single player, again, the AI is good enough at the lower difficulty levels. They're serviceable, right? So it's not like you against the world all the time. It can get hectic.
It's in PC Game Pass too, Paul. I'll download it.
Okay.
We might get some runs in tonight.
We have to get some runs. It is fun. Tons of characters. There's customizations that you can buy. Of course, it's monetized to hell. Don't get me wrong. I mean, that's what it's about. But you do earn some free stuff as well. But it's got skill trees for your characters, Steel.
Okay.
So you can actually, kind of define your characters and how you want to use them, that you open up. It's a cool game, man. So I've been rocking on that a little bit too as a single player. I picked up a game for $5 Steel that I know you tried and instantly dropped. I had played the demo at the ID at Xbox demo. Yep, the last Oracle. The last Oracle is a indie game trying to play in the big boys world with decisions, consequences, RPG.
Yeah.
The voice acting in it is not good, not good at all. The writing is it can be okay at times, but then other times you're like, what, who wrote this thing? But I love those. You guys all know that. I love the janky AA open world RPGs of the 360 era. And that's kind of where I put this one at. So I rocked out on this, and you can switch the difficulty. If you bump the difficulty, it is Souls-like at times. It is definitely, there is some Souls-like combat, and the combat is not smooth. So that makes the difficulty even more. Yeah, that's why you dropped it. Yeah. But I still want to play through this game.
It was interesting.
And I still give the indie developers credit for trying to go this route with something, because it's not easy. It's not easy to do this. So, and it's got an interesting story. So I wanted to play this. And after playing the demo for $5, I was like, screw it. So I played a little bit of that, had a good time. Rocking out on it again. For me, I don't look and go, why am I playing this? I still find something to love in these games. And so I'm rocking out on that. And then another one, Steel, that I just touched in the opening kind of area, but I want to get into, and that is another AA game that we had seen at a couple shows last year, and maybe even the year prior. I can't remember when I first saw this game, but I've been waiting on it, and it came in, and it's on sale right now, I think for $9 or $10 or something like that. And that's Scars Above, a sci-fi game.
Yeah. Heard that game is really good.
Yes, I picked it up, played, just got into the opening kind of intro section. Yeah, this is gonna be something that I'm interested in. This is really dope sci-fi.
Yeah, again, really dope.
Don't expect AAA, but this is good AA from graphic standpoint, from how the atmosphere is set up so far. So Scars Above, I believe it's still on sale right now. Go check that one out if you're looking for one of these cheap ones.
It's similar to it's if you guys are wondering, it's similar to Remnant in some ways, the way that the game feels, at least from what I've seen. I haven't played the game myself. I've always, every time that I look at it, whether it's in Steam or whatever the case, I'm always like, and I always end up watching a few videos, at least on their main page on Steam, or somebody's live playing it, and I always end up watching that for 10 minutes or so. And the game looks really dope. It looks really cool.
I can see where you say that too, as far as the Remnant 2 goes.
It just gives that feel, not a bad way, not a bad way.
No. But you got to go right. You got to find parts. You got to find DNA out of these aliens. You got to find DNA, which in turn lets you craft new weapons and mods for your weapons and stuff. So, Scars Above is one I'll probably be talking about more down the road as I kind of try it out. Again, these games aren't games necessarily that I'm going to just, play exclusively. These are games I'm going to come back to and kind of play little bits at a time. Probably.
You got to get Returnal on sale if you could find it too, Pong. I think that's going to be that's a good one to get to for a bullet hell kind of game for back in the day.
We should do it because we should do co-op, right?
Yeah, the co-op in there is makes that game a lot of fucking fun, especially for it to have the ambiance that it has. It literally turns it back. It turns it into like at least for me, it's like a third person Metal Slug in a lot of ways, right? It's a bullet hell. There's a lot of shit going on. Of course, it's aliens and whatnot, but it just feels really dope when you're in co-op, especially when I was doing it with randos. It was just like, man, this kind of makes it like I was having fun by itself. And I haven't really progressed in Returnal since. Just other games out there that I would want to play. But
there's a million games.
But if in co-op, if I had if there was somebody that I would be like, all right, let's get through it, let's play. I think we'd end up having a lot of fun. So. And
the final I've been playing Diablo 2, Diablo 4. Nice. I've been running the midwinter special that they've been running. Steel. It's just a fun addition to the game where you earn, I can't even remember what they call them now, but you earn these little things that you spend in the special midwinter store for, your back stuff or new weapon looks and that kind of stuff, right? That's all this really is. But it is fun, and it is cool. Of course, me being a ice sorceress, right? It kind of fits because it's all in the winterland, right? So it just feels kind of cool because I'm running around doing ice in this huge, in this midwinter section. So that's dope as well. So I've been running that, and then finally another game that dropped in the Game Pass. That again, just throw it. If you got nothing else to do, if you just want a palate cleanser, you just want to run around and cause chaos, Goat Simulator 3 is now in there.
Oh, wow.
Go check it out. Yeah, go check it out. I dropped it. I played it. I played it for probably like an hour and a half the other night. It's exactly what you know. Again, they never made a Goat Simulator 2. Part of the joke is, hey, we're just going to skip 2 and go right to 3, right? So if you played the original Goat Simulator, you know what you're going to get into. It's just more of that. But it's funny as hell. I mean, you're just running around causing complete chaos. That is the entire game. They have a whole setup of where you got a billion different goals to do, like jump on a trampoline 10 times in a row, like do a backflip 360 with your goat. Like they just have, and you're always earning something, right? And so it gives you that dopamine hit, that instantaneous dopamine hit. You're attacking cars, police come to stop you, you set their cars on fire, blow them up, headbutt them, kick them. Like it's hilarious, bro. So Goat Simulator 3 is on Game Pass. Again, no risk, drop it in there, go have some fun, cause some chaos. It is what it is, but I like those types of games. This is fun as hell.
Yeah, sounds dope.
So yeah, Steel, that's what I've been doing. Oh, and I will say that on its way to Steel, I picked this up online because I couldn't pass it up. I told you all I was going to do this at some point. Again, I don't need any more games. I don't. I have a billion games. But this time of the year, sales are happening. Prices are dropping across the board on a lot of games. I got the full boat edition of Saints Row. Yes, again, I said if I take the new one, because I did play it. Right. I did play it when it was a free to play weekend on Xbox. You can't think of this as a Saints Row game. If you just think of this as an open world sandbox game, a generic open world sandbox game to run around in, it's fun. I told you guys I had a price on this, right? It's on sale in the Xbox store right now for $15.
Oh, wow.
But I actually found the big edition, the whole steel box, yes, physical, right? Wow. With all the expansion passes in it, right? For $20 on my card.
Oh, damn.
So I got that ordered on the way. So I couldn't, I sat there. I'm like, you don't need this. You don't need this. There's no reason to get this. It's probably going to continue to be on sale or probably come to Game Pass at some point. Why are you going to do this? And I'm like looking at it. I'm like, but it's got the expansion pass. It's got everything. $20. Who cares? $20. I did it. So that's on the way.
Hey, I mean, it's still case. I mean, that doesn't typically happen. So that's kind of cool for a game that's has been
it sucks.
middling.
It's
but
not Saints Row. They killed the franchise with this game. Embracer killed the studio. Let's be real. But they killed the studio. Volition is no more because of how bad this game came out and underperformed. So this is like Embracer's biggest game that they ever put out as a AAA, the biggest budget. And it failed miserably. I mean, honestly, like that's sad to me because this killed Saints Row because of the direction they took it in. We warned them. All the old Saints Row fans tried to tell them. The developers attacked the community. So from that standpoint, the developers themselves ruined it as well. So, but again, as an open world sandbox game, generic, if you just look at it like that, like I do with Mass Effect Andromeda, I don't think of it as Mass Effect. I can still have a good time in this open world. So I picked it up. It was too cheap. I couldn't pass it up. So.
Makes sense. Well, let me start off with this. We got Sith Lord hitting us with a $2 donation. He says,
Bob coming through, boys and girls. Let's go.
He says, thanks for the awesome year, guys. Hey, Sith Lord, thank you for joining us, man. Rob the Don 202 hit us with a $20 bomb. He says, I just can't see MS Xbox going full third party, as this goes completely against getting people in Game Pass. If true, this tells me they're making a deal to get FTC off they back and choose the quick money or their prime consumer base feelings. I do agree with some of that, and I think you got some good points that you made there. I don't see Xbox going full third party. Again, they don't have any reason to, especially with the conversations that have opened up more so this week with some of the numbers that have dropped. Xbox is making money, man. They are, and they're actually doing better software wise than even PlayStation is, and they don't even have the console majority. So it's like, it puts things in perspective. Again, it's not the end all to be all, but obviously something is working, and I don't think that leads to them becoming third party sometime soon. Rob the Don 202 hit us with a new $2 bomb. He says they're probably about to buy more studios soon. Hey,
yeah,
with the way Sega's trying to roll out these games, I heard you guys talking about it. I heard some other places talking about it this week. It is really interesting that all of those games look completely different than they did back in the day. That means these games are just not, let's just dig in the vault. We'll remaster those same old games. No, they are bringing new visions to these games, especially with games like Golden Axe, for an example. Jet Set Radio coming out with not only the original game, but also additional add-on content that's going to be coming with it. Your Crazy Taxis that was on there that got cops, and you got a bunch of extra things in there. My point is, they got money rolling in from somewhere. My bet would be that partnership that they have with Xbox, but I guess we'll find out and see what happens. Because
coming back.
I think there might be a chance those games end up coming to Game Pass for a reason. But
and still, I gotta say, because we do not discriminate with the bombs around here. We do not discriminate, Steel. Whether it's a sub train or whether it's a super chat, we don't discriminate.
Yes.
So the bombs are dropping. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Thank you for the support. Never expected, but always appreciated. And we appreciate that. Keeping this show ad free. Your goal remains at 69, folks. Let's go. Let's go.
And also, shout out to Web Dave for being a member for 1 month.
Yes.
Shout out to Splitters.
Shout out to Web Dave.
Happy holidays, Pong.
Happy holidays to you and the fam, Web Dave. 100%. And that goes for everybody in the chat, man, as we roll into this holiday season. Hope you all have a good one, whatever you're doing. So, and, again, a lot of people these days during this time, to get real serious here for a second, are alone. This is a tough time for a lot of people, a lot of people. So if you know someone like that, please reach out during this time, because you never know what they're going through. It doesn't have to be a huge, deep discussion or a prying discussion, but make sure that they know that you're there. And if you are one of those people that happen to be alone and you're not feeling the best during the holiday seasons, please always reach out to somebody, no matter who it is. DMs are always open here. You know that from me. But reach out and say something and strike up a conversation and make sure that, you're staying in touch with people during this time, because it doesn't get any easier when you close everybody off. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. So, I can't solve all your problems, but I can definitely at least be an ear for you, and be a kind of a backboard for you. So, definitely do that. Well, my gaming week, huh?
Your gaming week still, because I know Monster Hunter's back.
Let's see. And definitely spread the
love. You're
giving
props out to Capcom on X, man.
Oh man, I got to. I'm a Devil May Cry nerd too, so it's kind of it makes sense. But anyway, I'm the guy that apparently liked the Devil May Cry 2 when everybody else didn't. But again, that's what I grew up with, so I didn't have really many choices, and I thought the game was good, especially during the time I played it. But anyway, so the main thing that I was kind of into, that I wasn't expecting to get into like that, I just hit a shot in the dark. And that was Lego Fortnite. Lego Fortnite dropped, I believe that was either last week or this week, one of the two. I believe it was last week, and I've been getting into that with my youngest. It's been a really dope time. Me and her going back and forth, building up our village, building up our town, trying to also adventuring together, fighting enemies, and the game just feels good. I personally think that this, if there was a survival game that I would get into, it would be this one. I like this one more than I liked when I played Grounded. I like this one more than when I played Minecraft, than all of those games, right? And I'm not a survival game dude, but playing it with my daughter, it's just been a lot of fun. Come home, maybe get an hour or two in when she gets home from school or whatever the case, or over the weekend. We just go out and just explore, build stuff up, continue to unlock new stuff for our city or for our little town or whatever, and then kind of go from there. It's been a really dope experience. Of course, there's a lot of nostalgia there for me. I grew up with Legos. Legos still have an heavy impact to me. Again, like I build model Gundams and whatnot. I'm talking about, and these Gundams literally come in very small pieces that you have to put together. It's not pre-built anything, and that gets me back into my Lego roots every now and then. So, but playing Lego Fortnite, it's really dope. Fortnite's doing their thing. They got a racing mode. Again, when you ask for games to transform themselves or to adapt to their community or in the era that they're in, Fortnite found a way once again. Yeah, I can't, like, it's at a point now where I used to hate Fortnite because of the only build modes. Like it wasn't for me. And I get, oh, well, maybe it was skill steal. You didn't want to, and I'm telling you, I just didn't find that fun. But with all the changes that they've made over the years, it's kind of gotten to a point to where it's kind of how some kids might feel about Roblox, or Minecraft even, because both of those games have become, they're not just survival games anymore. They're, Roblox has never been that, but they are literally party games. They have games that are within those games that you got to kind of monitor your kids for. But Fortnite is finding ways to adapt, to make it appealing, to make it interesting. The characters that you buy, I'm pretty sure that they're working on more and more of those. All the characters that you're going to end up getting, they transfer into Lego characters also, which is super dope because they could have easily made you pay for the Lego characters, right? $5-10, you know.
Yeah.
But they're doing a lot of convenient stuff, which is cool to see, man. Shout out to Epic for adapting. I'm always going to have a soft place for Epic because of the history that they have. Again, shout out to Epic. They were the ones that pulled me away from Halo 3 and got me to play Gears instead. So shout out to Epic and everything.
Shout out to Epic and what they're doing. They launched what, the racing game,
yes,
the kart racer. They launched Guitar Hero.
Yes. That's exactly what it is. Rock Band, probably more so from what I've seen. But people are whipping out the guitars, man. Like they're whipping out their guitars that they had in the closet, the Guitar Hero guitars, Rock Band. I'd imagine they're playing on PC because there's no support for that on console. But they're plugging it into the PC, and you see them getting it, man. It's crazy.
Fortnite is doing
crazy
the metaverse,
bro.
Without saying they're doing the metaverse, because metaverse became such a freaking poisonous word because everybody got sick and tired of it 2 years ago, right? Exactly. So, but they are legitimately becoming the game. Like there's like, and I don't mean that like, oh, that's the only place you play. What I'm saying is they're the one-stop shop where you can play all different types of genres now within Fortnite, and whatever you want to do, they're trying to give you an option to say, hey, you want to go do some kart racing? We got that for you.
You don't have to leave.
You want to go do some, want to go do some rhythm-based music stuff? Hey, we got that for you, right? You want to do some Minecraft, but you don't really want to go play Minecraft? Oh, we got Lego for you. One of the biggest, the original Minecraft, right? The Lego is the original real world Minecraft, right? Right. And from what I've seen, people are building flying ships in that. So again, they're giving you all this flexibility there. So yeah, Epic is obviously, I mean, again, we already knew this. They don't make other games anymore, which is sad. They're a lot like Rockstar in that fact that Rockstar used to make a whole plethora of games, and now it's Red Dead and GTA, obviously. That's their two games. Epic's kind of gone the same route. Again, those of you that don't remember, Epic is the original creators of Gears of War, like Steel just said, right? Till Xbox bought it. But they used to make a bunch of different games. Now it's all Fortnite, and they're all in on Fortnite. But I got to give them credit where credit's due. They're finding ways to keep people in that ecosystem, and people are willingly spending a lot of money in that ecosystem because of all the offerings that they are giving people right now. And it's smart. It's what they're doing.
And I don't doubt Epic, because Epic's also in a different place. I mean, they already made their mark. Fortnite is their new showcase, and they can license out the Unreal Engine to whoever they need to, and those people will represent who Epic is. Epic's in a really unique place, man. I can't wait for the next Gears to be shown. I hope the rumors about the Marcus Phoenix collection continue to ring true, because again, man, those games come into PC, bro. There's no other game. If the Marcus Phoenix collection comes out, bro, there's no other game that's gonna get played. I'm gonna be playing a Master Chief collection style Gears. Oh my God. Talk about just endless fun and multiplayer. Can't get enough. Anyway, let's get back to it. Sly, you are not wrong. If there's one way to really get me back in my feels, bring back Unreal Tournament. To bring back the number to 2003, 2002, Unreal 99. Yeah, I need that. I need those times back. There was nothing like Unreal. I think it was 2004. It was nothing like Unreal Tournament. It's just the voiceovers. A lot of that stuff carried into Halo 2. Halo also, I should say. So, but anyway. Let's see what else I've been into. So it's Lego Fortnite, really. After seeing the trailer for Monster Hunter Wilds, I've been on this weird kick, right? And I was kind of bouncing in between, right? I sent some messages out on Twitter. I was like, I'm trying to decide where I want to lay my head at, right? Because I can't do both. Unfortunately, Wild Hearts ended their support. Wild Hearts didn't get the traction that I guess EA was anticipating. Again, EA, you don't support it, you don't talk about it. How do you expect for people to know that this game exists when they have a Monster Hunter out there? And again, it was getting out there, but it was going to need time. But EA doesn't talk about ever since the game came out, I don't see it advertised anywhere. I don't even know if it was. I know didn't it come to Game Pass?
Yes.
And EA, yes. You didn't cut a deal with Xbox to market that game because you literally had a Monster Hunter competitor. Yep. That game felt really cool to play. It was different. But unfortunately, Wild Hearts is not going to get any further updates or anything because EA dropped support. So it's like, damn. So I don't even think that's going to end up. We're going to end up getting a Wild Hearts 2 as an example, which is extremely unfortunate. And I can't put my faith in them from what they've done with Anthem and other games in their wheelhouse. So it's like, oh man. But I jumped into Monster Hunter Rise first. Was having a good time with that because I got that on PC. And again, I do have this weird thing to where, and I'll talk about it more with World than anything, but I was having a good time with Rise, the movement in there. Again, it is the faster game. Shout to, I think it was Spooky that asked me about it. If there's anybody who's newer to Monster Hunter, I would definitely recommend you playing Rise. It's definitely more action based, more in and out. You can really have a good time with that. But something, because I jumped in the world and it was just like the first thing, because I jumped in the world first and I jumped in and I was just like overwhelmed. I was like going over here, going over there. And I was just like, bro, I have no idea what's going on in this game right now. I was like, bro, I'm going to have to start this fucking game over to even get a base of what I'm doing here. So it was like, that's what pushed me to Rise. I was like, but Rise ended up helping me understand what I was looking for again, getting into that gameplay loop, because it is easier to get into. It's more palatable, I should say. You kind of have an easier understanding. From there, I tried World again because I was looking at some mods and things, cosmetics and whatnot, because that's mainly what I was looking for. The other thing too is that I was going to go to World on PC off rip, but they don't have cross saves or anything. They don't even have cross play. So I was trying to find a way that I can maybe I can get somebody else to save and pick up exactly where I am on Xbox. Yeah. And I was able to find a good save. So essentially what I did is I took somebody else's save who completed the first part of the Monster Hunter, who completed Monster Hunter World but hasn't done Iceborne. I essentially transferred over all of my information. So like my playtime, all that good stuff. I transferred all that over onto World on PC. So it'd be very similar. So I can still have that, like, I'm a progressing experience that I had on when I was on Xbox. And so yeah, I'm picking it up from there. But I was playing on the Series X, and it does feel good on there. You could definitely feel the improvements. Unfortunately, the game hasn't been further improved by Capcom, because they have also, I mean, the game's been out for some time. All the content is out there for the game now. But Capcom is also is out here in these streets saying, hey, you want to get ready for Monster Hunter Wilds, you might want to drop into Monster Hunter World. And they've been teasing a lot of stuff with that. There's a lot of people jumping back into World. So it's always amazing to me to see the differences going from a Series X, for an example, and then going to PC, especially when it comes to frame rate differences or just little extra things that you could tweak. And I have become very privileged with being able to get my mods in there, because I'm always all about cosmetics and things like that, and adding things to the game that aren't going to cause any red flags or anything, especially for cheating. Monster Hunter World is still an online game, so I wanted to make sure that it was still going to be a very accessible game in case anybody else wanted to drop in on PC. But yeah, I've been fully into the hunt, getting my character right, looking good, feeling good. There's just no other game that's like it, man. That feeling of chasing down a monster, getting to it. I'm using dual blades right now, getting those combos out, learning what you can and can't do, learning the patterns. It's literally, Monster Hunter is literally, it's like a Souls game in many ways, right? But I think it's a bit more adventurous, right? You could leave, which would made World kind of accessible, I believe, for more people. Like, you can really take your time. It doesn't have to be all one moment. Go back to the camp, get yourself right. But yeah, that's been my thing here recently, man. I just been on a tear for Monster Hunter. Went from Xbox to PC now. I got all my stuff set up now for PC, so I'm going to continue my playthrough there. And that's probably going to be my main rotation. Nice. Also, the finals. The finals is in its 1.0.
If you jumped into this.
Yeah. The finals is in its 1.0, and I do really enjoy playing the finals. I like playing the finals multiplayer more than I like playing Call of Duty's multiplayer, and I think it's mainly just because it's objective based. Hey, this is you got a team, you have an objective, let's complete the objective. You know what's crazy? All the years we've been playing Call of Duty, Domination, Search and Destroy, Hardpoint, all these other game modes. You know what Call of Duty has to do? Just take out everything else and leave only objective based, and maybe people will start playing the objective. It's crazy.
Play the right way, you mean?
Crazy. It's insane. Now people play the objective. If there's one thing that the finals has definitely done right, gameplay feels tight, gunplay feels tight, connection feels good, but overall, it's gotten people to play the objective and play as a team. So finals was really dope. I really like it. Again, coming from those ex-Battlefield devs, the destructibility is also over the top. You can take down entire bridges in this game, right? To slow the enemy team.
Right.
Slow the enemy team down. Take out entire buildings so they can't hide.
It gives you those
those Bad Company 2 feels, right?
Yep.
In a lot of ways, there is no hiding. It's just getting to the action and just having a fun time and hitting your shots, man. So, there's one thing that I would recommend for the finals. I'd recommend this for most shooters, regardless. But please turn down all of your aim acceleration and just turn your sensitivity up. Aim acceleration is just, it feels terrible in this game also. So yeah, turn the aim acceleration down and just turn your sensitivity up higher. It has a wide range for sensitivity too. I hate when they do that, when they give it this huge scale for sensitivity. It just makes it hard to kind of dial it in. But that'd be my one recommendation there. So, Doob says people too worried about KD ratio like they need it for a job. I mean, KD was something that we used to look at back in the day, more so to know what kind of player you are.
People still do.
Yeah, they do.
That's why they don't play objectives. That's why I hate play freaking regular team deathmatch if that's all you care about. Why are you hopping in? Because you guys can farm kills. I
it's so
freaking
stupid.
hate that, bro.
Don't join my game to farm. I need your help to capture this.
Yes.
Why do I have 3.5 minutes on the hard point and my team has 30 seconds? Guys, what are we doing? I'm just trying to play the objective and shoot people. But anyway.
I want the win, damn it. That's what I want. I don't want the loss. I don't care what your KD is, but you guys more care about that shit.
Exactly.
That has been a change. Shout out to Obsidian too, by the way, real quick here still. Shout out to Obsidian. I didn't see this yesterday, but anybody who does play Grounded, did you see this Steel as part of the Doom 30th anniversary?
No, I didn't see it.
Okay, they launch. Are you ready to rip and tear? The Doom E1M1 Playground code is now available to download on Grounded. Please access the community playgrounds and enter the download code to get the single player adventure RPG map. They freaking put a Doom mode into Grounded, Steel.
Oh God. It might be
freaking looks like Doom. It's got the same UI across the bottom and everything, bro.
That's funny.
It's freaking fantastic.
That's funny.
Bro.
Shout out to Obsidian.
Yeah, shout out to Obsidian. Shout out to everybody that I love these crossovers that they're starting to do.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Yeah, do it.
No, it's
definitely do it.
Man. Use what you got, man.
Exactly.
It's freaking awesome. So yeah, shout out to Doom for the 30th anniversary too, man. Change the game. Well, Steel.
Well, real quick, shout out to I'm Breezy saying, first time listener, like this podcast. Looking forward to more. Tired of all this box battle. Let's just talk about games.
Yeah, we do a lot of talking about gaming. We do high level talks here as well. We talk about the industry as a whole. You will hear it not from what you would consider a plastic box war type scenario, but we will talk about the business side of things as well. But yes, Steel and I definitely talk a lot of gaming here, and we try to start off every show with what we've been playing. And you're going to hear it's not going to be the latest and greatest all the time. Oh, no, it's going to be everything in between, old school stuff. Again, Steel and I check out a lot of different things. So, I appreciate you jumping in here though. First time here. Love it. Thank you for being here this morning. Absolutely. And we've got nearly 80 people in here this morning. Shout out to
shout out all the beautiful people.
Shout out to the Circle Gaming Podcast and our brothers over there. They're taking a weekend off. Perfect timing as we're having our special show
they're done
today for the giveaway.
Yeah,
they're done for the rest of the year. Are they taking a year off? Are they taking the rest of the year off?
I thought maybe I misunderstood, but I thought today was going to be their last show because I thought they were doing a giveaway.
I thought I saw that they were taking the day off. I could be wrong, but
I thought they were because they're supposed to be doing the giveaway. Maybe they still are behind us. Hey, maybe I misunderstood. All good.
At some point, you are going to see a Super Saturday show between our two shows.
Yeah,
at some point, you are, and maybe it happens next year in 2024. But at some point, you're going to see us all
that
together.
way. Depending,
crazy.
I might send some DMs, and we might kick it off that way and do a super show. I had a layout and everything set up for it. It just depended. Yeah. It really just depends on timing, and just getting and chopping it up with the guys. But speaking of which. Let's get into upcoming games so we can start getting to some of these other conversations because I got something to get in. I got some past conversations now. I mean, you said you did also regarding the community and whatnot, and I think we can piggyback off each other. Again, we started the first hour of the show getting into some things, talking about games as we do. These are the things that we've been playing. Paul made this point. He was talking about this would be the DMs. He was getting he kind of sounded like me back in the day. I'm looking at some of these numbers, man. And these guys ain't playing no games.
I'm just saying, bro. Again, if you're going to talk a whole lot of BS on, social media and be out here trying to say that you represent a certain part of the community or whatever the case may be, I'm not here to judge you as a gamer or not. Hell, I said, if you play Candy Crush all year on your cell phone, if you play Candy Crush a couple times a week on your cell phone, you're still a gamer to me because you're enjoying gaming. You're gamer. That's not up for debate. I'm not that gatekeeper whatsoever, but I'm just saying, if you're going to position yourself as somebody who is out here as a voice for the community or a voice in the community, then maybe your hours played should probably back that up. Maybe we'll get into that again because I talked about it on PM to PM, but I think that there was some interesting stuff out here. So yeah, maybe we'll get into that a little bit too. We don't have a big upcoming week of games. We are in the dead time. We don't have anything. I'll pull from Xbox Wire, but it's all small indie style games.
Well, that just means more conversation.
More conversation. But first of all, Stu, you know what we got to do here? We got, oh my God, the legendary Yobi shows up in here. Choo choo, motherfucker. 10 Bob coming in for the super chat. Lay up. It might not be buying tickets for everybody on the sub train, but it don't matter. Again, we don't discriminate here. So the 10 bomb from Yobi. Wink, wink, Yobi. Thank you for dropping in here. The man who is a massive part of the Series S giveaway. He's dropping back in here. He's got a 10 bomb for us. Says, welcome to the living split screen. Ladies and gents, make yourself at home. Leave your BS at the door. Kick up your feet with your coffee and breakfast. Let's vibe. Put one in the air as well. Toast to love. That's right. That's right, Yobi. Much the love. Legend shows up here. All love, Yobi. Coming into that 2024 strong. Yobi, appreciate you showing up, brother, and appreciate for what you've done for this channel since we started. And of course, the part of the Series S giveaway, man. Again, you are a legend, sir, and one of the bright spots in this community. So thank you for being here, man. But yeah, let's shout out this beautiful chat because we have amazing people. This is what we generally 99% of the time do. We've had some weeks where we've gotten into it and just haven't done it, but we're going to do it this week. So let's shout out the chat. We got the sub train from Eastside Vandal. I see that train rolling in here. Vandal. What's going on, Eastside Vandal? We got the Scorpio in here. What's going on? We got Ozzy Fan 80, of course, the aforementioned legend, Heart, Yobi. We got the one and only M Gene dropping in here and saying hi. And he says, Steele, you a lefty?
No, I'm a righty.
You're a righty? Okay.
It looks like it left because the camera's reversed.
There we go. Yep. M Gene. So you got plenty of lefties out there though.
Hey, Smith.
MG, yeah.
I got you. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
He said, Pong, can we get a choo-choo, motherfucker?
Emote. Yeah, you got to get one of those going, Steele.
I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to see how I'm going to get it designed up. I'm going to have to.
All right. Sounds good. Perfect. We got Froggy T right in the house. We got the one and only Decado in here. We got one of the OGs, Dan the Man Cunningham. One of the dudes who got me started in podcasting. Always shout out Dan the Man Cunningham. Appreciate you, Dan. We got Ballantone in the house. We got Gizmo here. What's going on, Gizmo? Great to see you joining the show. We got the one and only, another one of the OGs, Nixie in the house, who always likes to stir the pot, but it is always with good intention. Love Nixie. Great to see you, Nixie. Absolutely, sir. Go ahead. We got Dark Zone 2525 in here. What's going on, Dark Zone? We got the one and only Doom Reaper joining us this morning. Doom, always great to see you in the chat, sir. We got Smitty Smith, of course, as Steele just shouted out. Thank you. Salute, Smitty Smith, for joining us this morning. Who else? We got Tim the Sorcerer in the house, always dropping in here and making the show what it is. General Spartan 27, of course, is joining the crew this morning. We got the Sly Crow joining the chat. Thank you, Sly. Appreciate having you here. Again, all of you in chat right now, you're all part of this show as much as we are. You make this go. So appreciate every single one of you as I shout you out. And if you're just lurking, if that's all you can do, if you just, that's what your deal is, you're lurking. Hey, appreciate you the same. Even if I don't shout you out, you got to know that. I'm Breezy in here. Thank you again for joining this show for the first time. We got Fahim Scott in the house again, another man who likes to mix it up with the different kind of, the different perception, right? Got a different look on things. And we always appreciate that here as long as it's kept clean. And Fahim definitely does that. Bold Alpha Wolf Pack, of course, is in the house. What's going on, Bold Alpha? Thank you for joining us. We got Live Supremacy here as well, adding to the mix. Thank you so much, Live. We got the one and only Crispy Rambo in the house. What's going on, Crispy? We got the Black John in the house. What's going on, Black John? He says, I like World more, to be honest. Yeah, a lot of people for Monster Hunter World is kind of the pinnacle in a lot of ways. So I definitely appreciate that. We got the amazing Lady Foxfire joining the crew this morning. Thank you, Lady, for showing up and saying hi. Thank you for being here and listening in to our craziness. What else we got? Who else? We got Jason Max in the house. What's going on, Jason Max? Great to see you. We got Dip Down Anime. What's going on, Dip Down? Great to have you a part of the show every single Saturday almost. You are always here. Thank you for that. We got Oats in the house. What's going on, Oats? I love me some Oats sometimes.
I love me Oats.
Not like that. I love me some Oats though. Who else we got in here? We got Just Shady X. What's going on, Just Shady X? Just Shady says my kids took over my Xbox for Goat Sim 3. Shake my head. Listen, it's just a fun time, man. It's stupid fun. It's great. They lead into what they are. They know what they are. They don't take themselves seriously. I love games like that. So shout out to your kids for doing that. I know it sucks for you though. Let's see here. Who else? Why So Serious is in the house. What's going on? Why? We got East Texas Alex was gifted a membership, and I know East Texas is probably in here somewhere as well. East Texas, always great to see you. Rescue Squad Cope is in the house. What's going on, Rescue Squad? We got Jax82 in here. What's going on, Jax82? Who else is being beautiful this morning and dropping in here? We got Fato Sir saying hashtag Pong Souls like. Maybe that could be a new genre. Pong Souls like. That would be interesting. Thank you for dropping in here. Let's see here. Well, we got Parasite 82 Green. What's going on? Still waiting on the Wu-Tang RPG joint. Yeah, we might be hearing more about that in 2024. It seems like they're going to get ready to talk here real soon about what's going on, as we did get some information. Just like 2 weeks ago, Steel? I think we got a little bit of information on it. So yeah, I'm excited for that too, especially with how heavily Wu-Tang is involved. That's going to be a cool ass game to get into for sure. Rob the Don 202, of course, was in here earlier as well. That's as far as back as I can go. So drop to the bottom. Oh, the famous Hazador in here. Of course, shout out to Haz and all the information he provides to his community. Again, the work he does on X is a big part of a lot of people's shows. A lot of people don't give enough credit to him and Idle Sloth and Noble and all these guys out here who kind of accumulate the news throughout the week and make it easy for us to find. So shout out to Hazador. Special shout out to Hazard. Thank you for joining us this morning, sir. Who else? Did anybody else drop in here as well? Joe Dunmore. Joe Dunmore is in the house. What's going on, Joe? And we got Dr. Funkenstein in the house. Funkenstein. Let's go. We got Jigga J here. Of course, Jigga. Great to see you. Thank you for being a part of our show as always. All of you. Zay 429. What up, chat and panel? What up to you, Zay? Thank you for being a part of the show. Riggs. Shower Posse 86.
Shout out to Riggs. He says the old Woo game on the PS was legendary with the multi-tap on deck. Yes, it was. I remember that. Good call.
Ray Oid's in the house. Ray keeps looking for coffee merchandise.
Hey, we're gonna get it up. I don't know if I want to be teamed up, but if I want a sponsorship from Folgers, I'll take Dunkin's though. Dunkin', hit us up.
Dunkin's
good
in
stuff,
the DMs.
man.
Dunkin' good stuff, man.
We'll get some Dunkin' coffee going.
Andrew Cullinane's in the house. What's going on, Andrew? Great to see you joining us in the show as always. We got a beautiful breakfast crew here, Steele. We really do. I love it. The Saturday morning crew is strong today. Shout out to everyone. Oh, of course. Big Mad Mo is in the house. What's going on, Big Mad Mo? Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for dropping in here. Listen, you all are beautiful. Again, if you're just lurking, if you're finding us in the future, if you happen to jump into this chat, you won't hear this. But even if you jump in later down the road here during live or in the future, listen, all love and respect to each and every single one of you. You make this show go, people. You do. And of course, the legend, Derry Yobi, he wasn't done with the bomb that he dropped. You know what he said? He said, of course, I'm one of the OGs. I got to ride this hype train too. He bought himself a ticket. He dropped in here with another single bomb, a nice little easy layup. If you want to match that with a 5, you want to match that with a 10, wink, wink. You want to match that with a nuke 20 and get this train up to 2. Mach 2.0 on the hype scale, on the sub train. We're rolling. If you want to do that, making it easy for you, giving you layups, wink, wink. So this is a good time to do it. Wink, wink. End of the year, wink, wink. Christmas time, holiday season, wink, wink, always a good time to show the love. And again, if you guys don't know, if you guys are first time here, we are not that e-begging channel. This is a shtick riffing off of somebody else in the community, taking it to the level 100, even beyond what he does. But it's a riff on his shtick. We do it for fun and comedy. Again, it's never expected, always appreciated. We're not the e-beggars. Just we got some first timers in here, so I want to make sure and make that clear. This is not that type of show.
I think they appreciate the choo motherfuckers though. So there, I mean, there's that
choo motherfucker, because we got a 5-bomb coming in here from the Highlander 001. So the choo motherfuckers do continue, right? The choo motherfuckers with the 5-bomb got my youngest daughter and son each their own Series X. Ooh, you are the Santa Claus. Your kids are going to remember that forever. What again, when we talk about memories of childhood, the big Christmas gifts, I can remember a lot of my old Christmas gifts. I can remember the feeling opening that up. They're going to definitely have that. It says got them on sale. I also got them game passes. I need a family plan.
This is crazy, man. It's crazy because if I would have waited about a week and a half,
right?
We could have got Series X's, but it is what it is. You know, things happen the way that they do. It's all good. Again, for everybody that's live, in case you don't know, once we go into about hour 2.5, so we've been alive for about an hour or so now. That's when the giveaway is going to start. So about a halfway point typically. But the Series S is on the line, ladies and gentlemen. And all you have to do is follow us. Make sure you're subscribed on YouTube. That's number one. If you have Twitter or X, please make sure that you follow us on there. I will check both. If you're somebody that doesn't do X or Twitter, again, we'll discuss that afterwards if you end up winning, and we'll get into details. This is mostly U.S. only, though I do, and again, I am putting an exception there. I try to be as fair as possible. If you do win and you happen to be somewhere else outside of the U.S., we'll chop it up in DMs. I'll probably end up covering the fees or whatever. Making that. Oh my God. Hold on. You can jump into it, Decado, but I need to know, Decado, first. Was that an accident? Please let me know if that was an accident, Decado, because I want to make sure that we can fix that for you. If it is not, Pong, go ahead. Choo
motherfuckers, we are now this is the hype train is now at Mach 5. Decado just took us from like a 1.5, 1.75 to a 5. That's right, everybody. This isn't a layup. This isn't an alley oop. He just did the Shaq foo on the rim and tore that motherfucker down. It's broken all over the court. That's right. Decado just dropped in here. He flew in a flight of B-52s along with the stealths. And he dropped not one, not two, not three, not four, not five. He dropped about 20 nukes all over this chat. Decado coming in here with the massive bombs for everybody. That's right. He comes in here. He nukes the entire chat with a $200 super chat. Choo motherfuckers. The game caboose is here. Enjoy them holidays. Yo, Decado.
Much love, Decado.
In all seriousness, Decado, again, this community is freaking amazing. When Steele and I started this is not what any of this is about. The fact that you all just joined us on Saturday mornings is what it's really about. Our conversations here, the fact that you guys enjoy us, it means the world, Decado. I can't tell you how much it means.
Put it into words, man.
Can't put it into words.
We tried.
Again, we do. It's more of a feeling that you can't put into words, that we get just from the community being here on Saturday mornings. If you choose to do something like this, that is extra special. That is the cherry on top. That is, again, never expected. Always appreciated. Decado, again, thank you, sir. Again, in all seriousness, outside of the fun that we do have with this stuff, thank you. Appreciated. And once again, choo motherfucker. Choo. Thank you. Thank you.
Then Jigga J hit us with $1.99.
And two bomb comes out in there. Let's do this.
And he says, choo choo, motherfucker. Thanks for a great year.
Oh,
hey,
Jesus.
Appreciate you, Jigga J. Anything we can do.
Oh, God.
Yo.
East Texas Alex with the 5 bomb. We are done on this hype train. You know what?
Let's get started.
You guys are getting ridiculous. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Let's go.
I wish I had the hair. I wish I had the glasses to adjust. I wish I had that right now. They'd probably be falling off my head if I had the glasses right now. But let's talk about this. Eastside Texas Alex comes in here, and you know what? He says, listen, let me add to this. Ooh. I know we just got nuked, but I still see some buildings standing. I still see some foundations got to be turned into rubble. Ooh. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to come behind that flight of stealth bombers and B-52s, and I'm going to go ahead and drop the 5 bomb, and I'm going to add to the choo-choo, motherfucker. You know what? That's what we're going to do. We're going to keep this hype train rolling. And then the legend, the absolute freaking legend. Let me read out Eastside Texas Alex said, just wanted to say thank you guys for helping me get through this 12-hour workday. That means the world, Eastside Texas.
That's what we're here for, bro.
Or East Texas Alex, Eastside. East Texas Alex, that means the world. Because again, that's why I started listening to podcasts in this community before I ever jumped in. When I was just in the chats myself, was to get me through my workday, to get me through my time. And I tell you guys this, now that I'm here in the chair doing the podcasting, it is therapeutic for me as well. So thank you again for being a part of this chat, being a part of this community, because you guys raise my spirits as well when we do these shows. So thank you for that as well. And then of course, we just got done talking about him, the legendary Yobi. Shout out again to you, brother, for all that you've done. And again, this is ridiculous. This is unexpected. All of this is unexpected. It's appreciated through and through, and I'm going to be serious, and then I'll get into the funness. But Yobi, thank you, brother. First of all, foremost, all serious, thank you. But Yobi comes in here, and he says, I just saw that Ducato. I just saw that Ducato nuke from about 100 miles away. I saw it. And I want to add to it. We're going to get this hype train to 10, Mach 10, never seen before here on Living Split Screen. But we are going to barrel through the holidays with nothing but hype. We're going to add cars to the train so more people can jump on board. So I'm going to bring in my own nuke and clear the way because the legendary Yobi, wink, wink, he comes in with his own flight of bombers, $100 nuke from the Yobi, choo-choo, motherfucker, choo-choo, and says, I love you, brothers. I will never stop believing in you too. LSS is not a lifestyle. It is a brand. I respect it, and I'm here helping hand. You all deserve it. And plus, I'll make this back at the end of the day. Peace, love, and life. Been a while since I said that. Thank you. Peace, love, and life to you, Yobi, as well, sir. What an incredible showing here. Again, community, you guys just being here in chat, all of it.
You know,
thank you.
I think this is going to be a perfect segue because I know you said we don't have too much this week to get into. So real quick. I'll tell you, Terra Nil is coming to Switch December 18th. Loot River is coming to PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4. And then Resident Evil 4 Remake is coming to Mac and iOS. And supposedly the iOS version runs at 17 frames per second. So there's that for those who are interested. But the reason why I kind of
wait, hold on, Steel. Hold on, Steel. We missed one in between there. We missed one in between there.
What was it?
Because in all the excitement, right, and all the nuking, right, and just talking and being real with the chat about how much they mean to us, we had member Lad come through with the 5-pound super sticker bomb. That's right. He dropped in here and said, "Choo choo, motherfuckers! I'm gonna add to the hype train." Again, we don't discriminate. It all means the world here. You chat are still at a goal of 69, by the way. Don't forget your goal, the permanent goal of 69 here. It never changes for you guys to keep the ads off this channel. It never changes, but we appreciate it. $5 super sticker from Lad. Choo-choo, motherfucker. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Shout out to Jigga J for the member for 1 month. Shout out to the Splitters. He says, I could just listen to Pong say choo-choo all day. Stubbs says, I remember when Pong was a lesser known big time podcaster now.
Oh God,
with
Stubbs,
Steel.
stop. Love you, brother. Thanks, Stubbs.
Tim says, can we get Steel to play Alien Isolation now?
Oh
man.
God.
Well,
Steel,
if there's anybody that you're going to be able to get to do it, isn't Alien Isolation the other, isn't that Bethesda? Or am I thinking about a different game?
You're thinking about a different game. Alien Isolation.
Prey. I'm thinking about Prey.
Yeah, you're thinking about Prey. This is the survival one that we talked about where it's legit. You're playing as Ripley's daughter in Alien Isolation. Yeah.
Well, I look, ladies and gentlemen. I guess we'll see about setting something up. I might do something after Christmas. We'll see what we could do. I can't promise you that I'll be able to get through it. I can't promise you that I'll survive an hour.
I survived 15 minutes, Steel.
Nixie says, "Steel, no way you're scared of Alien Isolation." Nixie, I'm scared of a lot of games.
I did 15 minutes.
Again, I mean,
I'll be right back, Steel.
I'm the guy that hasn't gone back to Fear 2 specifically because the game creeped me the fuck out. I am so good off of that. I don't play about that shit. I like Outlast. Games like that, I am so good. Yo, Slender Man stressed me out. Like I'm just saying, I'm putting it out there. Ricardo says, I remember just the other day, Steel was still wet behind the ears. He has grown up well. Y'all are so stupid, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys being here for sure. Tim says with headphones. Oh God. Hey, I might have to do something like that for sure. I might have to put another poll up or something. We'll see. Well, but what I wanted to get into and why I wanted to get through our upcoming game segment, multitude of reasons. One reason I want to start off with this. I know there are many different people, and I greatly appreciate everybody who's tuning in today. You could be anywhere, right? Many different shows to tune into on a Saturday morning, on your Saturday, just throughout the day. We typically do a longer show here just because we tend to have good conversation. We want to get you guys involved, and we just really are passionate about the industry in totality. So we just end up having some long, passionate shows. But what I want to start off with this, because Pong got something he wants to mention about the community, but I want to start off with this. One, if anybody has anything to say, got a problem, please hold your word. I'm not hard to find. One. Two, I don't care who has a problem or who's in their feelings or whatever the case might be. If you're not willing to chop it up with me or anybody else, then that is a personal problem that you have to deal with. I don't tell people things to then run back or not follow up, or if I'm really trying to build a relationship with people that I want to foster or care about, that I'm going to say one thing and do something completely different. I think that's corny. I think that's trash. And there is some people specifically who have done something similar to this. There's also other things that are happening behind the scenes that I personally just don't give a damn about. One, if you're not willing to talk to me, I tell you what my name is all the time. I Still Reign. The T is a 7 everywhere. It's easy to find me. Type it in Google. Send me a message. I do not run from messages. Two, if you are so caught up in yourself that you have to enter other people's DMs to try to find an answer for yourself for something that you should already know, I don't know what to tell you. People need to stop being so damn sensitive. People need to stop treating themselves like they live in a box and that other things cannot be a possibility. Jokes are just that, jokes. And if you want to be personal, if you have a real issue with me or the things that we're talking about, that we're discussing, don't sit there, don't throw dirt on the name, don't try to make assumptions because you don't know me. Somebody in the community the other day hit me in my DMs trying to tell me where I live at. I want to tell you, and I want to sit here and publicly tell you that they were wrong. Great state though. And I put it to you one way because I don't give a damn. I don't care what you do. You can dox me. You can do whatever you feel like you need to do. You do what you feel is right in your soul because I'm okay over here. The one thing I will say is if anybody has enough of a problem that they feel like they can show up to where I'm at, we can both have a fun day. I like that shit. Just to put it out there. If it's not going to be that, then let's just act like civilized people. Let's have casual conversation. And let's just go from there. Because at the end of the day, I don't care what you do with your life, with your channels, with your perspectives. We are here for one thing. Well, man, it ends up being a multitude of things here on Living Split Screen. Because we care about the community. We care about the industry. We like to include conversation from everybody, right? I always speak on things on how I see them, what my perspective is, and if you don't respect that and aren't willing to have a conversation, then that's where it dies at. What I don't appreciate is other people who said that they support us. Shout out to Yobi, one of the real ones out there. In comparison, Yobi, we all you know, there's also some recent events that have happened throughout the community that's caused a lot of shakeups, and there continues to be that. Look, you play for whatever side you feel like. Me, I play for myself. Me, I stand for what I believe in. Me, I'm always easy to talk to. That's what we do here at Living Split Screen. We're non-console centric for a reason. We're community focused for a reason. We do these shows for as long as we do them for a reason. It just happens to be natural that way. It just happens to be organic in that way. And for others that are trying to downplay people's gaming gear or gaming time, whatever you're trying to do outside of the big, some of the bigger known names out there that apparently, let me tell you a secret, they don't play games. At least it's not as much as I do, I guess. But again, I still got a life. This is my passion. So you would think people would do a little bit better. But for everybody else who's trying to downplay people and start this whole class system that we always talk about in gaming, you can shake my dick.
Ow, pause.
Shake it. Just shake it. Just shake it all over the place. Right after a fresh peek. No, I'm playing. But no, I mean, because I just don't think that it's okay for people to continuously go into these avenues. And again, people could do whatever they want. I'm just more so coming from the perspective of, hey, these are the things that I believe in. And one, this is supposed to be a hobby. This is supposed to be our passion. This is supposed to be a place where we can come together and just talk, man. Life is rough enough as it is. Maybe not for everybody. And if you're somebody that's blessed, hey, bless you, man. I send you love, appreciation, guidance, patience, energy, the same way that I would do anybody else. Whether you're a janitor, plumber, it doesn't matter what you are. Or whether you're a millionaire, I don't care. The fact that you're here with us in this chat is a beautiful thing to me. It's like we're in a room. We're sitting in front of all these people, ready to talk about what they're passionate about, ready to sit in and hear conversations about the community, about the gaming industry, about what Pong and Steel are passionate about. And shout out to the Fun Speculation family, because I cannot agree with Mav anymore outside than the perspective of him putting the post out there, just being grateful and appreciative for the people that we've put around us that have been very integral to our success here, to our love here, to our energy. Just accepted us for who we are, man. And y'all have done the same. So shout out to everybody in chat. And again, if anybody else has anything to talk about, like we mentioned in the beginning of the show, I know that this is a tough time of the year for everybody. It can be. Hey, I got kids, man. Like, it get crazy, right? It's tough. I don't have all the answers, but I'm always willing to be an open ear to you. I'm always, if you see me online, send a message through, and I will always make sure to get back to you, because that's just what I do. That's just my character, man. Pong, I know you had some other things about the community that you wanted to jump into. I wanted to kind of lead with that, because there were some personal things that have happened behind the scenes that I'm not going to get into any further because it really, at the end of the day, doesn't bother me. People play whatever side that they want to. If people want to portray themselves however they want to, it's fine with me. I'm comfortable with who I am. So I mention it all the time, Pong. Know who you are, not only as a gamer, but as a person.
Yeah.
Because that becomes before anything else. But Pong, I mean, I know you had some additional things to dish out to the community. I mean, what you got for us, man?
Oh, Steel, well said, sir. Again, as I stated to you in the DMs, we never leave high school. There's large parts of this community that are literally just built on bullshit, drama, conflict. We never leave high school. We never grow up past high school as far as human beings go in a lot of ways. And what you were getting to, and I know a bunch of the people in the chat are lost, and again, just take what Steele's saying and just understand that there has been some things that have happened, specifically, but again, we're not gonna air all the dirty laundry because it's not necessary. But Steele needed to obviously say something about it because this happens all the time in the community. Again, this is why you won't see me engage with people in this community that come from that angle, because I see the snakes. I see the fakes from far, far away. The snakes and fakes don't get by me. And so for me, I won't even give them energy, but it happens. Sometimes it's forced and sometimes it just comes upon you, even when you're not trying to find it. So again, my community stuff, again, let's get into this a little bit because Steele just touched on it a little bit right there. Again, I'm not here. I'm not the gatekeeper. You guys all know that. I don't care. Everybody's got lives. Everybody's got things to do. And again, however much time you spend gaming, you are a gamer. I will never take that away from you. I don't look at one person over another. I am not into the class system, as Steele was saying, that some people try to put on this community and try to say that there's different classes of gamer. No. There might be different levels of passion. There might be different levels of interest. All of that is true, but that doesn't take away from the fact that all of us at our core are gamers. What I'm about to speak about is the people that Steele was just alluding to, the people who do present themselves in a different light, whether it's the professional journalists out here who are, again, living in a ivory tower, along with some of the big content creators out here who put themselves up in the clouds and do think of themselves, obviously, from the way that they speak, the way that they come down into the community and act like they are one with the community, but need to tell people what they can talk about, what they can't talk about, what's right, what's wrong. These are the people that I'm speaking to right now. This week was very interesting, Steele, from the standpoint that we had the year-end wrap-ups, and it was great to see. We last year, I think, just True Achievements was the one that did it for Xbox side of things. They do it for all sides, but they had the one that everybody used kind of for Xbox last year. They started it again this year, but Xbox actually had their own this year-end wrap-ups, and so did PlayStation, which they always do. And again, I'm speaking to specific group of people. It was very interesting to see how many people avoided the community this week, even though the community came together. That's the best part about this. Wherever you were playing at this year, I saw community members from the Switch side, even though Switch really doesn't do a wrap up, still post their screenshots of hours played in certain games. I saw obviously the Sony side, post their year-end wrap-ups. I saw the Xbox side post their year-end wrap-ups. I saw people who played on multiple systems post both stats, all that kind of stuff. It was fantastic. That's what the community is about, celebrating. There was no judge. I mean, of course, there were some people trying to judge gamers. I don't give a shit about that. Again, that's not what I was doing. It was just great to see everybody posting their highlights from what they enjoyed this year in gaming. That's what this community really ultimately should be about all the time. Obviously, we know humans being humans, tribalistic, that's not going to happen. We're going to have the circus. We're going to have all that nonsense, the BS, the bullshit out there all the damn time. But just seeing it happen as an entire community started posting their stuff, whether somebody had played for 200 hours or somebody had played for 2,000 hours. People were posting saying, what a great year of gaming. Look at my most played games. My God, this was fantastic. That's the beauty of this community. That's why I jumped into this community. It's because there's a bunch of people enjoying that passion, but there was a whole lot of names and faces missing out here. And there was a whole lot of names and faces being extremely loud out in this community, judging others throughout the entire year and trying to play that gatekeeping game, trying to play that class war system amongst gamers who posted some stats. They weren't missing, but they posted some stats, and I had to scratch my head, Steel, and go, really? This is what you're bringing to the table? I in fact, saw some people actually lock down their posts after they did that because they realized that maybe they were a little loud out here trying to judge other people, and then they post their stats, and you got to scratch your head compared to some other people out here. It's like, really? This is what you brought this year? This is, again, not saying you're not a gamer. You're a gamer. Not saying you can't have opinions. For sure, you can have opinions. But the way that you act as a voice for this community, the way that you act as some kind of expert in this community, the way that you act as if you're some type of passionate gamer out here trumpeting the righteousness of your plastic box over another. Really? I just had to scratch my head, Steel, because I would think that if you are going to be one of those people, when you post your stats or you run away from posting those stats, as a lot of professional journalists who like to call themselves one of us, who like to think that they're still amongst the little people and they still know how gamers really are in this community, you would think that you would want your play time to be a little bit better. You'd want to show that maybe it's not just a job for you and that you only play games when you have to review them and then you shut down for the day. Again, everybody's got their life. I get that. But if you're doing this as a profession, I want to think that outside of just getting that paycheck, that you honestly enjoy gaming so much that you do carve out a space for yourself outside of that.
I hope so.
I would hope so, because if you're only playing games on a professional level and for what you actually do to make money, then that means you really don't enjoy this gaming hobby. To me, and I've said that before, we do have a group of people, I think, that are very jaded towards this industry, that only do this because it's a job for them. Yep. And they don't really like games. So I just found it really interesting this week, Steel, to see some of this stuff happening and to see who was showing up, who wasn't showing up, and who was showing up a little light. Again, not the regular person, not the regular community member, not the people
you're talking about
just
the
living
people,
life. I'm talking about
games.
the people who put themselves in a position of power, elect themselves in a position of power in many ways, Steel, and try to say that they know what's best for gaming. They know how the gamers think. They get to judge who's an S-class type gamer or who's doing the premium experience out here. If you're going to try to present yourself that way, I do think there is some validity that your hours played, especially, again, I'm not the achievement guy. I'm not the trophy guy. I'm not the games completed guy. None of that shit matters to me. But hours played, I would think you'd be investing a little bit more time in something that you seem to be so engaged with all the damn time. Look, but it looks like you're playing more X than you are playing games, some of y'all.
I tell you like this, man, just to add on to what Paul's saying, because this is something else that, again, I want to have this community conversation because this is something that you do deal with throughout the community. And before I get into that, Blind Giant with the $4.99. He said he had 5 extra bombs to drop in here. He said, console keyboard warriors just need to grow up. Shit is ridiculous. Just enjoy playing your games wherever that may be. Yeah. All the theatrics ain't necessary.
That would be perfect.
Theatrics got to be part of it because people always got to find a way to put you in somewhat of a box. But just like the whole conversation between achievements, time, it doesn't matter what it is. Because even someone like myself, I don't have over 100,000 gamer score on Xbox. And I can tell you exactly why. It's because I'm a multiplayer gamer. When you're playing multiplayer games, you don't get achievements for that. Unfortunately. I also really don't care. And if that's what you're using as a basis of whether or not you're a real gamer or not, I just think that's dumb. Whether people complete the games, again, the completion of games only becomes an issue for me when people talk about games in a way them. When they talk about games in a way like they beat the game. Yeah.
Like they're reviewing it still.
Yeah, exactly. When somebody asks you, hey, this, that, and other thing, and you don't have answers, that is a problem if somebody asks you those questions, right? Especially if you're talking about it. And that's typically when it becomes an issue. But other than that, enjoy your hobby for what it is. Enjoy the passion for what it is. It doesn't need to be made less or more, depending on how much time that you're putting into it. Everybody has things that are going on outside of gaming. This is a hobby, a passion for a reason. People watch TV every day. If don't let people who watch TV tell you that you can't play games. Don't let people who tell you they have any other hobby tell you that you can't play games. And as an example, it's just it makes it difficult for some people to jump into community to get honest opinions, to have just casual conversations. It's not all the time that people like myself and Pong get involved with people who are a little bit more welcoming, loving, caring, whatever, however you want to put it, or it just so happen to be. I guess you could say, again, good people typically find good people, as the saying goes. But with that being said, I'm always going to go back to this, ladies and gentlemen, and please, if there's anything that you take out of this early conversation, know who you are as a person and know who you are as a gamer.
Correct.
Have questions, all that great stuff, but we have to be able to have casual conversations. We can get passionate. I don't mind that, but nothing ever needs to become personal. Nothing ever needs to be an attack. Nothing needs to be oh, you're an idiot now. You're dumb. You don't know what you're talking about, unless they genuinely don't know what they're talking about. I get it. Jax82 with the $2 bomb.
Choo, motherfucker. The hype train. Listen, we're over 10. We're over Mach 10 now, Steel. We're over Mach 10. The goal remains 69, but you guys are going nuts today. This is a community, another layup, another nice little 2 layup. We are rolling. Choo, motherfuckers. Choo.
He says, I play everywhere. The console war stuff is dumb. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, no, it is overall. Again, it's tribalism. It is natural for humans to think that that's what they need to do. They need to, again, their ego is what's really running the show upstairs, right? Their ego is what it's about. Right. And they have to attach themselves to an identity, right? Because they're not comfortable in their own skin in a lot of times that's the case. They're not comfortable in their own skin because they don't have anything else outside of it. And so therefore it becomes all consuming and it is their identity. And that's the difference that we see out here. There's a lot of people missing something inside. Again, not everybody. Some people are out here just simply to be trolls, but that's their identity. They're trolls. Some people are out here engagement farming for clout and for money. That's their identity, right? That's what they present. It's an act. They're snakes. They're fakes. That's what they're doing out here in this community. And I gotta say this too, Steel, real quick before we hop off of this real quick too. As part of this whole conversation, a little gentleman that I think the community knows pretty well, kind of a big name out in the community on both sides, runs a multi-billion-dollar company.
Okay.
He saw what the community was doing and had zero problems dropping his stats, and nobody would have blinked an eye had those stats showing $100, $200. But Phil comes on back into the community as he always does. He sees what's going on. That's why I say the people who ran away are the worst to me, because you knew exactly what was going on. You guys present yourself in this community any damn time you feel like and say, oh, I'm here. Oh, no. I'm just like you guys. But some keep it real. And Phil is one of those. He's always been a face in this community, no matter what his position has been. And even as CEO of Microsoft Gaming now, multi-billion-dollar company flying all over the world, fighting the ABK deal, making deals all over the world. This man still drops his stats and shows up with 900 hours. He posts a thank you to Rod Ferguson and the Diablo team as he just got hit one of his characters to level 100. And you might say, well, of course he's a gaming CEO. We already know there aren't any other CEOs out there of gaming. I would guarantee you 99% of them come nowhere near close to that. But Phil had no problem dropping the stats, whatever they were going to be. And yet we couldn't have some professionals out here drop their stats. They ignored the fact. They turned the blinders on and said, oh, I don't see what the community is doing this week. I don't see anything. I'm just going to go ahead and ignore this and make my regular post. Scared, cowards.
because you might be judged because you, as the position you put yourself in, or because simply you are paid as a professional, see once again a moment in time where your reputation might be eroded a little bit more. Yeah. Your integrity might be eroded a little bit more if you actually put out those stats. Cowards. Every single one of you that did that.
Speaking of community, I think this rolls perfectly into a good segue here. And I don't know if you want to set this up for me, Pong, but there was a game that got canceled. And no, it wasn't the day before. I returned that one pretty quick. The day before.
Yeah, the day before. That's a whole other conversation.
At least it came out.
Shit happens, Steele.
Yeah, shit happens. We'll talk about that too, because it's interesting to say that you worked on a game for 5 years. You say that shit happens. People are coming out showing you that you took assets, and you saying shit happens doesn't really add up to the 5 years of development time that you said that you spent on this game. Anyway, that's besides the point. There's another team that spent a very similar amount of time on something that came out this week and made it known that they had a really tough choice to make, Pong. Do you want to set that choice up for me?
Sure. Absolutely. Of course, I will do so, sir. So, yes, if you have if you've been living under a rock, you might not know. So let's start out with explaining the situation. Obviously, Naughty Dog, right? A big name by some people, considered one of the kings of development, one of the GOATs out here because of Uncharted and The Last of Us, etc. Right? Has been promising a mode, which was once a additional mode to The Last of Us, but they claimed that they were working on something bigger, Steel, and that was going to be, of course, the original mode was called Factions, something Steel, my brother right here, enjoyed very much so. It didn't have the biggest impact on multiplayer overall, but it definitely had a passionate fan base that developed around that original Factions with The Last of Us 1. And when The Last of Us 2 came out, there was a group of people, including Seal, that was very excited to hear about Factions 2. Because of course they're going to do a Factions 2. And Naughty Dog had said they were going to do a Factions 2, Steel. But then as the development of Last of Us 2 came and went, and the Last of Us 2 game came out, it was missing Factions 2. And Naughty Dog addressed it and said, you know what, guys? We got something bigger for y'all.
2019,
they took Factions. Yeah, 2018 this is. Thank you for the date, sir.
2019. They said that because they
2019?
said it. Okay. So they said it's six months to a year. No, it was almost 6 months, if not a little bit more, before the game released, because the game Last of Us 2 came out in 2020.
The most important thing was we're still doing it, Steel. Yeah. We're still doing it. We hear you all. We know you like this mode. In fact, some of you love this mode, and we really want to gravitate towards that, and we want to add to it, and we're going to bring it out for you guys. So just give us some more time. And the Last of Us community said, okay, yes, Naughty Dog, as long as you give us a great game, we don't care. That's fine. Single player will hold us over. And then during this whole time frame, we got to remember, folks, Jim Ryan took over. Jim Ryan, we now know, looked to that future and said, oh boy, the $200 million plus that we just spent on The Last of Us 2, that isn't sustainable, boys and girls. We need to start looking at some more revenue streams. Oh God, what's going on? Oh my God, we got these things called games as a service really blowing up. Oh, we looking over at the green side going, God damn, they got a bunch of these games that are bringing in big money. And Jim Ryan and Herman Hulse went to the teams, as we well know, and said, guess what, guys? We need you. We know that you love single player, making single player teams, but as our first party, we need you guys to start developing some bigger games as a service, monetizing these multiplayer games. We need to take your single player experiences and turn them into money makers for us and engagement makers for us, because right now they're one and done. And you saw what Naughty Dog did. This is my own theory because we don't have the exact notes on this. Of course we don't, but it all lines up specifically. Naughty Dog raised their hand and said, guess what, Jim? We got this Factions 2. We're supposed to be bringing out 6 months or a year later after The Last of Us 2. Guess what we can do for you, Jim? We are your number one studio. We are going to turn this into a big old damn games as a service for you. We're going to turn this into the massive moneymaker that you're looking for right now. And Jim said, go. Green light that shit. Go. So Naughty Dog turned Factions 2 into what is now known as The Last of Us Online, which I had
it was never called
heard
that,
you.
okay.
But all of a sudden it is still. So internally, obviously, they changed it over to The Last of Us Online.
Mm.
So now it was, well, this is going to take longer than 6 months. We're really sorry, fans. We're really sorry, but you're going to have to give us more time because guess what? This vision has now grown into something more. It has morphed into a beast, Steel. And we're going to give you the biggest and best Last of Us Online experience that you could ever think of. We're going to do this right. We know this isn't what you want to hear right now, but we are going to make this the best ever.
Man.
And we're going to show that, Steel, by having Neil Druckmann show up on Keeley's stage and give you one piece of concept art and say, hold on, folks. This is what you can start imagining this game's going to be like. Here's your one piece of concept art.
And then you say this week that the game was in a good spot. It's playable. Oh, we got something good. Go ahead, Pong. I'm sorry, but my gears are starting to grind here.
I know. I'm gassing you up, Steel. I'm gassing you up. I'm giving the whole picture of what happened again, in case anybody doesn't realize. Of course, I'm giving this a little drama. And I'm adding some spice to this, but this all lines up with exactly how this all went down. So they said, let us keep cooking, Steel. We're adding the spice. We're adding the flavor right now as we speak. Druckmann up on stage spent 5 minutes with this one piece of concept art behind him, smiling at Keeley and saying, just let us cook, boys and girls. The fans out there, we hear you. We're coming. We're coming for you. This is going to be the best experience you've ever had. Time went on, Steel. Another year passed, Steel. We got another drop, another little piece of information. After Sony acquired Bungie, Steel. Sony acquired Bungie. Jim Ryan said, you know what? To do this games as a service, we need some expert cooks in this house because we got a lot of great talent. We don't necessarily have the cooks to make this work. So we're going to bring in some expert cooks. We're going to overpay to bring in what we consider some of the best chefs out there. Now we know those chefs were faking it in a lot of ways, but those chefs came in and Sony and Jim Ryan said, guess what, guys? We want you to look at our slate of 10 to 12 games of service that we got lined up for our amazing Sony fans. We're going to blow them away with these 10 to 12 games. And we want you to come in and tell us what you guys think, because you guys built one of the biggest and best in the business in Destiny. So come in and tell us what's cooking and what's not cooking.
Oh, tell me.
Those chefs showed up in the kitchens and we saw one after another get canceled, like 4 of them. Like 4 of them, Steel. 4 or 5 of them got canceled right out the gate. One by one, they started dropping like flies. And then we heard, Steel, that behind the scenes, they knocked on the Naughty Dog kitchen. Druckmann opened the door with his big old cheesy ass smile that he likes to put on. He's come on in, Bungie. Welcome to our kitchen. You really don't need to look around. We're master chefs in here, but go ahead. Come on in and check out what we got going on with The Last of Us Online. And close the door with a big old smile on his face. And next thing we knew, Bungie was leaving and Druckmann wasn't smiling anymore, folks, because Jim Ryan heard the report.
Did it?
And said, oh, we got problems. Bungie says that you don't have enough going to keep this actually alive. Well, Neil, tell your team you're gonna have to step away from this. It's time to put down the pots and pans, and it's time to move back on over to single player games. So we got a word from out of that, Steel. You know, we had the Schreier. We had Schreier reporting on this. He heard about it and he said, they're stepping away from this. They're going to pause development for the
big
time
pause.
being.
Big pause.
And then we had just a couple months ago, I think it was just maybe a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, we had the producer of The Last of Us Online on Twitter that he had made an innocuous post about another game and then said, yes, before you ask, I'm still working on that other game.
Man, yeah, he is.
So everybody was like, rejoice. They're still working on it. It is not dead. It is still being worked on. Guess what? Just keep letting them cook. Just keep letting them cook, folks. They're going to come back with this thing. This thing's going to be big. This thing's going to be great. Well, December 14th, 2023 rolls around, Steel, and we get a nice post from Naughty Dog saying an update on The Last of Us Online. And Steel, when they made this post, by the way, they locked down the comments. So you know this is a good one. The cowards that they are, you already knew what was coming when they had the comments locked down. So here's the update from The Last of Us Online from Naughty Dog. We realize many of you have been anticipating news around the project we've been calling The Last of Us Online. Again, I don't know when that started, but whatever. There's no easy way to say this. We've made the incredibly difficult decision to stop development of that game.
Oh, yeah.
We know this news will be tough for many, especially our dedicated The Last of Us factions community.
Are dedicated, huh? Oh.
Dedicated, yes. Who have been following our multiplayer ambitions ardently. We're equally crushed at the studio as we were looking forward to putting it in your hands. We wanted to share with you some background of how we came to this decision. The multiplayer team has been in pre-production with this game since we were working on The Last of Us Part 2. That puts it at, folks, around
pre-production.
We have been in pre-production with this game since we were working on The Last of Us 2. There are different estimates here based upon different posts and different things. Anywhere from 5 to about 9 years they've been working on this game. However you dice it, this has been long in the works, folks. Crafting an experience we felt was unique and had tremendous potential. It did. It did, guys. It did.
It did.
As the multiplayer team iterated on the concept for The Last of Us Online during this time, their vision crystallized.
Oh, wow.
The gameplay got more refined and satisfying.
Wow.
And we were enthusiastic about the direction in which we were headed. Bungie was not enthusiastic. In ramping up to full production, the massive scope of our ambition became clear. This line right here, folks, and I'm setting Steel up and I'm going to let him run with this. Okay. I'm going to let him run with this, but I got to set up a couple things here. I want to make this very clear. So I'm going to repeat this line. In ramping up to full production, the massive scope of our ambition became clear. To release and support The Last of Us Online, we'd have to put all of our studio resources behind supporting post-launch content for years to come, severely impacting the development of our future single-player games. This is what's called bullshit. And if this isn't bullshit right here, then this is severe mismanagement. And there should be articles being written right now, as there were appropriately for some of the stuff that happened at Xbox, specifically 343, and what happened with Halo Infinite. This right here is admitting, if this is not BS, if this is not a bold-faced lie, then this means that legitimately some of the top people in Sony, including Neil Druckmann, who's considered a genius and is beloved within the Sony community for running Naughty Dog, how he runs Naughty Dog. And let me tell you, there's a lot of problems that have been swept underneath the rug that people forget about over the years, but people consider him one of the best in the business. He just woke up one morning and said, yes, I know we've been making a games as a service game, but holy shit, I didn't realize what it was going to take to make a games as a service game successful. I call BS. Maybe you don't. But if you don't, then that's 100% mismanagement. That is on Herman Hulst. That is on Neil Druckmann. That is on everybody who had a hand in making this game what it is. It's on PlayStation as a whole for not stepping in long ago and not realizing. And this also says to me, Steel, that Sony, for whatever reason, PlayStation, for whatever reason, does not want to build up Naughty Dog. That they could literally continue to build out Naughty Dog, one of their best teams, according to everybody, one of their greatest studios ever, who make nothing but hit after hit. That means you don't want to invest in your A team anymore to go ahead and allow them to continue to make single player games along with the games as a service game. That means you are unwilling to put the resources and time behind it, even though you just spent the last 5 to 9 years wasting their resources and time by going after this vision. All right, I'm done with my part. I'm going to let Steel run with this in just a second after I get done reading this. So after saying they realized that we'd have to put all of our studio resources behind supporting the post-launch content for years to come, severely impacting development on future single-player games, they go on to say, so we had 2 paths in front of us. Become a solely live service game studio, or continue to focus on single-player narrative games that have defined Naughty Dog's heritage.
Oh,
we are immensely proud of everyone at the studio that touched on this project. The learnings and investments in technology from this game will carry into how we develop our projects and will be invaluable in the direction we are headed as a studio. Yes, you're going to monetize your single player games. Yes, we know that. We have more than one ambitious brand new single player game that we're working on here at Naughty Dog. And we cannot wait to share more about what comes next when we're ready. So they were working on 2 single player games and a games as a service game, Steel, but there was only 2 paths forward for them. Interesting. All right, Steel, I've set this up. I've gone on long. I've made this very dramatic, obviously, for obvious reasons. This is a huge swing and a miss from one of the biggest first-party studios out there anywhere. This is one of the biggest misses from PlayStation in their games as a service initiative. This is a big loss to not even have anything to show for it. After 5 to 9 years of development, you have 0 to show for it. You have nothing to gain. Everything that was lost out of this, except for, of course, the technology and the investments that they made that are going to carry forward, but they have nothing to show for it. They are not willing to jump into the deep end of the pool here, Steel. They are not. They are scared shitless of jumping into this games as a service. They are 100% everything we talked about, Steel. And this is not here slandering anybody, because games as a service, as we've talked about, Steel, is not easy. This is not for the weak-hearted. This is not for the ballsless. Okay. You have to have courage to jump into this area right now, this genre in the industry as it stands in 2023, because there's a lot of competition. You have to be ready to take the hits, because there are going to be failures, Steel. We've talked about this many times, that we had this feeling that Sony had tried to bite off more than they could chew. Instead of trying to go small and build out, they're trying to go massive and win out the gate, which is not going to be always successful for you. So, Steel, as the Factions fan that you are, as somebody who has been on this show for years now, waiting for them to launch this mode, whatever it was going to be, whether it was a Factions 2, whether there was this bigger experience, this games as a service for you, Steel, hearing again something that we heard the death bells long ago for this. We kind of knew it, but to finally know that they've buried it now, that they have dug their grave and they've buried their own game. Give me it, Steel. What are you feeling about this right now, sir?
I'm very disappointed. I'm disappointed in such a way that if there was any question, I always questioned Sony's vision, especially when it came to online gaming, because that's been an avenue that they've always been weak at. And I know people go back to SOCOM and other games back in the day, and they were weak in it too at the time. They were just doing it because it was becoming popular. And I can't give them credit for that, because there was also during a time where you had host servers and things of that nature. And again, I mean, I didn't have all the time with SOCOM, so I can't speak 100% to that. What I can speak to is I am a Last of Us fan. I was an extreme fan of the first game, mainly because, and I've told this story here, I was watching my cousin play it when the game came out on PlayStation 3. And he was playing the multiplayer, and it was so intriguing to me to see a game to have the amount of fidelity and the gameplay that was kind of similar to Gears in some ways, also felt kind of Ghost Recon-ish in some ways, but you could tell it was definitely based more so in that reality and what they set up for that Last of Us universe. And if it was really special, it was different. And at the time, that's what got me to buy a PlayStation 3. End of the generation, saw that game, and I was like, damn, I need to play it. So I played it. Come to find out, the story was one of the best stories I've ever experienced in gaming, especially me being a father now, look back on that story, and it's just, there's so much emotion and passion and the time that I spent with that game too, bro. Like I remember those moments and how hard they hit for me, which is why I was so excited. It was like a complete package. I was like, man, Sony finally did it. They got a good campaign. They got good multiplayer. Come to find out years later, they remaster it for PlayStation 4. And I'm starting to hear that people either weren't aware of the multiplayer or didn't really appreciate it. So it's like, oh no, that was, it's just because I stopped playing factions at that point. I didn't have a PlayStation 4 for quite some time. I got a PlayStation 4 for one specific game, completely outside of Sony's wheelhouse, first party wheelhouse for sure. Definitely more so third party. And so I never jumped back in. But nobody else was talking about this game. And anybody else that I talked about it with seemed like they were completely clueless. Or what I got is, I'm not really into that. I just really like the single player mode. That's what I played. And I'm not going to try the multiplayer. That's not for me. Although, if you played the single player mode, the story literally sets you up to be able to play multiplayer. Because, all the systems that are in place and make it real simple. Anyway. But I told myself when I went through for the first Last of Us, play that multiplayer for the time that I did, that I wouldn't play Last of Us 2, and I've always been this way, especially with story, more so story-focused games, that if Last of Us 2 didn't have the multiplayer, because there was some rumors of that too during the time, that I wouldn't buy the game. Lo and behold, as of today, I still have not bought the game. Now, with it being canceled, because I still want to experience the story. If it comes to PC, we'll see. I'm not paying full price for it. That's for damn sure. Because I am extremely disappointed. I'm so disappointed to the point that if you expect from me to believe that Sony has any faith or dedication to making games, I'm going to call bullshit. Because it doesn't make any sense that one of your top studios, Naughty Dog, who makes one of the best looking games that you have, who put out a TV show that literally had no real creativity behind it except for a few scenes here and there, but you literally treaded all the same paths that your first game did. You got more eyes. This show has won more awards than most shows. You've been working up this hype level for this additional mode that was supposed to be released with Last of Us 2. It became an ambitious project that nobody asked for. Two, your base already was telling you that, I don't know if this is enough for me. So what gave you the inkling, the idea, the mythology? This is before Bungie, ladies and gentlemen. What gave you the ideas? Oh man, you know what we should do? We looked at our numbers and we should just make we should make a Destiny. That's exactly what we should make, an MMO light. That's exactly what the people are looking for. I know that we haven't really grown a good base of people. Look, I know that this game isn't even on PC. Look, and I know that there's games like Gears, Halo, many other games that have a story and a multiplayer that have done it really well. Oh, and I know that I got to be overly critical about Halo and Gears because, oh man, it's just another Halo. Oh man, it's just another Gears. Oh man, it's just multiplayer. Who cares? Nobody plays. So why are you looking for service games, Sony? Why are you all of a sudden interested in making games as a service? Obviously, there's a path forward for you. You come out and tell us, Naughty Dog, that your path forward was you were at a crossroad and you had two ways to choose: to support single player or become a live service developer. I call bullshit. You didn't have a choice. Sony didn't give you a choice. Because if they did, I would imagine, because Sony is great, right? I would imagine Oh, because Sony believes in growing their companies organically, right? That's what they believe. Oh, passion. Oh man, artistic creativity. Oh man, we believe in what we do over here. Great games. You believe in your own first-party studio so much that you don't give them support to make a live service game that's probably going to be your most successful live service game, because the game and the show have both been extremely successful, although you treaded the same water in the show as you did the game? If that doesn't tell me you had a foolproof strategy, I don't know what does. But Sony, and this has been a consistent theme with them, PlayStation, has no clue on how to facilitate online gaming. Point blank, period. If it is not third party, they don't give a damn. And their player base, this is what bothers me the most about it. Their player base doesn't care either. Matter of fact, they will defend it. You know, all that I've seen since factions that say, since they've said we decided to do single player games to continue to do what we're good at, although we made multiplayer before, and now it's some big old thing that it didn't need to be. Oh yeah, I mean, we could have when we remade The Last of Us Part 1 and we put it on PlayStation 5. Oh man, it was just way too hard to bring over the multiplayer from the first game that we took out for the remake, because we're making this whole big project, although we haven't grown a community of people enough to believe in our live service element of this game. In what galaxy does any of that make sense? In what galaxy can people literally question the things that Xbox have been doing? Xbox could have 5 studios right now. We could still only be depending on Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza have leagues better service on a multiplayer standpoint and story, since it's too hard for you, Sony. And they've been doing it consistently since at least 2001. Shout out to Halo. Shout out to Gears. Shout out to Forza that have facilitated this live service element. Shout out to Xbox for continuously believing in the live service element, in the multiplayer element of gaming. Because to be quite frank, they're the only ones in the industry outside of PC who have made sure that we as gamers had the best of both worlds. Was it perfect all the time? No, but that's the thing about multiplayer gaming. It doesn't have to be perfect. Baldur's Gate just got done. They just won all these awards this year, and they made a game with the community for 3 years. How does this not make sense? Sony, I thought y'all were smart. I thought y'all had integrity. I thought y'all had passion. I thought y'all had ingenuity. I ain't seen no form of ingenuity since the OG Last of Us. Because that had multiplayer. That had something that had some inkling of what they believed in. And then you led players on for years. And now you come out and say that the game is canceled? Look, in the scope of things, is this the end of days? Am I so upset? And I'm going to be steaming about this. Am I real? Behind the scenes? No. It's disappointing. It's upsetting.
Retiring? It's no longer going to game.
I'm just going to give up on all games, man. Last of Us canceled. I don't want to play any games anymore, man. Pong, I know we were going to play World War Z, but that's just going to make me think about Last of Us. I can't deal with it anymore, man. I'm going to have to go to a psychiatrist. I'm just going to have to figure out. God. I'm going to have to send Sony a bill because, I have become mentally unstable now. Yeah. Because of this. No, but to be serious, And I mean, I'm being serious, but I'm being playful there. But to get back on it, to me, this is extremely embarrassing for PlayStation. And again, I get if people don't see it as that way. I get that I may be one of the few that thought that the multiplayer was good and that they had something there and that they really could have built something amazing that really would have helped PlayStation, especially in this game as a service push that they're trying to create. But I have to reiterate the point that nobody asked for you to make this widely creative and massive thing that it didn't need to be.
Correct.
Sony was never.
The community was asking for.
You should. How was there not conversation internally? This tells me there's a lack of vision and why I have no faith in Sony moving forward, at least in the PlayStation division. Point blank, I don't. There is literally no other game that will cause me to buy a PlayStation currently. None. I don't care what comes out. I'll wait for it to come to PC.
Would you steal, depending on how it turns out, but there is now part of the Insomniac leak that they are doing a Into the Spider-Verse multiplayer.
I don't give a damn.
For Spider-Man.
I'm not buying a PlayStation for it.
Okay.
I'll buy it on PC.
Enough.
I'm not.
Fair enough.
I am not. I have literally no reason to buy a PlayStation anymore. Spider-Man.
Sure.
I love Spider-Man. I do.
I mean, that argument can be used for Xbox.
And sure, it can.
It can be.
But that is why, and that's why I'm always interested to hear people's opinions where they're coming from that.
Yeah.
And most of the time, what I tend to hear is more so the single player side of things. Hey, they don't have the games that I'm looking for. I'm not really the multiplayer dude. It's not really much that I have over here. And again, your library is your library. Wherever you're at is where you're at. But there's not a single game on PlayStation right now that anybody could bring up that would be like, yeah, I need to get a PlayStation to play that. But again, I know I'm also weird. And I could be weird in that. Again, the thing that got me to buy a PlayStation 4 was Gundam Breaker 3. Most of y'all probably don't even know what that is. If you're familiar with Gundam, then great. But it's a game, I had to get that game imported. So it's like my reasons for getting a console and your reasons for getting a console, of course, are going to be different. And there's always going to be nuances in it. But my nuances don't just stay in this generation. My nuances have been a consistent problem since the PlayStation 2. Since the PlayStation 2, especially towards the end of the generation, more so PlayStation 3, Sony and PlayStation have deliberately let their audience know that they do not have a fucking clue what to do when it comes to multiplayer gaming. And you wonder why you have an ecosystem of people that you cannot retain. You wonder why you have an ecosystem of people that are not buying software. You wonder why you have an ecosystem of people who only want to play your single player experiences because when you do multiplayer, you do it half-ass. I do not get this shit is beyond me, bro. Like, the concept of, oh, we worked on it for X amount of time. It was in a good place, this, that, and the other thing. No, you don't even change the expectation and say, you know what? With The Last of Us Part 2 remake, we're going to be bringing it to PC, PlayStation 5, and, you know, it was going to be this grandiose project, but instead, it's just going to be a Part 2 of what the first game had. No, you literally don't give a fuck. That's what you deliberately told us. You said that the game is canceled. You had a choice. You couldn't move forward you had to pick because your publisher forced you to pick. And if PlayStation, if Naughty Dog stepped back and they literally made the choice to only stick to their single player games, Naughty Dog's not as good as you thought they were. They already made multiplayer before. They had a good base. PlayStation, when do you step in? I thought PlayStation was the home of quality. I thought PlayStation was the home of quality assurance, right? Oh, they look at their projects. They make sure that it's in the best condition possible at all times. The things that happen at Xbox, oh, that doesn't happen at Sony.
Well, people have been arguing still that that's better that they canceled it so that this game didn't come out and flop. So there are people out there suggesting that this is a part of the QA,
but
that they looked at it.
This is your highest quality game as a service game.
I get it still.
I'm just saying that people the project was so big that there is literally nothing that you can salvage from it. You would rather just get rid of it, and then to tell them, then to say, "Oh, well, we don't have a big enough team to support both." But you're putting out remasters and remakes of games that just came out 3 years ago.
That's where my biggest problem. That's why I call BS on this deal. Naughty Dog is their biggest studio size-wise, too, first party. Naughty Dog is their biggest and brightest studio. Again, many would argue Insomniac is their best studio, and I'm here for that. I will hear you on that. But if your biggest and best studio overall size can't handle a games of service, what does that say about the rest of your studios, first party wise? What does that say about the rest of your studios? So then you're going to be reliant on something like Haven, a small studio that you picked up that can solely focus on their games as a service, and that's all they're going to build. But that means that you can't take some of your best talent, Steel, and create a game because you've got to make it so big that your biggest studio claims that they can't handle it. That's mismanagement. That is 100% mismanagement. That is poor decision making. There is no way that people, again, I don't run billion-million-dollar companies, but there is no way you've got a boardroom full of these leaders that, again, games as a service is not a new genre. They have 1,000 examples out there, Steel, from all these other companies about what it takes to make a successful games as a service in this day and age. There is no way they ignored all of that, never looked elsewhere, and just thought they were creating a brand new genre by themselves and totally didn't know what they were getting into. That's why I call BS on this whole thing. There's no way you did not know that as being some of the best and brightest in this industry, supposedly, that you didn't know this from the beginning. And that you came up with some unwieldy monster-like game that you looked at and said, we're going to need like 1,500 people on this thing full time. There's no way we can do this. I call BS. Otherwise, it's the worst case of mismanagement in history. I think Sony got scared. I think that PlayStation heads looked at this and said, this is too big of a risk. We're not going to tarnish our name. We've talked about this, Steel. We've talked about this. They have boxed themselves in with this whole narrative that they have formed around their popularity. And again, credit where credit's due. They became the most popular brand by doing a lot of this. They became the premium experience. They became the champions of high 80 to 90s Metacritic being the only games worth playing. And now, knowing full well that in games as a service, in big multiplayer games, you're not always going to get those scores out the gate. Your game is not always going to show up and be the premium experience. That a lot of this stuff takes time to develop, that you have to put it out there. Take your hits, take your knocks, and then build off of that and fix the game and evolve it into something that suddenly becomes big, as we've seen time and time again elsewhere. Sony, PlayStation, with that name and that brand, they aren't ready to do that, Steel. I honestly don't think they're ready to do that. And again, if you're not going to invest in your biggest and brightest studio, Steel, if you're not going to invest in the studio that has led a lot of your domination in the single player experience. And I saw some people, and shout out to Fahim, and he always brings up points, acting like Naughty Dog, this is their first rodeo in multiplayer. This isn't their first rodeo. They had great multiplayers in Uncharted and in Last of Us. So yes, was this a different type of experience? Absolutely. But they've done multiplayer. So to say that your most talented devs can't turn that light back on again now that you have Bungie to advise you.
It's 2023, bro.
Come on,
what are we doing?
Come on. If you invest in it, if they were willing to invest in it, they could have built out that team. And again, it didn't have to be the biggest damn thing out the gate. That's the part that kills me here, Steel. Why did it have to be the biggest damn thing out the gate? Like you just got done saying, Steel. Even if they looked at themselves and said, yo, we're kind of getting out of our realm now. Like this is getting too big. It's going to take, why not scale back what you already had in place and launch a smaller experience, dedicate a team to that experience, slowly build out that team. Your fan base is going to be there for that game nonstop because it's one of your biggest IPs. You already have advantages lined up because it is one of the most well-known IPs from all of your studios. It is one of the most popular IPs according to people. They will stick by it and they will wait for you to build out that game. But they can't do it still. They can't do that, man. They can't.
They can't. And anybody, and I see people mentioning, because they also mentioned that, well, if Naughty Dog is going to release another game, you're going to feel the same way. I didn't buy Last of Us 2. Last of Us 2 wasn't such a great game that I need to get a PlayStation for it.
Right.
I mean, sure, the critics can feel however they want to. And yes, I am coming from a very selfish standpoint because I'm somebody that cared about I cared about factions. I cared about that multiplayer mode. And I'm saying it's one of their best service games of service games that they had potentially, because it was one of the best multiplayer experiences first party that they have on their box. That's, if you can say that, oh, well, that's just your opinion still, give me another first party online game for them then. If that's just an opinion, give me another one. If you're going to tell me, what is that racing game that they had that they tried to charge people $70 for and then made it free?
Oh, All-Star? Destruction All-Stars?
Oh, is that the game you're going to bring up in comparison to factions?
No, you can't do that. You have to go back to old Sony. You have to go back to old Sony.
Like, what are we talking about?
You have to go back to Killzones. You have to go back to SOCOMs. You have to go back to their bigger multiplayer experiences that they tried building in the past that they weren't successful at least in their eyes, they weren't successful at. But again, they gave up on all those too, right? They gave up on all of it still to focus solely on single player. But again, Naughty Dog did introduce multiplayer to multiple, to Uncharted and to The Last of Us. And while not wildly successful by any stretch of the imagination, it had popularity. It added to that single player experience, which is exactly what Sony claims they need. So why is it that they decide that they have to have this big monstrosity of a game come out the gate instead of building off what they already had? It makes zero sense still. That is mismanagement.
And if we're looking at it, we're talking about Naughty Dog here. And if we're looking at it, if you don't want to see it as mismanagement, if you want to see it as, oh, well, they did what was best for them and this, that, and the other thing, then I'm going to have to say that there's blinders on there, because there's no other way. And again, I see people like, I saw Nick mention God of War, whatever the case, or when they made the announcement for the God of War DLC, we did it on live with fun speculation and said, damn, we were impressed by the fact that it was free. And Nick's, I don't give a damn, because he says, in my honest opinion, Marathon will be Sony's first big test in the games of service. No, it won't. That game is for the streets, even if they get it out. And I don't get how you're lost on mismanagement when you can't be lost on mismanagement, because where's factions at then? Who stepped in and said, hey, we don't need it to be this big. Hey, you know that you can grow this over time. Hey, you know that there's other games that have grown over time. Oh, hey, hello, Halo. Oh, hello, Gears. Oh, hello, Ghost Recon. Oh, hello. What are the games that I need to bring up? Y'all don't consider that mismanagement?
If you spend 5 to 9 years on a product and production, and you come out and admit that it got too big and unwieldy for the team that you had developing it,
so
what else can you blame it on?
So the first game, they came with two things. Came with a single player and it came with a multiplayer, right? Why didn't the second game come with that? That was okay though, right? But Halo needs to have everything day one, right? Okay.
Yep.
And then again, you re-release it. Part 1, no multiplayer. Nobody said anything. It was okay. It's the same game. But it's okay. They left out the multiplayer. I'll still pay $70 for it. Oh, but that's okay. But Gears has to do everything right day one, right? Oh, if the Nasher doesn't feel just right, it's a problem, right?
Correct.
Oh, what about the crafting system inside of factions? Are they going to improve on that? Oh, what about the gunplay in factions? Oh, were they going to improve on that? Oh, couldn't they have just done those things? And again, I'm not a game dev. And devs, you are fair to decide what you feel is more important to you or not.
Of course.
The perspective that I'm coming from is a disappointed perspective, because I was somebody that was looking extremely forward to Sony's multiplayer mode that I personally believe had the best potential out of all the other games that they could put out right now as a game as a service element, because of how well the IP and how well Sony has grown the IP. Because back in the day, factions didn't get that recognition because Last of Us wasn't what it is today. It has more eyes on it than it did then.
Yeah.
But again, then if you already have a fan base, the louder minority probably tell you that, hey, we like single player games, or probably more so their majority, because the minority is the ones that are saying that they wanted this because it was an add-on, something that kept you in the experience. I thought that's what we were going for. I don't care what their vision is, but how can you grow a vision? How can you become better at games as a service if you don't try? The reason why we give Xbox the flack that they get for live service games is because they have been consistently trying. And when Halo has a down period or whatever, or whichever the case may be, we can speak exactly to what the issues are because of Halo's expectation.
Mm-hmm.
But again, certain games get a pass in comparison to other games.
Certain studios
Get a pass. Certain studios also. My entire point with this thing, and nobody has to agree, it's cool. No. I feel like it's a missed opportunity and a demonstration that Sony is lost, that PlayStation is lost.
They aren't ready still.
We are in 2023, and one of your top first-party IPs you said wasn't good enough on a multiplayer standpoint that has the most name recognition.
Or didn't even say that it wasn't good enough, Steele, because that statement.
No, they did say it was good enough.
Well, Bungie might have said that wasn't good enough, but Naughty Dog's statement says it was good enough. They just couldn't support it. They didn't have the resources to support it.
I thought when you can't support something that maybe somebody, a publisher, is supposed to come in and say, hey, we believe in your vision. We believe in you as a studio. We saw what you guys did before. Here's a couple, 50 to 100 people. Let them work on this experience, plan to release it. How come there wasn't guess what? We're going to tailor this down and make it a smaller experience. So it has to be this grandiose experience, or it doesn't exist at all.
Right. And why was PlayStation, why was Sony willing to give them 2,100 devs total to finish the single player Last of Us 2? They went out and hired so many different companies to contract out. Again, still to your point, if this vision was coming together like they say it was, this vision was a great looking vision, why couldn't you have supplemented Naughty Dog with another support studio? Why could you have not supplemented? Why could you have not gone out and gotten another studio to come in to help make more content for that game once you got it launched? That happens all the damn time in this industry. Again, they went out and over 2,100 devs worked on The Last of Us 2 single player. You're saying that a money-making games as a service that Jim Ryan himself says they need, and we have talked about it. We agree. They've got to diversify. They need streams of revenue. Are you saying that ultimately that wasn't worth it? I'm just saying you're getting mixed messages here from management. And if it is internal strife, I saw some people pointing that out. If it is internal strife, if it is a battle right now between the first party studios and that initiative that Jim Ryan put in place, again, mismanagement at the end of the day. They miscalculated what their decisions were going to do internally. If it's the Bungie situation coming in and telling people they're not good enough, then that is mismanagement. That is something that was brought in from the outside to help and is wind up causing problems. Again, these are all questions that are fair to be asked right now. I don't know why they're always fair to be asked, and we ask them here of Xbox when shit isn't going right. But why all of a sudden Sony, when it starts happening internally at Sony, it's not fair to ask. It's fair to ask. It's fair to have a conversation about. Again, this is not slander from that term. This is looking at high level stuff, going, what is going on from an armchair situation? Again, I know some people don't like that, but I love it. I want to know what's happening, and we only can guess, but we can kind of speculate on what's happening by some of the language that's being used. And again, it's a mixed message here of what's happening. And so again, that comes down to internally what's going on. Mismanagement, or are they strapped? They can't put up the resources to support something like this. They realize that. But again, then why not pare it back? Why not start smaller? Well, then that comes down to Sony's philosophy, right? And we look at their philosophy for the single player games, which are $100 million, $200 million budgets, got to be the epitome of the premium experience, or you don't get a second chance. Shout out to Days Gone. They've set this tone for themselves. That's why I say they painted themselves in this corner, Steel. But there's a lot of questions to be asked here, and it's interesting. And this is a moment where we see them shifting, and it's a perfect moment because it's one of their biggest first party studios, one of the most well-known studios in the industry. People consider it some of the most talented studio in the industry, and they just canceled one of their biggest projects they probably ever have had, trying to go this route. It's a conversation to be had, man, for sure.
And that's all, and that's my biggest point. Again, people saying that, oh, nobody expects the basketball team to go play soccer or whatever the case. Well, I guess I can't expect for any other studio outside of the studios that Xbox owns to make both, to be able to do both, to make a single player and to make multiplayer. Although my studio has history of making multiplayer games previously. Maybe they haven't traditionally stuck because I've garnered a fan base that says that they only care about single player games. So maybe that they just don't play it that often because they're unaware that it's a good experience. Oh, maybe that's the possibility. Maybe if I was at the head of Sony, if I was a Jim Ryan or Herman Holtz or somebody else that knew what the fuck was going on in the gaming industry, where I could say, hey, Naughty Dog, you know what? I understand that you want to make this grand thing. Maybe that's something you work on in the background. But right now, the first game had this. Let's make sure the second game has it too. And it can release at some point soon or eventually. Because anywhere between 5 to 9 years to say that you've been working on a multiplayer game in the background just to say that it's been canceled.
Yeah.
And you expect from me to have faith now that Bungie's a part of it, even though Bungie has the same damn problems? Bungie is the most inconsistent, but consistent at getting your money out of those pockets for you. Ooh, they're ready. Man. They're ready for you to spend ducats.
We went through that, man. We went through that with 343, and we were right on a lot of our speculation, obviously, as how things turned out, right? Mm-hmm. Hindsight being 2020, but when we were speculating on it, people were telling us we're crazy, that we shouldn't say that stuff because it wasn't true. Well, it turned out to be true internally. Obviously, Phil and the top brass at Xbox agreed that there needed to be massive changes within 343 because things weren't running right. But we also said, Steel, during that entire time, never count Halo out. Never deny that franchise and what it could be if they get their shit together, if Forge comes out right, if they can start putting out content, that'll have a turnaround. Guess what? It's having a resurgence, a renaissance right now as we speak. Halo is in its best place multiplayer wise that it's ever been. Now, single player wise, that whole team's gone and they're not making single player content. But again, the multiplayer side is fixed. It seems like they got a good track going and people are coming back in droves to play that game. That's something Sony has to learn how to do because they haven't done it in so long. It's been so long since they focused on multiplayer, but you have to start in order to start learning. You have to have a point of, hey, we're going to do this thing. We're going to take our lumps. We're going to learn from the experience, but we're going to try to grow something out of one of our biggest IPs. Again, the advantages were in their corner with this one in particular. It's not a brand new IP from an unknown studio like Haven is doing, right?
It's getting more attention than ever.
Right. It has the potential there built in to do something, and you got to use that to your advantage from our perspective. And they're not doing that. And Decato's absolutely correct in saying that the Sony's biggest enemy right now is time because of how this industry is evolving and changing. And we talked about that too, Steel. They are so far behind. We've talked about this. When we've talked about them being desperate, That's why I said it's the truth. They are desperate, but you can't be paralyzed by fear of jumping in. When you're desperate, you have to make a move. And you're right. The time is not on their side because of how this industry ebbs and flows and because of the changes that are happening. Haven's game as an extraction shooter might be too late to the party, folks. It might be too late to the party unless Haven does something crazy and really brings a new mechanic or brings a new feel like the finals just did that Steele was talking about earlier. Unless they have some kind of hook, they might be too late to the party. And we might be looking at another not successful game coming out. Again, Jim set up 10 to 12 because he only knew that 1 or 2 were going to hit. He said that himself publicly. That's what we talked about in the beginning, but they've already canceled, depending on how you look at it, 4 to 6. Up to half of the games that they had planned as a games as a service initiative have already been killed before they even got out to the public. Bro, that's tough, bro. That's giving yourself no chance. As you cut those out, the percentages go down that you're going to find success in this genre. And that's a bigger problem because is Sony now just wasting time and money and resources, and they're already spread thin with VR2, with their, they're making movies which are successful or TV shows off of their IP, which is successful, but they're spreading themselves thin amongst all these different places. And if you're cutting projects before they even have a chance to make you anything, could that be a good decision? Sure. If it's obvious that it's going to be a failure, obviously there's no reason to put it out there if you're not willing to invest and grow it out. But at the same time, if you cut too many and there was 1 or 2 in there that were going to be your success because you could have built those out, well, then you're already cutting your nose off to spite your face, and you're never giving yourself a shot.
And that's my biggest thing, man, that I'm speaking to. It's more so the disappointment for me. Again, it's definitely a personal thing. If you don't see value in it, then I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to the people who do see value in it. I'm speaking to the people who do want to see the perspective that I'm coming from. I don't care what Sony does or doesn't do. I personally as a gamer, have to find value in the things that I find value in. I, as a gamer, don't believe in just owning things to not play them or to just have them. That just doesn't make sense to me. I, as a gamer, do expect more typically from my games. Instead of graphics, let me get more detail. I talk about that all the time. And it doesn't make any sense to me, at least, that just because you're good at making single player games, that you cannot also make other things alongside it. And nobody asks, again, you can't say that, oh, well, they looked at the numbers and they found out that it wasn't going to be worth it. Then why did you expand the game and make it become something bigger than what it was? If you looked at the numbers and saw that it's not worth it's just you might as well cancel it. Both things can't be true in that sentence. So which one is it? Did the numbers prove that they should expand the game out, or did the numbers prove that they shouldn't? And if the numbers prove that they shouldn't, then why did they do it? Just because they felt like it? Oh, they were bored. So they were bored, but they made remakes and remasters. But they're bored though. They're bored, but we're getting Last of Us Part 2 probably on PC here soon. But they're bored, right? Oh, we want to work on this other game that we got going on. But you're bored? Or maybe you're too busy? Although you already had a baseline for something that you could have expanded on? Is it the PlayStation 3's fault? Look, I get, those I get it, man. Maybe it was the PS3's fault. I know it's hard to emulate that. Maybe you couldn't get the code back. Maybe you had to make it brand new and fresh. Maybe that's what it is, Pong. The code did it. They couldn't get the code back, so that's why Factions couldn't be what it was. They had to relearn how to make Last of Us again, although they released Last of Us Part 2. Maybe I'm smoking something. Maybe
I'm sure things, right, Steele?
I'm just saying. Maybe I was on too much copium. Maybe I had too much hopium, if anything. I believed in too many things. I expected more, and I'm not going to get now the one of the most anticipated games for me that I was excited for
right
in this last decade.
Absolutely. And again, I want them to try Steel, because if they do find some success, there are chances they bring back some of that older IP that we talk about all the time, right? There's a chance that they take a risk on bringing back a SOCOM, right? Or a Resistance Fall of Man, or even a Killzone, and they attempt to do something with it again. Yeah, no problem. So that's for me, because again, you guys all know, anybody who's been with us for, any period of time know how Steel and I roll. We want all these companies to succeed. I don't want anybody to fail. And Sony, again, is succeeding. They're selling consoles like crazy right now. They're outselling the competition, their competition, in their eyes, by massive amounts. So there's no doubt the hardware itself is still pushing. That popularity isn't waning just because of these things happening, right? We look at things differently because we're so ingrained in this industry with how we pay attention, and our passion, our interest level is much different than the masses, right? So we see this stuff, we talk about this stuff, and we have thoughts on it, whereas most people, gamers wise, don't. They see what their friends are playing, they go buy it. Again, it's all pretty much based upon third-party stuff. Some first-party stuff, like Spiderman, is obviously a big deal to a lot of people out there in the world, but for the most part, it's the third-party stuff. It's the friends. Where are you playing at? Where am I going to hook up with? Again, and all that kind of stuff. And that's PlayStation. PlayStation still captured that part of it. Xbox is moving in a completely different direction in our eyes. Again, you can agree to disagree, whatever and we might talk about that here, because there's been some smoke this week about what Xbox is looking at doing down the road here shortly. But from a PlayStation standpoint, they're still wildly successful when it comes to the hardware. They've seen some good hits with their software, but they've also seen some dips in their software sale. And now you hear more Sony execs, more PlayStation execs over the past couple of years talking about engagement. You see them come out with something like the PlayStation Portal, which they admitted was to get engagement up. They want to keep people in their ecosystem longer, which is something that Xbox is doing very, very well, even despite maybe not matching the console sales. The fact that Xbox is out there and available to people anywhere they want to be, the ecosystem itself. And the fact is that they got big games and games as a service games and games that engage people for longer than most people do with the single player games over on Sony. That's working for them. And Sony wants a piece of that. Make no mistake about it. Sony is looking at Xbox and trying to copy a lot of what they do, or iterate on what they do, to get that same kind of engagement from their audience. And that is a testament to what Xbox has been talking about for a very long time. As much as a lot of people like to say, oh, Xbox third place, they got nothing to say, they got nothing to show, there's nothing that PlayStation can take from Xbox. Bullshit. This industry is built off of copy. It's always been that way, generation to generation. People have taken from others to make their own ecosystem better, or their own box better, or whatever the case may be. It always happens. And PlayStation right now, while still technically kings in the console world between Xbox and PlayStation, right? Obviously, that's the case. There are things that they are missing, that they have publicly stated they are missing, and they need to diversify that lineup. And that's the stuff that we will continue to talk about here. And I don't think it's, again, it's not slander here. We're not here bashing Sony. Factions to The Last of Us Online, whatever you want to call it, from one of their biggest first party devs, had the potential to be something really good to great. It had the potential and advantages that you don't get all the time when you're trying to launch new IP off the ground from unknown studios. Yeah. That's the stuff that really, from my perspective, as somebody who never had any connection to factions whatsoever, I look at and go, God damn it, why'd you throw that away, Sony? Why? Again, I don't make those decisions. I don't know shit. I'm not a developer, but just from the outside, as a gamer who's been here for 40 plus years, looking at successes and failures time and time again throughout the industry, I just look at Sony and go, you just don't get those advantages every day. And I just can't believe they threw this one away without trying something. Even if it wasn't what that big vision became, give us something out of this and let's see where it goes. And you give your devs and your studios a chance to build out on that success. And maybe that's your pot of gold. It boggles my mind how sometimes it's seemingly, and again, we don't know all the numbers. We don't get to see all the facts. We don't see all the internal communications. We don't know if there's internal fighting going on right now for sure. We know none of that stuff. But just at a base level of common sense, I just saw a lot of potential in this game. And to see it just thrown away after all this time, even as just a straight gamer, I hate seeing games disappear. Right? I hate games that are canceled that become vaporware. Some certainly you can look at and go, ooh, yeah, that never had, that should have been vaporware. The day before should have been vaporware ultimately, right? There's a scam from the beginning. That should be vaporware. But things like Scalebound, I saw potential in Scalebound. I would love to see that game come out and see what could have been done with it or what it finally would have been.
Yeah.
So the same goes here. Even if it's not something I'm interested in, I still, as a gamer and is wanting these companies to do things, I look at Sony and go, fuck, you do need some multiplayer. Man, this game could have been something. You could have really had something there because I do like The Last of Us. Again, only one exists for me because The Last of Us 2 is a story I don't ever want to play or have interest in at all because I've watched it all and I have zero interest. I hate that game. I hate for what the story is. Even if the gameplay is glorious as people describe it, I don't have any interest in it. But The Last of Us 1 is one of my goats. It's probably top 20 for me, for sure, all time. I love The Last of Us 1. Played through it multiple times. But I saw something here, and it's just really disappointing to watch this go and thrown away. Like, hey, no, we're just not going to do anything with it.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's weird to me. But again, that's how I feel about factions. That's how I feel about what's going on with it. It's extremely weird and disappointing to me. I think it does definitely at least open up a conversation for other things, because when things like this happen to either Xbox, Nintendo, mostly Xbox, people question it, right? So I think it's fair for us to question this. I think it's fair to have some criticisms and to have some to feel uncomfortable at least with what's going on, especially when you're a fan of gaming. You just wanted to have a reason to be invested in that ecosystem, and now that reason that you were looking for is no longer your main reason. So
Gene, yeah, we did that last night on Xbox Ultimate, obviously. And again, we're non-console centric here. We talk about all things here, no matter what. Even if Steele and I are an investor, we'll talk about everything. We talk about it as from the big picture. So we try to do that here. But Xbox Ultimate, we did have a long segment on factions. The difference between the PlayStation side of things and many of those fanatics over there that have their own podcast, they consistently talk about Xbox nonstop.
I mean, we literally spent 2 hours of the show talking about the games that we've played.
Oh, yeah. You know, and I don't think he's talking about here, but Xbox Ultimate, where that is an Xbox focused show.
It's an Xbox.
I laughed about it last night too. I said, really, we're gonna do the Sony talk tonight. The difference between the two, because I know you just said it's hypocritical. And I'm not going to speak for everybody because I don't, again, it's not everybody's in the same boat. The shows that I'm a part of that are Xbox centric, right? If we touch on a Sony subject, that's a rare occurrence that we take any time with it. Whereas the Sony PlayStation podcast, the focused ones, not all of them either, right? There's some Sony podcasts that strictly talk about Sony over there, the PlayStation side of things, which they should. But the fanaticals, man, they nonstop talk Xbox. It's every podcast for them. They got to talk about what Xbox isn't doing, how they're failing, they never talk about the PlayStation side or lightly touch on the PlayStation side. So that's the difference, is the amount of time spent over there on Xbox versus PlayStation is dramatically different than the Xbox side, at least the ones that I know about. The Xbox centric shows, sure, they'll touch on PlayStation from time to time when there's a big subject, but other than that, they spend most of their time talking about Xbox and what Xbox can do. That's why you saw the uproar in the Xbox community for a while there, when a lot of our shows were being critical of Xbox, and a lot of the Xbox fanatics didn't like it. But that's what we were doing. We were actually talking and discussing and questioning what Xbox was doing and some of the things that were going wrong, while also pointing out the good stuff that was going on too. But that's what I would say is the difference there, MG, between the two. But I hear you. It is weird.
I mean, it definitely is weird, but and again, this is news, right? This is something that happened this week. It's something that I'm passionate about. And of course, I'm going to bring my passion here to the show because what we should do. And then you guys are more than fair to criticize that or have discussion or whatever the case. You can completely disagree with me. I mean, that's what it's about. That's why we do tend to keep the energy across the board pretty much the same. That's why me and Pong do typically get the me and Pong and some others, especially when we have these more non-console centric show, do get labeled as fake neutrals, right? You say you're neutral, but you're always doing this for Xbox, and it's like, well, I mean, no, I can't help the things that I like, and we've always been honest about the things that we like, and if everybody's going to have some form of a bias, but when we say that we're non-console centric, that literally leaves the door open for us to talk about whatever, whether it be PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo. We can't help that Xbox continuously puts themselves in the conversation. They're vocal. That's always been a thing for them. They're going to get talked about, and I don't blame the PlayStation shows talking about them because they always have something to talk about. What is weird to me, though, is that you go on certain shows and they don't have PlayStation focused content or Nintendo focused content. And if they do, please point them out to me, because the people that I listen to, somehow it turns into PlayStation is better than Xbox kind of thing. And it's just like, okay, well, I don't really see the subjectivity in that, but I hear where you're coming from. But what reasons are you giving me? And again, you talk about certain games, and if those games are for those people, then great, man. That's what it's about. MG says, I go on Boom's channel and say these same things, and I go on timeout. I mean, and again, but Boom is more focused towards Xbox. He is. And not everybody, just the same thing that people say about Knicks. Yeah, people block Knicks or whatever, there's people who don't agree with everything that everybody says. I don't care. As long as y'all are respectable, as long as y'all can say, Steel, I disagree with what you're saying, but I hear you. That's all that it's about. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to believe what I'm saying. I'm here to have a conversation about something that I was passionate about, something that I loved, that I wanted to see, that I was extremely excited for. And I personally had a feeling, like Factions, that it was going to be something special for that community. It was going to help grow a base in an era where the IP is seeing more success than it ever has before. I like The Last of Us, man. I like the TV show. I don't like the fact that they canceled the multiplayer. No. So, but that's it. I mean, that's how I feel. That's how I feel about it, man. It is what it is. I know that was pretty long and drawn out, but hopefully you guys enjoyed it, man. That was my rant about that.
As we've been talking here, I'm selling another copy of Midnight Suns, by the way.
Oh, are you really?
Because it's back on sale again. Shout out to Relic. He's a good dude from Canada.
Shout out to Relic.
Yeah, Relic's cool, good. But he put out on X and asked, Legendary Edition's on sale for 70%. Is a big XCOM fan.
You
kind of worried. I'm kind of worried about the card system again, something that Mav and I went through where we were off the train, and because we didn't like the card system, we wanted more of an XCOM game. So I had to tell him, no, go get this game, buy it, don't look back. 70% off the Legendary. It's worth it. You will love it as an XCOM fan. And I said, if you need more, shout out to Lord Cognito, who marketed this game more than 2K. And Cog came in and said, preach it, Pog. Welcome to the family. So just selling another copy. Again, gamer at heart here, man. I love to see people jump in and try new stuff. So Legendary Edition, Midnight Suns, 70% off right now. If you haven't grabbed it, if you hesitated on it because of the card system, just go do it. Go do it. Again, as a non-superhero, don't care much about superheroes, fell in love with this game. Game's great. Plus, it's got Blade in it.
Yeah. I mean,
there you go. It's got relationships in it. You can do a little dating sim action, a little friendship sim action. On top of all of it, it's crazy. It's fun. It's a great game. Go get Midnight Suns at 70% off. The Legendary Edition is worth it for the extra characters, including one of my favorite X-Men, Storm, of course.
Shout out to Storm. But on the positive side of things, Sony did release the God of War DLC. I've seen a lot of people having fun with it. I was actually entertained by some of the gameplay that I've seen, and especially the ending that they have to it. So I'm not gonna give you any spoilers for what I know, but that's dope. I'm glad that Sony released some additional content to get people to come back and to play God of War. I mean, again, that's what it's about. I know not everybody likes the roguelite elements of everything. I do think that it's kind of weird that they chose to go that route, but I'm all for it, right? That's something that I would have potentially even played, because it would have been just an additional mode for me to play. That's something that I asked from Spider-Man, right? Give me a roguelite mode and like something like Spider-Man. Also, that I think that would be really cool. Again, Batman did these things. It's just, for me, it's just like I speak to the detail in games. I want the gaming industry to fucking look at itself sometimes. It's like we walk around and certain people are doing things and they all act like these developers, like they got their blinders on. I didn't even know a game like that could be made. I didn't know those things existed. And then you don't incorporate that in this game. Again, just expect a little bit more from your content. Want to spend some time in these worlds, because gaming is art and should be treated as such. So, there's Yobi says, live a split screen. Midnight Suns isn't my type of game at all, Pong. Lemon, K-Mega, and Carl convinced me to buy it a while back. Loved it. Gonna do another playthrough.
Nice. Exactly. That's what a lot of people have turned into. And I was going to say on your last part there too, Steel, again, there's been a split with the PlayStation community to the hardcores, because I did see some people finally start speaking out about this week too. So credit where credit's due. Yeah. Oh no, there's been a definite split. There are some people who are not just simply going, oh, I'm happy because they can go focus on the single player. That's all I want from Naughty Dog anyways. There's a lot of that nonsense out there. But the fact is, there's others that are questioning now and calling this out and saying, what are you guys doing? This is crazy. You guys got time for all these remasters and remakes. Why can't you put effort into creating a multiplayer experience? And I saw some people, and this is a valid point and something we talked about, Steel, as you were just talking about, like Spider-Man in giving us co-op and the new God of War Valhalla DLC, which is free. Again, I gave them props and flowers for that. That's massive that they offer.
Yeah, it's dope.
Free.
I thought they were
awesome.
That's a $10-15 DLC.
Yeah, but they also for sure, it would have been worth it from what people are saying and showing, because I've seen people posting play. If I had God of War, I'd certainly hop into this. This is really a cool freaking setup, man. I love roguelikes, and I think it's a cool setup. I would have paid $10, $20 for that.
Well, you got to beat the game first, though, I think.
Yeah, you do. But the Last of Us Part 2 did get, they're coming out with their new, horde mode, right, Steel? But I did see some of the community, and rightfully so, and we talked about this specifically. Why not make that co-op? Again, there's just little things that you could introduce. Why not make that a co-op experience? Start introducing, you've got these perfect little modes. If you want to do this, that's great, because you're increasing your engagement. That's exactly what you need. You're bringing people back to these single player games. That's exactly what you've been missing. It's exactly what you're talking about. Are these going to be the longest running modes? Of course not. No, I mean, but you're getting more time from these people in your ecosystem. But why not introduce a co-op mode? Again, Naughty Dogs they're not new to this. They've done multiplayer. How hard would it have been for them to have that as a co-op? I'm not even talking 4-player co-op. Just give them 2-player co-op, so one person and their buddy can go play the horde mode in The Last of Us. That's totally cool. We know what horde modes can be. Steel Gears freaking blew the doors off horde mode back in the day. It can be a great experience. Just introduce that stuff in these spots with some of your biggest IP where you can. I just saying these are missed opportunities from my point of view, my opinion. If you guys disagree. But from my opinion, these are the little things that I just think Sony should be doing, that they should look at and go, yeah, we can do that. Let's just add a co-op in there. If we're going to go this route, we're going to add this mode. If we're going to take time to do this, let's add co-op. Give them that experience a little bit. Introduce them to that, which not a lot of your games have had in the past. That's all I'm saying.
No, 100% agree. So you guys are talking about the Wolverine leaks in there. Those did go out this week. There was some fake ones that were pulled straight directly out of UE5 itself. But then there were some other ones that looked a little bit more official. There was another hack this week to Insomniac this time around, apparently. I wish everybody the best. Hopefully no extreme personal information went out. It's always a bad situation to be in. Again, hacking isn't new, but it seems to be consistent. for them, and I hope they start taking that much more seriously. But yeah, man, I mean, Wolverine, I mean, looking like it's a behind an over the shoulder type style game. Some people were expecting it to be more so in the vein of Spider-Man. I do still hope that it is in that vein, because I thought that they were building a universe. So that's going to be kind of weird to see if you make it too different. How are you going to eventually combine the two? I don't know. Maybe they aren't going to combine it. I mean, Sony has a hard time combining anything else. You see how many times they rebooted Spider-Man, mostly because they've had to, but they've also can't seem to tell a consistent story, although they have comic books to follow. Shout out to Venom, although I thought it was okay. So yeah, man, I mean, Wolverine, I'm definitely anticipating the game being gory, over the top, everything that a Wolverine game would need to be. I do hope that the first engagement for that Wolverine game does lead them down the path of Wolverine fighting Hulk at some point. Maybe he fights Sabretooth in the beginning. Maybe even just treading the path of the Wolverine movie that Hugh Jackman starred in back in the day. I think that would even be cool if they did some of that, where it told his backstory, where he came from, you playing through those scenarios. Again, we also have a Wolverine game from back in the day that you can pull from. But just like you did with Spider-Man, I want to see you put your own spin on that and it really be something special. Well, I mean, how are you feeling about what you've seen from Wolverine up to this point? Do you have any reason to doubt Insomniac or to disbelieve that they're not going to go the mature direction, or what do you think?
No, I mean, flat out, I think they've already publicly stated they're going the mature route. I think they know better. There's no way you can make a Wolverine game.
Done.
I mean, I guess you could if you took it like some crazy, really cartoony way, but they're obviously going for a more realistic look. Again, the leak, the one or two leak screenshots were legit. There was other screenshots rolling around out there that were from an Unreal Engine 5 demo that somebody put together, saying this is what Wolverine could look like in Unreal Engine 5. People were running with that, but the ones that I saw, that the one or two that I saw that were legit, they were obviously terrible screenshots. They looked like crap. If they are going more the God of War route, I definitely think that could add to the visceral experience if they
make it more personal,
dive deep into that, to the bloody aspect, to dismemberment, to, really Wolverine at his most animalistic level, right, which he can be,
especially
yeah. So I think that's a cool perspective if they're going to go that route. It also might align with some of the stuff we heard, where it's obviously traversal wise in Spider-Man, obviously that's a huge part. You give them big open city, web wings, all that kind of shit. Like, that's a huge part that everybody talks about is traversal. Obviously Wolverine, he's ground based. He's gonna be like that, right? He's ground based. So you're gonna have probably more confined areas. It's not going to be some big massive world. So you're going to talk about that experience that is more in line with a God of War or whatever the case may be. And I think that taking that route, if this is a true representation of what we're going to see, I saw that they were going heavy details. I like the detailing that you could pull. Again, terrible screenshots, but it looked like they're going for detailed models. Obviously, again, as I just said, the up close and personal camera view, if they're going to go slice and dice, that's what I want to see. That's going to be damn cool. So let's go. I have all the faith in the world in Insomniac. And again, leaks suck, hacks suck. I know, again, this game industry acts like they're the only people that are ever affected by this shit. I don't know why. Again, no matter what we're talking about, the outcry, like they're the only industry that ever gets hit with this shit, is just so weird to me. They live in a different world sometimes, I think, some of these devs. But the fact is, it does suck. It sucks for the devs. Obviously, as somebody who likes leaks, somebody who definitely will go look at them. I don't care about spoilers. Like, for me, it's Christmas, so I always want to take a look and see. You couldn't make much out of this. Hopefully they get that situation resolved, though. There's definitely been more than one hack going on over at Sony. Got to get your security right, guys. I don't know what you're doing over there. Got to get that security tightened up a little bit. Again, hacks happen all the time. Microsoft's been hacked. Everybody's been hacked. But you got to tighten it up a little bit, because it seems like it's happening to you guys. We had the Rockstar leaks, from GTA, a year and a half ago or whatever it was too. It's going to continue to happen. it's the entertainment industry, and obviously video games are going to be a prime target because it's easy for the hackers to obviously pull a lot of different information when they do get in and ask for exorbitant prices. Again, the kid that did the GTA hack got caught, and he said he'll be back when he gets out of jail, and he'll do it again. So this is the mentality of hackers. They're going to be around. It's going to happen. But I have the utmost faith in Insomniac, and Wolverine is one of the characters that obviously he's not my favorite out of the X-Men, but obviously he's one of the most popular. I can't wait to see what they do with him. It might be a game, I have to get, we'll see when it finally launches. Who knows? Will I buy a PS5 just for Wolverine? No. Will I wait for PC version? Of course I will, but I can't wait to see what they do with them because it is cool to see them go the violent route with Wolverine. I can't wait to see what they pull out in 2025 is when I imagine it'll be here. But yeah, pretty cool, Steel.
Yeah, absolutely. I was still trying to figure out what's going on with my sync here. I'm gonna have to do some work to that, but I'm gonna spend my day doing that today. But it's fine. The only other thing on that note is that Spider-Man is apparently going to get a new game plus some audio description updates, some mission replays and everything. That's coming out in early 2024 for Spider-Man 2 for those interested.
And there was also the data pull from that leak that supposedly hints that Insomniac is making Into the Spider-Verse multiplayer game as well. So for all you Spider-Man fans, guess what? You're going to be drowning if all this is true in Spider-Man. Like, they're not going to stop. So I think there's going to eventually become a point where it's overload, but maybe not. Maybe I'll be proved wrong. Maybe the Spider-Man fans will continue to just buy all this stuff. But the fact that they potentially, grain of salt, could be working on a multiplayer Spider-Man game makes all the sense in the world. Something Steele and I said should have been in Spider-Man 2 as a co-op mode. Obviously, it just makes a ton of sense. And if they're going to use the Spider-Verse and what that brings to the table, makes even more sense to have a multiplayer game based upon that. So cool.
It's a great opportunity. I really hope. Again, after Factions, I don't have any hope on what they're going to do as far as facilitating that. I want them to do that because I think that would be the most interesting and intriguing thing. There's so many different suits to choose from in just the Spider-Man mythos. There's so many different Spider-Man to choose from. If there's anything that the Miles Morales Spider-Verse movies have shown me, is that it's unlimited potential, right? I'm sure there might be some overlap for some people, but it's untapped potential. Do that and give us color customization.
Fahib, that's not true. So we only Sith deal in absolute, sir, and not everybody loves Spider-Man. I don't love Spider-Man. So there you go. There's one.
Yeah, I mean, G was like, I couldn't finish Spider-Man 2. I got bored. Right. I don't know. I mean, again, it is what it is. And he said he went back to play Arkham Asylum after. Yeah, I mean, the Arkham game's different, man. They're just different. They hit different. They feel different. It's just they're really good games. Hey.
Yeah, facts, Staccato. I like dark and anti-heroes too. That's why I'm excited for the Blade more than anything, because he is, and more so the movies. I never read the Blade comics. I'm not even gonna try to lie about that shit. I'd never cared about Blade until the movie came out. But the movie I saw half dozen times, the first one in the theater at least. So me and my buddies we went like for like 2 weeks straight. We went and saw Blade. Blade was one of those movies. I love Blade just as a character because he is that dark anti-hero type character. I love the Punisher. There are still some superhero characters that I do like, but generally speaking, they are dark. Obviously I like the X-Men, and what they stand for, and they're certainly not dark. But my favorite character, Jean Grey, Dark Phoenix. Yeah, I got a thing for darkness. I like Sith in video games, like movies. Yeah, I like that dark side.
Yeah, I need I need that remake for a Punisher game from back in the day. That game was fucking outstanding.
Yes.
All right.
Still, we are over 3 hours.
We are.
Are you going to do the contest? When are you going to do the contest?
Going to start doing it now. So what I wanted to start with, because again, in order for you to participate in this contest, you've got to be live in chat. So I'm going to pull the names live out of chat right at this. Well, I'm going to wait maybe a couple of additional. I'm going to wait 5 minutes here. In the next 5 minutes, you better tell your friends, better tell your mama, you better tell everybody that you know that, hey, Steel's doing a giveaway, and you got to be live in chat to be able to participate. You got to be subbed to win if you get called. And you got to be following us on Twitter or X if you have Twitter or X. Again, I know not everybody does, but you got to do at least be subbed here, and you got to be live in chat.
Oh yeah, let's do this, Steel. And Nixie, I'm so glad you come with the energy you do every week, because you bring up some of the stupid community stuff that's being brought up. Real quick, Nixie. And I don't know if you're being serious. I don't know if you're just throwing this out there to get a little energy going. That's cool too. I know how you play. Dixie said Shane Blade will be exclusive on Xbox. Like many Xbox players have said, Spider-Man is an overrated single player game that you'll finish in one weekend. The difference is that that's not all Xbox has. Just saying, man, that's the diversity. So if Xbox wants to make a couple single player one and done games like that, hop on the IP train, the comic book train, or even do something, just like a God of War or whatever the case may be. That's okay. And that's different because they got more games than just that. That's all I'm going to say about that.
And for those who are, Dixie said that's truth/sarcasm. And for those who are newer, if you're just dropping in here, look, we are giving away an Xbox Series S live. It's unopened. It's going to be getting shipped out. To start with, again, I do want to go over some of the bases. You got a few more minutes to get in the chat and say something. Say something. Because if you don't, you're not going to be able to be in this in the picker here. Say something in the chat. Say hey. Say what's up. Say whatever you need to say. But make sure that you're in chat so you can win this Xbox Series S right here live right now within the next few moments here. So I'm going to let you guys continue to gather on up, continue to hit those messages in there. I'm going to continue to get these names on in this picker, and we're going to get it rocking and rolling here. Pong, as we get ready to set that up, what was the next thing that you would like to get into on the follow-up after that long, passionate, and driven conversation that we had?
Oh my God. Why are you asking me? Why are you asking me right now, Steel? What should we get into?
Maybe we get into a little bit of Larian CEO. Swin Beck said Baldur's Gate 3 is not coming to Game Pass anytime soon.
Oh, yeah. We can talk a little Baldur's Gate 3 here. This is always a fun conversation for me. Again, as somebody who picked it up on right before they came out of early access on PC, because I couldn't wait to play it, and I knew Starfield was going to take up my time, so I wanted to get time with Baldur's Gate 3. Oh. I love Baldur's Gate 3. You guys all know this. This is a GOAT. This is the epitome of CRPGs. This is the bar setter going forward for CRPGs, a genre I love that used to be niche. Now all of a sudden everybody decides, well, not everybody, again, we don't deal in absolutes, but a lot of people decided they suddenly like, whether that was for all the weird reasons that Baldur's Gate 3 gave you to like it if you are into certain things, or whether you legitimately tried it and said, you know what, turn-based game style is not so bad, especially when it's done to a AAA quality like this. Whatever reason, Baldur's Gate 3 blew up, and obviously there's been a lot of conversations about this. But yeah, IGN did an interview and asked a stupid question and legitimately used the term dump truck. So they said, how big a dump truck full of money did Xbox try to give you to have this game in Game Pass? Just a dumb question. Again, whatever. We're always going to go down this road whenever it comes to Xbox. And to be fair, I've seen some Xbox fans out here claiming this is an L that it's not on Game Pass. Listen, again, you guys know us. I will always be for whatever games come to Game Pass. Cool with me, helps the budget out. Would I love to see Baldur's Gate 3 come to Game Pass? Absolutely, I would love that. I still think it has a chance, probably next year sometime. But not every game comes to Game Pass, and not every big game needs to come to Game Pass. There are certain games. I understand if you don't know if you're going to like this game, you'd like to see a demo at least, and Game Pass sometimes gives you that opportunity to demo a game. So I get the sentiment there, but if you're just flat out saying that it's an L because it didn't come to Game Pass, bullshit. Baldur's Gate 3 is winning all around. They are selling like crazy. They also came out, Steel, and said that
came out and thanked everybody for making Baldur's Gate #1 top paid game on Xbox, which it did hit. It hit #1 top paid. That means Xbox players are going to buy this game, which they should. Again, if you have any interest in this game, it is well worth it. It is a game of the year for a reason. That's no bullshit. The game is freaking fantastic. It should be. I'm probably going to double dip at some point on Baldur's Gate 3 because now they have cross save between PC and Xbox through the cloud. They confirm that, so I can take my PC version to my couch, which is freaking awesome because I've got whatever 60, 70 hours in on PC. So I'm all for this. Baldur's Gate 3 not coming to Game Pass, which is the setup that Steel had here, is not surprising. Again, as the smoke started happening around the Game Awards, as Larian themselves kind of got coy with some of their speak, like, hey, Xbox fans, you want to tune in to the Game Awards? I had gone from 40-60, it not coming back, or 60-40, not showing up on Game Pass, to the opposite. I was 60% sure that it might come to Game Pass during the Game Awards. I obviously was right in my initial thoughts that this game is too big. It was receiving way too many accolades. Why, as a publisher? Yes, I know Xbox gives them a big boatload up front, but maybe Xbox just that budget wise, why spend the money on the game? It would have been a big win for them in Game Pass, but maybe Larian just looked at it and said, even if they were offered money, nah, we'll take the sales. That was my initial leaning. And I said that maybe next year during a downtime, if there is a downtime next year's packed, Xbox could go back to Larian after all these sales have finally kind of dried up. They've gotten all the sales they possibly can out of it. It's like, come on over, bring it over into Game Pass. For all the people that waited out, that might be a big W for you guys next year. I could still see that happening. But again, not shocking in the grand scheme of things that a game that is this big doesn't show up in Game Pass. Elden Ring, a lot of people thought Elden Ring was going to show up in Game Pass, out the gate or shortly thereafter. It didn't. Why? Because there was no need for From Software to stop putting that game out there. It was continuing to sell. Baldur's Gate 3 is the same. It took the #1 spot in top paid as Xbox, as I stated, as it should. Not a big deal to me, Steel. I don't care. The way IGN asked this question, again, it's just stupid how they ask these questions sometimes. It's always this little snarky behavior that they have over there at IGN, that we always point out, that was pointed out heavily in the community this year, especially IGN's been on the grill nonstop for a lot of this community when it comes to the Xbox stuff. So that's all I thought about it. I'm happy they're getting sales over at Xbox. Xbox players do buy games, as much as that narrative has been running again. People fucking just so stupid. Shit's so dumb. And Baldur's Gate 3 is worth your time and money. So I will put that flat out. Again, if you're not into turn-based, no, probably not. I still think it can convert you. It has converted other people, but if you're not willing to pony up because of budget or whatever the case may be, you're not in the position where you can buy every game, then don't buy this game and just wait it out and see what happens and wait for it to go on sale or something if you really want to try it out. But for anybody else on the fence or that likes turn-based games, you pretty much, I will say this is a must buy for you. That's how good this game is. You should go play it. Larian's doing a lot of work on the back end. There was some save file problems, which is a big deal when you lose time. They've already patched that supposedly. They put out a patch this week on that, so they're fixing it. But Baldur's Gate 3 is that game that you should play. It is a game of the generation. For sure. That and Starfield this year are two games that hit that I will say are my games of the generation because they are different. They are bar setters for me personally.
Well, Pong, I believe you. I put some time into Baldur's Gate. It's not for me. I did say that if it did come into Game Pass or if it's ever gifted to me, I wouldn't mind jumping into the multiplayer experience, the co-op experience, just because I've never had any, a chance to play D&D, and I think in a co-op setting that it could be a lot of fun, us talking shit and making fun of each other and a bunch of shit like that. I think that would be really dope to see. But as far as me playing it, I just have no interest. And I'm glad that the people who are doubting it are saying, because that's the one thing, right? no matter how much the game may not be for me, I've always said since from the very beginning. Of course, I've had my ups and downs with it as far as like how I feel about it being Game of the Year and whatever.
Yeah.
But again, this is my opinions. I'm just talking and having conversation about my perspectives on things. But it'd be remiss for me to say that it is a good game. It is well worth your time if you feel like it's valuable. And yeah, man, there's that. But Pong, I don't know if the people are ready, but I think they are.
I think they are. I think they're excited still. I think they've had enough listening to us. They all came here just for the Series S, and they're all going to leave. We'll be talking to ourselves here in a few minutes.
Okay, I mean that's fair. That's fair. Look, I mean, if you guys just came for that, hey, I don't blame you. I am going to put it up on screen for you. Let me move my face here real quick. So
absolutely. Let's do it legit, bro. Let's get this going. This is freaking exciting. You guys all pumped? You guys are all in the running for a potato. Let's go.
Is it a baked potato?
This is definitely a cooked potato.
It's a cooked potato?
This thing for what it is freaking fantastic. I don't care what anybody says. The fact that this thing is out there, that it exists, and that you can play all the games again. It doesn't matter. This is just so cool, man. Never again, you go back to me as a kid still thinking about where we would be at this point in 2020. I never would imagine we'd have all these opportunities. The fact that there's a machine that costs this price point that can play all the latest and greatest games, even if they're not at 4K or 60 frames or whatever the case may be, the fact that this plays everything at some level is just insane to me, bro, that you can jump into the current gen for this. And today, especially, on the living split screen, winning one, hell freaking yes. Let's go, everybody. Let's go.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is everybody that I was able to get in chat. Oh, I see some other names dropping in here. Hold on. I do want to make sure that I get as many people as I can. I do see you, Titanium. I saw you send a call through. But unfortunately, you cannot participate in here since you're a brother.
You are a family member. Family members are not included.
And since I'm in the middle of a show, I can't answer the call.
Can you imagine if that just happened?
Quick, that'd be
if your brother won it. Oh, like fucking. We never live that shit down.
Oh, you guys are getting here just in time. 50th. I see you. Let me drop your name on in here too. Who else we got? We got 9 lives in here. Let me make sure. I want to make sure that everybody gets a fair shot. You see me adding names in there. You see me getting it in. Here we go.
I love potatoes. So
Eastside Vandal said his name should be on there 6 more times. That wouldn't be fair. That wouldn't be fair at all. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to
put our own names in there, Steel.
Might as well. Might as well do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. I'm going to hit the shuffle button. You saw it get shuffled. Here
let's go.
We go. We're about to hit the spin. Hopefully you guys are ready to get spun.
Let's go.
Here we go. It's live. It's going. It's rolling. Blue Moon FC.
Wow. Blue Moon FC. Let's go,
Shout
brother.
Out to Blue Moon FC. Blue Moon, are you here? Let us know.
Oh, I know he's lurking somewhere out there.
Let us know if you are here, Blue Moon. You are the winner.
Congrats to Blue Moon, brother.
Series S.
You just got a potato dropped on you. That's right. A potato bomb just dropped on you. Let's go, Blue Moon FC. Let's go.
And I do believe, Blue, are you on Twitter?
Yeah,
I believe you are. Right?
Blue's on Twitter. Yeah.
Blue, go ahead, win if you can, because I know I'm pretty sure you are on Twitter.
Yeah,
I'm not mistaken by that. We haven't really chopped it up in the DMs or nothing. But do me a favor, Brody. Hit me up in the DMs so I can have your information ready for when the show is over.
He's in the chat, so no problem.
I see him in the chat. Let me know. Just send me a DM so I got you set up and ready to go. I'm gonna we'll end up getting your address and all that good stuff behind the scenes. We won't do any of that live. But I do plan to send this out. Oh, okay. Blue Moon says,
are you sure, Blue Moon?
He says, are you sure? He already has 2 Series X's. So let's spin it again. Well,
there you go, chat.
I'm gonna short it again. Chat. Somebody's got another chance. Got balance on, making sure there's nobody in there that's missing. I don't mind them being in the UK. Again, I'm gonna base it off of if you win, you win. I'm not gonna be like, oh, it's going to the UK now. Well, we gotta spin it again. No, if you win, you win. Well, I'll figure it out in the back end how to get it to you. Don't worry. I would prefer, because it'll be easiest if we do it the US, so I can make sure I get it to you on time, because I'm planning on sending it out this very Monday. So you would end up getting a tracking number, all that good stuff directly to the DMs. But
Blue Moon, you are a gentleman, sir.
Greatly appreciate your New Moon, because let me go ahead and get rid of thank you for somebody who said, oh, why is new member in there? I don't know why. I thought I got that rid of that. So appreciate that. Let's make sure we got everybody in here. We got Doom in here. Make sure we got OCD in here. Blind
Dr. Funkenstein.
Dr. Funkenstein.
Yep, I see his name. Yep, he's in there.
Just make sure we're not missing anybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We're going on 3, 2, 1. Round 2 of the spin. Who's going to get it this time?
No whammies, no whammies, no whammies.
Oh, Shizno Elite.
Shizno Elite. Is he in the house? Let's go, Shizno.
Shizno, are you here, my friend? Are you here, my guy?
Yo, wait. I gotta say this.
What happened?
I gotta say this. Shizno Elite. Listen, whatever rabbit's foot you got hanging around your house, I need you, when you decide you've had enough, to go ahead and send that sucker to me. You want to know why? This man won the Redfall custom.
Oh, did he really?
Series X from Xbox. Wow. I'm pretty sure I saw that a long time ago, that Shizno was the winner of that custom Xbox Series X. This man's got a rabbit's foot. Shizno, are you out there?
Shizno, let us know if you would like us to respin because of these events, or do you want to accept it? I need you to hear. I need you.
Shizno deserves it. Shizno deserves it. He's out in this community. He's in all the chat. Shizno, are you here?
Shizno, right now.
There he is.
He says, hey, you guys, thank you much, but I want someone else to have that.
Yo, what is going on with you, gentlemen? We're never going to give this thing away. You guys are all going to pass this up. Shizno, man.
Well, that gives chance.
Much love, Shizno. Shizno, you're one of the OGs. Shizno is one of the first people I connected with in this community when I hopped into chats before I was podcasting or anything. Shizno was in everybody's chat along with me. Shizno, you're one of the OGs, brother. Man, seriously. Again.
Well. Man. Shout out to Shizno for giving some of these new people in chat.
Wolfpack, you stupid. This is hot potato. No, this is a hot potato, Steel. Nobody wants it. We're playing the hot potato game.
It definitely is. Well, that gives us a chance for some new people that have dropped in here to have a chance to possibly win. So let me throw some of these additional people in here real quick. Oh, I got 9.
Shizno, don't say you don't deserve it, man. This is a contest, bro. Everybody deserves it, man. You're here, bro. Bro, don't say that.
Appreciate you being here, bro.
Absolutely, man.
Let me throw Lad in there because I don't see his name. Who else we got in here?
Ray Hoyt saying I'll have to pass. He's got an accident as too. We already got people passing hot potato and they haven't even won yet.
Oh, God, they haven't won yet. Good Lord. No worries. All right. We got Dr. Funkenstein in here. Did I get Dr. Funkenstein? I do have Dr. Funkenstein.
Potato Bowl 2023 fame, you stupid.
1Gs. And we got 1G.
Hacky sack.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we're hacky sacking this thing around.
All right, guys. Here we go.
Let's go.
For another time. I did remove Blue Moon and Shizno. So hopefully that'll help. Ladies and gentlemen, here we Borbs 8203 came in here.
Okay, Borbs. All right, Borbs, you squeezing in here. Let's go. Let's go, Borbs.
All right, ladies
Third time's a charm, everybody. Let's go.
3, 2, 1. Spin that bad boy. Who's it landing on?
Stop, Nixie. Stop. Who we got?
Awesome Gomez.
Awesome Gomez. Are you in the chat? Awesome Gomez. Are you in the chat? Is this the third time's a charm? Is the hot potato coming home to Awesome Gomez? Come on. Let's go.
You here, Awesome Gomez? Let us know in chat if you are ready and locked in. Do you want to pass this to another lucky winner, or will you be taking this wonderful gift. Could be a Christmas gift.
I'm all about the Christmas spirit, bro. But come on, somebody's got to tell you. Let's go. Third time's a charm. Awesome Gomez. There. Yes, thank you. He said, yes, thank you.
Yes,
Hot
nice.
potato is landing. The potato bomb dropping on the Gomez household. Let's go, everybody.
There we go. Shout out to Awesome Gomez for winning. Awesome Gomez. I do need to make sure that you are. Let me check here. Make sure that you're subbed here. I'm gonna go ahead and go back to our normal show.
That's awesome, Gomez. Yeah, Nixie, I see what you did there. Dad jokes all around. Let's go.
Oh God.
Perfect gift from a buddy who can't afford it. Hey.
That's perfect.
Hey, another gentleman in the thank you. That's awesome to hear. Whether you guys, that's awesome, Gomez. I'm glad I played off your name too there, by the way. That is fantastic. So if you're giving away to buddy, man, that's what I love to hear. Share in the joy, man. That's beautiful.
That's an amazing thing to see, Awesome. Yep. Gomez, do me a favor. Do you have a Twitter? If you have a Twitter, please let me know in the chat. That's definitely going to be the easiest way for me to get in contact with you. If not, I will need at least to get an email from you so that I can get your information so that I can get this sent out to you on Monday. I will be doing it Monday, hopefully Monday morning, if as long as nothing else comes up. It depends. I might have to do it that afternoon, but either way, you can expect to get that on Monday. You'll get a tracking number and all that good stuff. As long as UPS, I'll be sending it through UPS. So there is that as well. You are on Twitter.
Says yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome Gomez. Please, if you're not following me already, again, if you weren't, if I see a follow come through when I go to Twitter, we're gonna have to spin this thing again. Okay, Gomez? No. Stop. No. But yeah. Hit me up on Twitter. I still reign I. The T is a 7. Easiest way. So I can have you ready in the DM. So after we end the show, I can get all the additional information from you. Again, this is not fake. I am a real person. You are getting a console. I'm not gonna dox you and come to your house. I am not coming with this box, by the way. It's just gonna be.
You're not hand delivering it.
No, I'm not.
You're not showing up in a limo.
No,
from the airport. And gonna drop it off at his doorstep.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to do that.
No, Publishers Clearinghouse check. Steele just shows up at the Series S with the cameras and the balloons. Says congratulations, Awesome Gomez.
Also. Shout out to Sith Lord in the chat, one of our wonderful people. He also is including, along with this Xbox Series S, he is including a code for Assassin's Creed Unity for the winner of the.
Oh, wow. Sith Lord. Hey. Christmas all around. But for real, this community is freaking, bro. This old guy here, man, never stops getting his heart filled with the love from this community, man. This is why Steele and I started this channel, was to build some place like this. Again, all jokes about the hot potato aside, the fact people are just willing to say, nah, I don't need it, or whatever the case may be, go ahead and spin again. You won't find that everywhere. Again, this, for somebody who has a very low bar set for human beings, this community a lot of times comes through and proves that there's still just a lot of people out here that are just genuinely good people. And again, I don't know any of you personally like that, but what I see, what I witness here tells me something. And so thank you all, man. And again, special shout out to Yobi, who had a big part in making this happen. Again, another, just one of the finest gentlemen you will ever come across, one of the most positive human beings you will ever come across outside of just even gaming. He's just a good-hearted dude, and he came through as he said he would. Thank you all. Again, I can't say it enough. Love you. Nothing but respect to each and every single one of you that joins us here. This was fantastic. This was fun. And thank you to Sith Lord for throwing in also the Assassin's Creed Unity. That's, again, the amount of generosity that comes through sometimes is unbelievable. Thank you all.
Yes. Again, Awesome Gomez, please hit me up in the DMs. It looks like you just came through with that follow. I'm going to follow you back there. I'm going to go ahead and send you a message. I greatly appreciate you having your name be the same as it is on here. I love when people do that.
Hopefully that's not a fake. Awesome Gomez, confirm that you just sent.
Please
steal a DM. We know that this happens.
Are you EA Gomez 22? Let me know.
Gomez, are you EA Gomez? Please do confirm that in the chat, because we do have a lot of fraudulent activity out here when these things go down. Oh, man. Hey, Matt, good to see you. Lore Master Jasper, what's going on? The brother's showing up.
Awesome Gomez says that this is him. Okay. Again, let us know in the chat too, just so I can double up again. I would hate to send this to somebody that doesn't really exist. That would be terrible. Again, I will be sending a tracking number. I'll send it directly into the DMs, so you don't have to worry about that. I'll be sending all the information. If anything happens, let me know. But again, we will be tracking it. Awesome.
He just confirmed it, so we're good.
That's a fantastic. Awesome, Gomez. Perfect.
Thank you, everybody.
Then what I'll do is I'll grab. You can do a couple things. We can keep it in the DMs if you'd like. You can also pass me off an email. I'll get some additional information from you. But yeah, but I'll get with you after the show. Shout out to you, Awesome Gomez. You'll be having an Xbox Series S coming to your door within the next week or so. Greatly appreciate you for being here, being tuned in.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Refudge. You just missed it, sir.
Yeah, you
sorry.
missed
I feel awful. I feel terrible.
Unfortunately, man. I wish that we could have got you in there, Refudge, but we couldn't. Yeah, Gomez, whatever's going to make you the most comfortable. I wanted to be as secure as possible. I also wanted to make sure that you're actually going to get it. Again, this is real. This is not some fake console in a box or whatever the case may be. Everything is there. It's brand new from the store. Again,
it's a box of rocks.
I want to reiterate this
box
point.
Of potatoes.
I want to reiterate this point because I see it happen to people. And I just want people to be comfortable. This is 100% official. So there is that. And when you get it, Awesome Gomez, please. You don't have to post a picture to Twitter, but hit me up in the DMs or whatever and let me know that you got it. Take a picture of it or whatever, so we can see that. Awesome Gomez says, first time winning, my friend is going to love it. That is a beautiful thing. The way that works out is such a beautiful thing to see. I'm glad that you were able to win. Yeah, no bricks in the box, Nixie.
No, potatoes, Nixie.
It's just
potatoes.
It's fresh. It's fresh potatoes. Matter of fact,
Idaho's best. Let's go.
Matter of fact, I'm going to send a bag of potatoes with it, just so.
Can you imagine shipping on that shit? Hell no.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. But awesome to see. Again, I want to thank everybody who's been tuning in to Living Split Screen that has got us over. I think we're right at 1,200 now. No, we're at 1.13 now. We're getting there. Nice. Getting closer to 1,200. Again, I was shooting for 3K this year, but life happens. So it is what it is. We are on that road to 2K, and we're definitely going to shut it down when we get to that 2K mark. Do something else a little special for you guys. But yes,
we got some things planned for next year too, Steel. So obviously, again, generosity of this community and you guys coming through for us on a weekly basis. Again, we put that back in. Steel and I are planning on possibly doing some co-op streaming of an RPG next year, an anime RPG. So we're definitely going to ramp it up next year, or try to, again, real life being what it is. But Steel and I do have some plans to do some stuff together on this channel, maybe get some more content out there. And that's definitely the plan going forward. So again, never say 100%, because real life being what it is, Steel and I both got crazy stuff going on, but we are definitely going to try to give you guys some more content. But again, the generosity here, never expected, just always appreciated when it comes through. And you guys are absolutely incredible. And the support you guys have shown us over these past couple of years is second to none. So thank you all for being here again. And thank you for everything you guys do. This was awesome. We don't do giveaways often, but this one was special. This one was big. And we appreciate the energy here, man, today.
1,000%. And I will, I'll sign the box and everything. And I'll also put a little cute message on there, just as a thank you. So just be aware of that. Just to make it a little bit more personal.
Well, he's going to his friend. It's going to his friend.
Well, I mean, it could be, his friend can see that it was personal too. So, unless you don't want me to do that because you want to tell your friend that you got it for, that you bought it for. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that, Gomez. Again, I get it. Let me know if you don't mind, if you want the note on there or not. I'll leave it up to you. If you like the note on there, great. If not, just hit me up in the DMs and tell me, I really want it to be a gift from like me to him. So
exactly. Yeah.
And I appreciate your DMs, Go Bass. Much love. Again, I appreciate you winning, and again, we'll definitely get that information out to you. Pong, well, I mean, we're approaching our 4-hour mark here. What else would you like to get into off the, I know we just got done talking about the whole Baldur's Gate 3 thing. Again, it coming to Game Pass. I wasn't necessarily expecting it with how well it sold. I know you were saying that you did. But again, makes sense. I think they should be compensated for the things that they've done. And again, if people are going to buy it,
whatever that compensation is still, whether it is Game Pass money or they choose to take the sales.
Yeah, I'm not demeaning it either way, but yeah.
Nah, hell no, man. Go get your bag however you want to get it, Larian. So absolutely. You guys did all the work. So man, it's up to you guys. So yeah, no, for sure. Go ahead.
I got some small things here. So Bethesda working on new highly asked features for Starfield, including town maps, and mod support and new ways of traveling. That can be a X amount of things. There has been conversation again consistently about Starfield. Even myself, I am critical of Starfield, but I also still think that Starfield is an 8 out of 10 for me. So again, I mean, take that as you will. I know many people feel up and down. I mean, there's videos that I saw this week. I passed along to Pong just because I felt like the guy was making some good points. And again, Bethesda for Starfield, I can understand people's perspective of the game feeling outdated. I get you. I see where you're coming from with this, the load screens, with this traversal. The main thing that bothers me, which is what I thought that this was something that was integral to what Bethesda does, is that the game does feel disconnected. I personally, because and maybe it's just because of how they set up the universe, I was under the impression that Bethesda games, when you do things with the factions and stuff, that it has an impact on the overall world or the overall game that you're playing in. The faction events in Starfield don't really have a effect on the world and whatnot. That is a negative mark for me, right? Because they kind of lead you to believe that it will, but then it doesn't. And that does feel weird. Now, it doesn't take anything away from the faction quests themselves, but it is why I have personally stated why I think that their main story is the weaker part of Starfield, because it's like when you do all the side content and then you do the main story, it's like, damn, man, I wish it would have been connected better and really made me feel like, damn, the time that I've spent in this world thus far is getting to a headway, right? But that's me. Again, it's an 8 out of 10 for me. I know you had some critical things to say this week about Starfield and the way that people are critiquing it. Just kind of being over the top, right? And I know you do feel as though, some people are just falling out of love or care for maybe the way that Bethesda handles their games. I still do think, as the Bethesda casual, that there are not many games, if any, that do what Bethesda does to their level. With everything being hands-on, whether you think that the way they went about it or not is boring. Again, I'm not the Bethesda dude, and they did a lot of the right things for me. Right outside of NPCs. That's another thing that I could speak on that are kind of like, but that's what makes it an 8 out of 10 for me. But Pong, I mean, what are some of the things that you've seen? Real quick before I pass it off to you for sure.
Yeah.
Yobi says, living split screen, Pong almost 100% completed Starfield. Once I do that, I'll put the game down until 2025. Then I'll start 3 new playthroughs, sure. Mandalorian, a Jedi, and a Commander Shepard.
Because we're gonna have that all in mods for sure.
Yeah.
No. Starfield is a 10 out of 10. For me, obviously, you guys know this. It's a game. It's game in generation. It's my favorite game all time now. In Starfield, even though I haven't finished the game, technically speaking, again, over 300 hours in now. You guys saw my stats that I posted, like 346. I'm playing the game I wanted to play. To me, again, I hear the criticisms. I understand some of the criticisms. Some of them are just hating on the game. Okay. Pure and simple. It's just hate because it's Bethesda. There's people out there that don't think Bethesda is a great developer. There's people that don't like that they're owned by Xbox now. There's pure hate that just for no reason. But for the people who are critical of the game, the legitimate criticism, I hear it. Again, Steel, I watched that video. dude had some what is it, Jakey, whatever his name is. He had some legitimate
he had like
criticism.
2 million. Yeah, it's like 2 million views on the video, right?
Yeah, no, he's a big time YouTuber.
I didn't even know him, man.
He had some legitimate criticisms. That when I say 10 out of 10, people always get up in their feelings when people give a 10 out of 10 saying no game is perfect. You guys are all absolutely correct. There is no game that's perfect. What a 10 out of 10 means to me is that it was perfect for me in my playthrough on what I expected to get out of it. Right? That's all that means to me. And again, it's not an official review from me because I haven't even finished the game yet. Could it change dramatically by the end of the game? Sure, it could. Yeah. Absolutely. That potential is always there. But for me, what I experienced is a 10 out of 10. It's game of the generation. It's game of the year. Bethesda's style, and this is what I said to Steele in the DMs when he gave me this. To me, this is my opinion. Bethesda's style is timeless, much like 2D Marios are timeless. And we saw how people responded to 2D Mario Wonder coming out this year.
Good point. Yeah.
You could look at that, and I said this, I brought this up in arguments about Starfield and about some of the criticism. Why is that praised as timeless? And oh my God, it's so beautiful. And that's not counted as outdated now at this point, because it is. Because I could say that games, Metroidvania games like Ori and the Will-O-Wisps and Silk Song and those types of games are all doing Mario better than Mario ever did, right? But again, that's not what I'm saying, because that's not what I believe. I believe 2D Mario is timeless. I believe that Bethesda's way of their sandbox is timeless. Are there quality of life features? Are there criticism I had for Starfield? Yes. If you go back and watch our initial shows after I started playing Starfield, I certainly brought some of those up. Are there things they could do better? Absolutely. Of course there are. There are things they could do better. There are things they could improve upon. But these people out here who, again, there's going to be a group of people that this resonates with, that were let down by Starfield. That's okay. If you were let down by Starfield, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you, just like I don't want you to argue with me that this can't be my favorite game of all time, that I'm lying, that it's not a game of the generation to me. Don't tell me how I feel. I won't tell you how you feel as long as you don't tell me how I feel. Okay? Because again, I'm not out here representing the community or the mass majority. That's never what I do. I represent myself as a gamer when I talk about this stuff. So for me, it hit all the right marks. My brain did have to approach Starfield differently than it did during Skyrim, Oblivion, or Fallout because of the scope and because of how things were broken up. So I get when people say it doesn't connect the same way. I get when Steele says it feels disconnected to him. I get when Mr. Matty Plays says that the exploration doesn't live up to his standards that were set by Skyrim and Fallouts and Oblivions. I get all that. I can hear that. I can understand where that comes from. My brain just simply did a switch while I was playing it, and I wound up finding, and I keep finding, that exploration. It's just piecemealed out differently than when it's in a single confined land. It's just piecemealed out differently because I have to travel somewhere. Yes, get a loading screen, travel somewhere to a new place and find it, right? So it's not all there in one spot that I can just see and can go to. So yeah, that switch happened for me. It's not going to happen for everybody. So for me, Starfield hits all the marks. I just think that if we've come to the point where people are out here saying Bethesda is now outdated, that their style is outdated, and that takes away from your enjoyment of the game, then so be it. That happens. It's happened to me. There's lots of things I used to enjoy that I don't enjoy anymore because of changes or because they didn't move forward or whatever the case. There's lots of things like that. That's across all entertainment forms. Okay. So there's lots of things where that happens. You just kind of have to admit to yourself that maybe Bethesda doesn't make the style of game that you necessarily find as appealing as you once did. That's okay. I don't want Bethesda to change. I want Bethesda to keep making these styles of games. Obviously, their next game, Elder Scrolls 6, is not going to be a planetary solar system universe where you're going to have these broken up things like you see here. Could they use more procedural generation? Yes. Could they go for a bigger world than they've done before? Yes. Todd's kind of alluded that he is trying to make the ultimate fantasy game in Elder Scrolls 6. So could we see some of the same stuff we see in Starfield put into Elder Scrolls 6? Yes, we could. And if that's not something you're looking for,
then it's just time to say Bethesda no longer makes the games that I enjoy because they haven't evolved as I wanted them to. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
For the group like me, for me, myself, Mav, a lot of us out here that are saying that this is the favorite game of all time or the favorite Bethesda game of all time or game of the generation. Of course, I don't want them to change. I never want them to reinvent the wheel. That's not to say they can't do things better. And if they do things better, I will give them praise on Elder Scrolls 6. However, Bethesda as a studio could certainly look at the criticism they got from Starfield, and they could evolve in a new way. They could change their formula that has won them multiple games of the year, that has won them a fan base that still goes back and plays their games after 10, 15 years of being out on the market, 20 in some cases, because there's still people playing Morrowind. That fan base is still there. They made those games. They used the same formula. But could they change that formula up? Could they take a step back, look in the mirror and say, whoa, we got a lot of pushback on Starfield. We really need to take a second look. Maybe the creation engine isn't up to par anymore. Maybe we need to do better with our NPCs. Maybe we need to look at something. They absolutely could. Development studios have done that before. They totally transformed themselves. Maybe it'll be me, as I told Steele in the DMs when Elder Scrolls 6 come out, if they change their entire formula or if they change it to a degree, maybe it'll be me with Elder Scrolls 6 out here going, this doesn't hit the same way as it used to. That's okay. It happens. It's just amazing to me how many people want to say that this game is dead, and yet they continue to make videos about it. It's amazing to me how many people want to say Bethesda doesn't have it anymore, and yet there's still a large group of people still posting videos about Starfield. What did Nick say?
He says Starfield's player count on Steam is currently 17K. Where the hell did the other 313K people go that purchased the game? The game's not even 6 months old.
Okay. But do we ask that about other single player games at all, Nixie? We don't. I mean, again, they've gone through these ebbs and flows. Fallout 4 had a massive drop off at 1.2, but yet there's still a lot of people playing Fallout 4 these days.
Actually, it has a lot of mods for it too.
Right. But that's what happens with these games. And my point that I want to get to, because you brought it up from the standpoint that they're talking about how much they are actually going to continue to support this game. And they're already talking about massive changes to this game. We just had CD Projekt Red win ongoing game award. When it's never what that game was ever intended to be. Plus, they broke promises just like Naughty Dog did. We're not getting the multiplayer. We didn't get the free expansions. We got one paid expansion from them. Granted, it was huge. Granted, they came out with 2.0 and changed the entire game, but they're out here winning awards these days. The landscape for all that shit has changed. So again, yes, do I expect Starfield to be up for Game of the Year awards or ongoing Game of the Year awards down the road? Absolutely, I do, because Bethesda's committed. They're going to continue to evolve Starfield. Starfield could be a totally different game 1 year, 2 years, 3 years down the road, just like Cyberpunk is. The base of this game for me, and again, Cyberpunk 2.0, when I finally jump into it, is going to be a brand new game for me. It still doesn't change the fact that it's one of the GOATs. The original, without the patches, was one of the GOATs for me. It's never going to change that feeling for me. I'll just have a brand new, whole different experience that might also be very great. But again, all of that is where we're at nowadays. So it's very hard to judge these games where they are, especially a game of Starfield's scope. Okay. And again, you can sit back and say, oh, I would have done this. I would have done that. Maybe they shouldn't have done it this big. The fact is they did do it this big. The fact is they chose to do it this route. The fact is they chose to just upgrade the creation engine and roll with what they had. And if that no longer appeals to you, okay, that's fine. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that. But the fact is Bethesda's going to continue to work on this game. Some of the stuff that they're talking about still is exciting. The official mods come out next year. They're going to drop the mod tools and everything next year. People are already creating crazy things in Starfield in the modding community. When the official stuff drops, there's going to be even more of that. Again, we'll have a full-fledged, I believe, Star Wars reskin of the entire game. It's going to be insane. But right now, it's still the best experience for me of a role-playing game. At its core, role-playing is about what you can do, how you want to play in the game, what role you want to take on.
Yeah.
I am playing the game as a complete psychopathic space pirate. And that game allows me to do that and I don't have to do any of the missions. It allows me to go play that role. And I love the hell out of that. So for me, it's giving me more and everything. Again, Bethesda's going to do what Bethesda does best. They introduced new stuff into Starfield that they had never done before, including space flight, space combat, including shipbuilding, things that they never attempted to do before. And they did a great job. They refined the gunplay. They refined some of their weaknesses that they had in some of their other games.
Yeah, I agree.
I think they set the bar with this one for Bethesda games. They set it above and beyond.
And I recently played Fallout 4. I can agree.
Great. So again, for me, they set the new bar. And because Bethesda makes my favorite games in Skyrim and Oblivion, I got to say that this is the best Bethesda experience I've ever had. So for me, it's game of the year, it's game of the generation. If it's not for you, that's okay. Go on about your business. Plenty of other games to go play. We're not in a drought. The gaming industry is not what it used to be. You are getting a billion games to go play. Go find something that does appeal to you. If Starfield just isn't it and it's disappointing to you, go ahead, make the video, say what you got to say, but move on. Again, just move on, go play your other games, go find the other stuff. Bethesda's going to do what they do no matter what. If they reflect and they change, cool. We'll see it in Elder Scrolls 6. We'll see where they go with this. That's it.
All right. So I got a game for the chat because shout out to Sith Lord for the code. But Awesome Gomez has decided that he wants to give back to the community a little bit more. And he already did earlier. Not only did he become a splitter, but he also dropped a 5 bomb and he wanted to get in on the runs from earlier. And he said, live in split screen, choo choo motherfuckers.
Choo motherfuckers. This train is getting full, folks.
It is.
This hype train.
It's a bullet train.
We're above Mach 10. We're above Mach 10 here. We're flying through this gaming industry and all this hype. And we are just, we're not even seeing the sights because we're going so fast right now because y'all keep adding. You're adding cars. You're adding passengers. This is freaking crazy. The 5 bomb, these layups are nonstop. This is what the community and chat is about. The layups are easy, folks. If you want to match, if you want to get in on it, you're more than welcome to. We welcome it all here. Wink, wink. This is a great time of the year. Wink, wink. To help us out, to get to your goal of 69 so we don't have to add ads because nobody likes ads. I don't want to add ads. Steel doesn't want to ads. You don't want to watch ads. So help us get there, everybody. Wink, wink. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Let's go.
Shout out to Gomez for the 5 Live Split Screen memberships on there. So let's play a little game, Pong. I think this will be interesting. Now this is just off the top of the dome. I don't know how well this is going to work. I'm kind of in between. Should I do a number between 1 and 10, or should I do
what? What are we doing?
Or should I do what are we giving away? What is our favorite game? Assassin's Creed Unity.
Okay.
We're giving it away. It's a code.
Okay.
It's an Xbox code. So, with that said, should we do a number 1 through 10? Or should we do what is Pong or Steel's favorite game of all time?
Just told mine.
Hey, well, maybe let's see if they're listening.
And I think people are going to know yours.
Huh? No. All right. So we'll do this. I am thinking of a number. OCD Gamer said, just give it to me. All right.
Could you still have the wheel up? Could you just respin the wheel? Don't you have the wheel up?
No, I don't have the wheel up.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Let me
sorry, I was just trying to make it easy for you.
Let me see if I can get it back up. I do got the wheel up now.
Okay.
I was able to reopen it. All right, here we go.
Can we add it?
Oh, hold on. Let me actually, I'm gonna get it pulled up. Here we go.
Yeah, get it pulled up.
This one doesn't count. This one doesn't count.
This one does. Yeah. Add a couple people back in because you took some people out.
All right.
Add Blue Moon back in there.
We have Blue Moon.
And who else? Who else gave it up again?
It was Blue Moon and
it's Shizno Elite.
Shizno, yep.
Yep.
All right. And please don't ban me. Rayo, you don't have to worry about that. Let's see.
You didn't take out Ray, did you? When he said there was nobody, is Ray in there?
Yeah, Ray's here. Ray's
okay,
got
Ray's
it.
cool.
Lydian. Let me see. Lydian. No, you're in there. It's sorted.
Stanley Francois is in there. Stanley Francois is in there.
Stanley is not in there, I don't think. No,
he
Stanley
is. Stanley in there. Francois. Oh, he is. Cool.
Yes, he's in there.
Perfect. All right, cool.
Shizzle said don't add him back. Right. He said he's already got Unity.
But this is fun. This is fun when people give it up. Let's go.
But anybody that already has Unity or is not interested in getting Unity, just go ahead and say it in chat so I can take you out.
Well, we'll just spin it. If somebody doesn't want it, just keep spinning. Let's go.
Right,
we'll make this.
Here we go. Let's make it fun. Let's make it fun.
Let's go. This is an Xbox code, right? Obviously.
Yes, Xbox code. The Hooded Canuck says he's getting out of there too.
Why are we doing this game? We're doing this.
Reaper.
Doom, I think Doom just made a comment. Is this part of the when they had it for 99 cents?
I don't know.
Dude, yeah, this is a leftover Unity code when they had them for 99 cents. Doom said, Doom, do you want the code, Doom? Do you want the code?
Juan says he's already got it.
Yeah.
The Canuck says he's good. Juan says he's good to go on it.
Doom, you want the Unity code, brother? Let's go. Unity plays really well.
Weapon X says awesome. What's going on, Weapon X?
I own it. Spin again, Doom says. Go ahead, spin again. Spin again.
Okay.
Spin again.
Okay. Let me get Doom up out of here. Here we go.
I'm sure like everybody's got Unity too. This is gonna be hilarious. Let's go.
Probably.
Yeah, Lydia says
OCD gamer.
OCD. Do you got an OCD?
Do you have it? Do you want
OCD? He was kind of excited. He said, "Here we go." So maybe OCD could actually use Unity. Let's go, OCD.
Do you want that in?
It's actually a good game now. It actually plays.
Yeah. No, it does play. It does play really well on the new consoles for sure. For sure. Jaeger Blaze Alex says, what is happening? We're giving things away. We just got done giving away an Xbox Series S to a lucky winner. Shout out to Gomez on that. And now we are giving away Assassin's Creed Unity, as it was also part of the giveaway. It was going to be with the X, but Gomez says he wanted to give it back to the community.
I do have it. I was joking earlier. God damn.
Well, now we got to remove OCD Gamer out of there. Here we go. We're rolling it again. All right, it is going to.
Yes, Mav, we've been doing this a lot today. Let's go.
Down anime.
Dip down. You have it. Let's go.
Dip down.
Dip down.
Do you want Assassin's Creed Unity? If you don't, just
Dip down said, oh, he was paying attention. He said OCD said spin again. So maybe Dip down doesn't have it. Maybe Dip down was excited to get this one. Let's go. Dip down.
Maybe.
Dip down. Can you use it? Can you use the code, sir?
Can you gift the code? I could just drop it in chat.
Well, no, I think he's saying after you, if you win it, could you gift it to somebody else? Yeah, we don't care about that.
Yeah,
it's your code. It's your code.
Yeah, if once it's your code, I don't care what you do with it. It's yours.
Dip down, anime. Come on down. Let's go. You need the code. Come on. Let's see.
We do need elevator music. I should be playing.
I know.
Playing a Jeopardy music in the background.
Jeopardy music.
I do not have it. Hey.
Let's go. Dip down. It runs great. It's 60 frames. It's got the boost. It's got the HDR. It plays totally different than it used to. It is actually a really good Assassin's Creed. Let's go, Dip Down Anime. Let's go. No, Nixie, he didn't have it. See, you assuming things of these Xbox lifers.
Dip Down is your Dip Down Xbox? Is that the best one to reach you at? Let me know in chat. Because I know you got Dip Down Podcast.
Let's go.
On Twitter.
Christmas continues here on Living Split Screen.
Christmas has continued. Awesome to see for sure. Let me get this set back up.
Choo motherfuckers. Choo. This has been one hell of an episode, by the way. You guys have brought it today. This is freaking absolutely incredible. You guys are all amazing. Absolutely.
Dip Down. Let me know if
he said yeah. He said yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dip Down Xbox. Perfect. All right, Dip Down Podcast. That DM is going to you now. Personal DM straight to the Twitter. And Decado, He came in here.
Oh shit!
He came in here with another one.
Listen, Decado, my friends. I want everybody to pay attention right now. This is part of the shtick, everybody, but everybody pay attention to Decado. Everybody give a round of claps in the chat. This community is absolutely freaking amazing because Decado said it hasn't been enough Christmas in here. He said, not choo-choo, motherfucker. He said, ho, 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 motherfuckers. That's right. He is coming with the Santa sleigh, and he's dropping bombs in here with the 80 bomb super chat. Says, give away more games. That's what he says. Steel, he wants the Christmas season to continue. Ooh. He wants us to give away more games, Steel. Hey, that's right. You know what? That's right. We will. You know what? We'll set something up. You know what, Steel?
We might have to do in the background.
We'll talk about some things in the background, but I think I got an idea, so we might have to do that down the road. Because again, of course, you know, with these bombs dropping, YouTube swoops in and says, "Yo, by the way, those bombs you dropping? Yeah.
We're gonna take a look. We're gonna
take our pie of those explosions, boys. That hype train isn't Mach 10 all by itself. You got us.
Appreciate that
supplying the track. So, anyways, no, appreciate that, Decado. Ho, 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 motherfuckers. Choo, choo. Let's go.
Much love, much appreciation. Again, it's never expected. The fact that you guys even feel like that's worth doing is such an amazing and beautiful thing. And I greatly appreciate you guys again for being here, tuning in. We're on that road to 2K, 3K, hopefully next year. We're going to be spinning a lot of things up. So, well, Pong, I mean, not much else for us to get into here. I know Master Chief Collection is supposedly the development is ending after 10 years. And again, it's Master Chief Collection. I feel like it's in a good place for it to just exist at this point, right? We don't need an additional content. I felt weird when they were still making content when Infinite was struggling. So to see that they're dropping it now, again, all good things have to come to an end. So there is that. Also, for any Division fans, Division 2 is actually supposed to ramp up some content next year. That's also came out this week. They put out their roadmap. And they also, because Ubisoft did delay the story DLC to 2025 for the Division 2, which is extremely interesting. But they did announce Project Resolve, which is an update which will fix the game's health. Essentially, it's going to be a fix to PvP, PvE. I don't know where all the support came from all of a sudden. Oh. Again, maybe they heard me and Pong talking about the Division. It was like, you know what? Maybe we should start supporting this more. But yeah, the first half of the year, I know for at least the first 3 months, there's supposed to be some heavy updates coming into the Division 2. So
you know why? You want to know why, Steel? Because they finally realized what they had on their hands. They've broken the trust of the community so much within the Division by going, oh, we're not supporting this game anymore. Oh, we're going to support this game. Oh, here's a current gen patch. Oh, everybody loves this game again. Here we come again. Oh, well, we're going to tone back because we've got other projects in the works like Heartland and all that kind of stuff. But we're going to have a team continue to work a little bit. Oh, you guys really love this? Like, okay, well, we're going to come back again. Oh, well, we're going to kind of dip out again. They've been doing this for so long. Ubisoft is so freaking stupid. They had the golden goose that they always wanted in the Division 2, and they flopped it hard. They failed. They dropped it. They broke all the eggs. The golden eggs were fake. They dropped them all. Now, Steel, they've announced, oh, we're going to start work on Division 3 now. Oh, really? Oh, really? So you're going to still put out these little things like Heartland and all this stuff, but now you finally realize that maybe you should have been doing this all freaking along. Had you actually put your heart and soul in Division 2 and continued to allow Massive to work their magic on the Division, you might have had your big giant games as a service game right now. But instead, you failed to trust the community. But now you want to start coming back. This is great. Don't get me wrong. For all the people still playing Division 2 right now, again, I put hundreds and hundreds of hours into. God, Fuzzy's got thousands of hours into. PTK's got that. We know lots of people still. We came back in when the current gen patch came out. We put a lot. We put weeks into that, man. We put weeks into that. Love the Division. Absolutely love the Division. But now they come crawling back and now they want to start repairing bridges. That's fine.
I'm happy for all the Division players out there, but that's the only reason why Ubisoft is doing this. They had their again. I want nothing but the best for Division 3. I'll be there day one. Don't get me wrong. Full-fledged release, all lessons learned. Massive snowdrop engine. I'm all about it. Massive's got a lot of projects right now, right? They just dropped Avatar. They got Star Wars Outlaws next year. Then they'll be full swing on Division 3, I believe. I can't wait to see what they do. Like, my God, that's the only reason why Ubisoft is doing this. But shout out to everybody that's still playing it. I know there's still a lot of people out there doing it.
Well,
so,
Wilfrey, he says also, what happened to Heartland? It's there.
It's there. It's coming.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say much about it. So
again, I said I won't say anything about it, but I will say that I made the statement that what they should have done is take what they're doing with Heartland and made it as another expansion for Division 2 and added it on to Division 2, where just like New York, you take a helicopter over to a new place and they've got a whole new set of stuff for you to do in that world. They could have easily done that with Heartland. It would have been perfect expansion for Division 2 to keep the interest in Division 2, not to break it up with like people are like, what's Heartland? How is it different from Division 2 or Division 1? Like they're splitting up everything. Keep it all cohesive. Come out with Division 3. Knock the Division 3 out of the park. You'll have that game that you've been looking for, Ubisoft. You will have that game. Division is perfectly set up. And the fan base, if there's one thing that they've proven to you, is that they're willing to come back when you start throwing out crumbs.
Yeah.
So if you do full-fledged, all heart in, all love in to what that game could be, you'll have a massive game on your hands. That's for sure. That's my 2 cents on it.
Yo, shout out to Delroy out here dropping the codes. He dropped the code earlier for Walking Dead,
for
Saints and Sinners.
Delroy.
PC VR.
Appreciate you.
Make sure you let us know whether or not you got that. And then he's also dropping Rise Son of Rome on Steam. So let us know if you get that code too.
Get those.
I've never played Rise of Rome.
Appreciate you, Delroy, coming through like Santa Claus again on your sleigh. Dropping some code bombs. I don't think we've ever had code bombs yet, Steel. So we got code bombs dropping in here. Yo, thank you. Choo choo, motherfucker. Ho, 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 motherfucker. Let's go.
Bold Alpha says, some years from now, if SplitScreen does launch a coffee brand, I'll get some. All I ask is please don't use those fermented poop beans. Hey, don't you worry. I think we would end up probably doing an energy drink before we ended up doing coffee.
Yeah.
Just because of how me and Pong are. But
the fermented poop beans from Starfield, sir. That is a mission in Starfield. And I did run that side mission, by the way. That is one of the missions in there to go get some fermented poop beans. Hilarious. And before you ask, Bold Alpha, yes, I did sell them to the competitor. I didn't give them to that pompous asshole that was sitting in there that was judging everybody's food.
Yeah, I don't know. I skipped out on Rise. I've never played Rise. So I mean, again, for anybody that's
Rise is fantastic.
Anybody that gets it, congrats to you. Hopefully you enjoy it. Highlander.
Go. Yeah.
He says $2 Division 2
bomb
is a better version of the day before. I think Division 2 is actually a game compared to the day before.
The day before, because the day before does no longer exist. But yes, you were correct. But the day before was taking from the Division, which I was cool with. Yeah, that's why I was kind of excited about the day before, right? I was kind of excited about it because they took from the Division. And I was like, cool, let's do this, because I do love the Division. I do absolutely. But thank you, Highlander01, with another easy layup for y'all. In the chat, $2, 2 bomb, no discrimination. Drop it in here, getting the hype train rolling. It's up to it's got to be Mach 10. Let me check this. Mach 10.7 now. Ooh. Mach 10.7. We're almost to 11. You guys can push it.
Yobi says, check your DMs, Paul.
Check my DMs. I'm looking at, Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. Steel, bring up the wheel. Bring up the wheel, Steel. Okay, bring up the wheel, Steel. Shout out to the legendary Dragonheart Yobi for taking what we were talking about, and he's coming through, Steel. Right now, we are going to give away a code, everybody, for everybody that's still in here, for Marvel Midnight Suns Legendary Edition for Xbox Series S and X. I have a code from the one and only Yobi. Let's do this, Steel. Somebody's about to experience greatness.
That is beautiful.
Somebody is about to experience greatness. That's right, everybody. We were talking about it. Comes through Dip Down Anime with another $2 layup. 10.8 mock on the hype train. Says, you two are huge inspirations. Keep being you. Thank you. No, thank you, Dip Down. That is, again, means the world when we hear. I just love you all.
Doom Reaper says, hey, add me back. Yo, you want that one, huh? You want the Midnight Suns, huh?
Let's go. Somebody's about to get greatness right here. This game is no joke. And if you don't believe me, if you don't believe math, go listen to Cog. Cog won't steer you wrong. Cog has been marketing this game more than 2K. My God, dude, let's go. Let's go.
Let's see.
Add me back. Add me back. Doom Reaper's like, add me back.
You're definitely in there, Doom. Let's see. I think I need to throw.
You got Shizno back in there too? I don't know if Shizno owns it yet or not.
No, I can throw Shizno in there. Shizno, I'm gonna throw you back in there too.
Lady Beth says, I want this one. We got some people hyped for this one. Let's go. Midnight Suns Legendary Edition. That means you get all the DLC. You get Storm.
I got you in there, Juan.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Let's see. Make sure I got Ozzy in there. Ozzy, you are in there. You are good to go. Fahim. You are in there, my good sir.
OCD is in there.
OCD. Yeah, I gotta throw OCD in there. Let me throw OCD in there.
Oh, Splendiferous just jumped in here. Splendid in the house.
Oh, Splend, you're in here just in time for a code for Midnight Suns.
Beefy Cog. We got the beef thrown up in the chat. Let's go, Beefy Cog. Shout out to Cog and
ILP, in there. Tim.
Huge inspirations for us. Speaking of inspiration,
shout out to the Iron Lords and everything that they do, and just being a pillar to the community, just like Boom and others.
Oh, Bold Alpha doesn't even have this one. Let's go. We got some people. Let's go. Somebody can get a little Christmas surprise. Let's go.
Okay. Looks like I got some names in there, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like I'm not missing anybody.
Splin says don't add
me. Okay.
All right. Sorry, Splin. We're just trying to give everybody a fair shot.
Make sure. Let me get him out of here now. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We're going for Weapon X. Are you on the wheel? No, you are not, but you will.
Weapon X, you will be now.
You will be now. Let me throw you in there. Weapon X. All right. Let me hit the sword. He says he's working on the floor in the bag. I'm gonna be working on my sink here in a bit after the show. So I definitely get it. After I eat something, of course.
Big Bad Bo says, let's go. God, everybody's talking about it. Yes, let's go. We got fans of Midnight Suns proving that there is a lot of fandom out here for this game. This game is freaking spectacular, everybody. Turn-based, card-based system. It works. The Marvel characters are represented just so freaking fantastically. It's such a great game. You guys got to check this out.
The Hooded Canuck says he has it already.
Okay.
So let me I don't think you're not in here anymore, Hooded, so you're good. Let me go and set that shuffle back up.
Steel. Listen, Santa Claus is alive and well. Again, this community is freaking amazing. You guys just fucking are incredible. Yobi just dropped another DM. We've got 2 codes, so we're spinning twice, bro. We got 2 codes now for Legendary. Yobi, you are ridiculous, bro. I love you.
Really
all of you are
man.
ridiculous. This energy from this community, this is what it's all about, folks. This is really what it's all about.
Oh, here it goes.
Let's go.
The spitter is going.
We got
Sith Lord.
What's going on, Sith? Let us know if you are cool with getting a code for the Legendary Edition Midnight Suns. Marvel's Midnight Suns. Sith, let us know.
Sith Lord, where you at? Hey, I'm up with has won. Sith Lord, let us know in chat whether you whether you're here or not. Let us know what you can do. Or let us know if you would like this code or not, please. And also, yes, definitely thanks to all the support that's been happening today for sure. It's been an amazing day. I'm just like over the moon right now, excited. Nixie said LSS Hall of Fame, Yobi. Yes, Yobi is definitely he's definitely a founder for us for sure. When games get you to get that founder pack just in early access, that's Yobi for sure. Greatly appreciate you, man. Sith Lord, where are you, Sith? I'm looking for you. Well, we're gonna keep that since we got two. We'll keep it.
We'll keep going. We'll keep it going. We'll keep going. We're not gonna wait.
I'll take Sith out. Let me put Sith off to the side real quick, just so I can make sure I have him written down here. I got Sith Lord. I know you're pretty frequent Sith, so I'm not gonna be like, oh well, he's not here, so whatever. But here we go again. Sith has been removed, and we are now spinning again. Oh, snap. Who's gonna win? Oh, Cullen Prime.
Cullen Prime. Are you out there, Cullen Prime? Let us know. Let us know. Let it snow. Let it snow. That's what it sounded like I just said. Let us know.
Let us know, Cullen Prime. Let us know how you feel.
We're gonna hold those codes again. If
write that down.
Yeah.
Cullen Prime. There we go. Cullen Prime and Sith Lord, you are our winners today. Let me write that in there. Also, shout out to Gomez for winning that Series S. Cullen Prime.
Talos Ray, good morning. Good afternoon. Appreciate you dropping in there.
Talos, what's going on, man? Appreciate you coming through, hanging out with us. No matter what time that you end up dropping in here. All right, so Sith Lord and Cullen Prime, we're gonna keep your names in the hat. If we don't hear from you, what do you want to say, by Monday, Pong, maybe, or maybe
I was gonna hit. I know.
Oh, you know.
I follow Cullen and I follow each other on Twitter, so I can hit him up in the DMs and ask him if he wants this code or not.
Okay, so, perfect. I think Sith also has, but I'm not completely sure.
Sith is locked, I think, on X, and I'm not sure if. Yeah, so I think I don't know about that one. I don't know about Sith. I see him all the damn time though. He's in all the chats. So
yeah, he says he's got him here. I got his account pulled up here. It looks like Sith Lord 98. So yeah, Sith and Cullen Prime, you guys have both won copies of the Midnight Suns Legendary Edition. That means you get the complete package, all DLC included, and the cosmetics. So hopefully you will be able to enjoy.
Shout out to Dragonheart yet again. Appreciate you so much, brother.
Thank you
for this. Yeah, thank you everybody who's joined us today. Ridiculous energy today from everybody.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely beautiful thing to see, and yeah, I mean, there's some other little small things that we can get into here. But since we're almost 4.5 in, I got some things to do today. I think this would be the perfect way to wind it down, especially with it feeling like Gamers Christmas in here, I swear. And real quick, right here on the spot, Pong, what do you want to do before we get into our This Day in Gaming and start winding things down? The 23rd is on Saturday. Again, it's before Christmas Eve and 2 days before Christmas itself. What would you like to do, my guy?
For next Saturday?
Yes. Do you want to just call in and say, hey, family time, we'll be back first week of the year?
Yeah.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Next week, we will not be having a living split screen, which just means I'll probably do something smaller. Maybe Pawn will do some co-op. Depends on what we got going on.
Yeah, we'll probably do something.
We'll probably do something like that. And we'll let you know. I'll do it through the community messages and everything on YouTube. I'll also do it on Twitter, or otherwise known as X, so be aware of that. But Alpha Wolfpack says, I want to play Monster Hunter World again. Hey man, you should. I'm playing on PC right now. That's where I'm fully in boat right now, especially feeling the difference between going from one to the other. If you do have a PC, Bold, I can get you set up with a save and everything. That way you don't have to start completely over. I don't know how far you were in the world. If you're somebody like me where you played through the base game in its entirety and you stepped away before Iceborne was released, I can get you all set up with that if you're on PC. If not, you're on console. Again, co-op is always going to be an experience, so I don't think there would be nothing wrong with that. But yeah, definitely let me know. But yeah, right now I'm definitely on PC rocking and rolling.
I do have Sith. Never mind. He's not locked. I forgot he's got his under something different. But yeah, no, I've got it. I should have known because we DM from time to time because he does the Thursday shout outs to everybody in the Saturday, Saturday shout outs. He does the daily shout outs of who's got podcasts going on. So so I'll DM him right now. I DM'd Cullen too. So we're good.
Nixie asks, Living Split Screen, are there any best of episodes in the works? Like best of Living Split Screen kind of thing? As far as that goes, since I manage all of our videos, and all of our videos are extremely long, I don't have anything like that yet, because I don't have anybody to go through our content other than myself, to kind of comb through what our best moments would be. I do have some clips that I may be able to stitch together, but again, since our shows are so long, they do take up a lot of space, and I have to kind of offload them to YouTube once I do it. So I might try to see doing something of that nature. I can't guarantee that it'll get done by the end of the year. It just would be extremely convenient if I was able to get somebody to just kind of pull all our clips together. Since it's been inconsistent, we'll see. I'll try to see if I can piece something together. But as of right now, I don't have any plans for that, unfortunately. But doesn't mean that it can't. Bo says you don't have it for PC. I got you. Not a problem. Yeah, I was on Xbox rocking and rolling, but man, I started rolling on PC. It just feels different. Nixie says, "Dad, y'all gonna force me to watch other shows that don't really watch much." What we may end up doing is, again, we'll probably end up doing some streams and whatnot, so you can come through, hang out, rock out, chop it up with us in chat. I have been trying to do that a little bit more often. I am going to be doing some more Monster Hunter streams, so some more Monster Hunter World streams throughout the week and whatnot when I have some time, just to bring some additional content to the channel, since that's going to be a mainstay for me, at least because I'm invested. So there is that. I may also bring Skyrim back up, since I am in the middle of bringing my Skyrim novice, fully modded out Skyrim playthrough. So there is that also that I have. And so I got a couple things I can throw in there and really have some fun with.
Steel,
what's up?
Bring up the wheel again.
Oh man.
Bring up the wheel. Bring up the wheel.
Man.
Decado, bro. Generosity from all of you, just insane. Decado just hit me in the DMs, and he's got a code in here for the Tomb Raider Definitive Survivor Trilogy.
Oh, wow.
So the Survivor Trilogy, the definitive collection, is up for grabs right now. Xbox, let's do this. Let's go. Let's just spin it. If you got it and want to respin, we'll do it. But let's do this. Let's go.
All right.
This is freaking fantastic.
Let me see if we can get the wheel moving for Tomb Raider. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh. Sorry. Spun the wheel, wasn't showing it. Uh-oh. And Tando got
Tando.
Let us know, Tando.
Is the winner. Tando, let's go.
You are a winner. You have won the code for the Tomb Raider. What do you say? That it was the definitive edition?
Yeah, the Survivor Definitive. Yes, the trilogy. The trilogy.
Oh, and that's all the newer Tomb Raiders, right?
That is correct, sir. That is correct.
All of them are excellent quality.
She just gets beat to hell and back again. Lara is just beat up.
She goes through a lot in those games. Tando.
I don't have Tando on Twitter at all unless he's under a completely different name. So
yeah, I don't know. I hit up Tando. I let him,
Yeah.
I said, so told him he won in the chat. Let me see. I'll bring it back to the main show. Let me see if I can see something here real quickly. Yeah. Tando, let us know if you are available on Twitter. It's the easiest way for us to get in contact with you. Or if you want us to roll again, let us know if we need to do that for you also. We'll keep your name off to the side. Hold on, let me put your name in here. Tando. And it says you're still in chat, so maybe you're listening. Or maybe you're tuned in, maybe you stepped away.
Let us know how we can get you the code.
But definitely let us know how we can get that code to you. I'm a DM Pong these names just so we can keep up with it. That way everybody can make sure that they get their codes if we're able to reach out. And if anything, if we don't hear from you all, we'll just re-roll next week, the next time that we're live, and then we'll go from there. Dixie said, "Is Tando a burner? Please let me know." All right. Well, don't see anything from Tando in chat. So Tando, if you're hearing this, please let us know on the back end of things. Again, greatly appreciate you all for tuning in with us live today. Shout out to everybody that has won. Again, Gomez, definitely expect for that package to go out starting on Monday. And then I'll get tracking and everything out to you and everyone else. I want to greatly appreciate you all for tuning in live with us today, but we got to start winding things down and get into our This Day in Gaming segment.
Ooh-wee, let's go. God damn, you guys just got me in the Christmas mood, everybody. You guys are absolutely
Oh, there goes Tando.
Tando, what up? Tando, you won, sir. We just did another spin. Shout out to Decado. Right? Decado hit us up with a code for the Tomb Raider Definitive Survivor Trilogy for Xbox. Let us know how we can get that code to you, sir.
He said, "Oh my God."
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I don't know if you are underneath a different name on Twitter, if you have an X account or not, or how we can get that to you. Well, you did win today, sir, because it's Christmas at Living Split Screen. This community is freaking amazing. So ho, 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 motherfuckers. Santa Claus just showed up at your doorstep. And it ain't a lump of coal.
You damn sure won this time, Tando. Yeah, let us know if you're on Twitter or if you have an email that we can get to you by. Let us know that in chat. And Yobi says to check the DMs.
Oh, my God. One more for Midnight Suns, Steel. One more for Midnight Suns. Legendary Edition. We got a third one for Midnight Suns. Let's do this.
All right. Let's see. Get it back on there.
Yobi. All love, brother.
Tando, let us know how we can get that code to you, my brother. Please. He says, Pong, check your DMs one more time.
Yes, we got it.
Okay.
That is it.
Unless, okay.
Hold on, let me refresh, but I think.
Okay, so that was it.
Yep,
Okay, cool.
Yep, that's it. Yep.
All right, perfect. Oh man, you were worrying me out here now.
Code bombs everywhere. We got games falling from the sky for you, chat. That's right. We got games falling from the sky. Let's see who catches this one. Let's do it.
Much love to you, chat. Okay, Tando, we got Tomb Raider locked and loaded for you, but now we gotta load up another Midnight Suns. So
let's go.
Who is going to get it this time? Let's spin. Oh, it's going. It's rolling. Oh, Bold Alpha Wolf
Pack. And I think, okay, Tando says he messaged you on Twitter. Tando says he messaged you. Bold Alpha. I believe you said, sir, you don't have this one yet. I believe, sir, you confirmed that you do not have a Midnight Suns.
Yeah, he said, come on, baby, Bold.
You got it. You got it. The dice, the snake eyes. He put up the snake eye emojis. And guess what happened, everybody? He hit. Bold Alpha. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations, sir. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Bold Alpha.
Good stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see here. I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing any manage. There
Bold Alpha.
There goes Tando.
I don't know what you're underneath on X. I don't know if you have an X account. Let us know how we can get this code to you, sir. Hit me up in the DMs. Hit Steel up in the DMs. Steel, I got to send that over to you.
Yeah. Send it through and I'll go ahead and get that to Tando. Tando got Tomb Raider. Bold got Bold Alpha. Let me write that down. He got Midnight Suns. Please, and yeah, Bold Alpha Wolfpack, let us know how we can get that code to you, whether that's going to be Twitter or if you prefer email, whichever the case may be.
All right.
Here is the code for Tomb Raider Steel coming your way. Let me make sure I'm not putting that into any other DM. There we go.
Bo says, I'll make one.
I'll make one. Yeah, just let us know, Bo.
Yeah, just let us
get
know.
You one, man. Yeah.
And then Tando, I'm going to be sending this to you now. Let me know if you got it. That's for Tomb Raider. There you go, Tando. Hopefully you get that code and everything works as intended. Yeah, Bolt says email is good. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you want to put your email address in there.
Yeah, I mean, might get spam. I mean, these people might flag you or whatever the case.
Do you have a burner email that you don't use very often?
Hey, Bo, let's do this because I don't mind putting this one out there. Since this is our business one.
Yeah.
Send it to that email if you can. That should be splitscreensp@gmail.com. And then let me make sure that I am signed in and everything, so that will come through for us. Real quick, give me a second here, ladies and gentlemen. Audio listeners are probably like, what is going on today?
These
guys are going crazy.
Right.
All right. So yeah, splitscreensp@gmail.com. To send so you don't have to put your email here. I know that could be weird. Go ahead and send it there. Because again, I know personal stuff is personal. But send it there and I'll get that code to you. Again, that's splitscreensp@gmail.com. Just as it's spelled out in the in that little message I put right there. Now I'll put that in chat again. And anybody else, that's the living split screen email. So if you want to send us something personal, I guess, just don't do nothing weird. That'll be where you could send it. All right. And I do have that locked and loaded there. So that's looking good. And if anything, Bold Alpha, what we'll do is we'll continue to keep your name on the side. That way, we won't forget. In Tando, you hit me with a like, so that hopefully that means that you got that code. I'll go ahead. Well, I'll keep your name up there. So
still, I'll send you the code over for Midnight Suns for Bold Alpha. Then
perfect.
Get that to you right now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, if there's one thing, you guys can definitely be grateful for the community going into the holidays this time of year. He said he just sent it. All right, I'm gonna look.
I sent you the code. So you're good. We'll get that to him right away. Round of applause, everybody. Seriously, man. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Whatever you celebrate. Happy New Year. Don't care what it is. If you don't believe in Santa Claus, he showed up today. The spirit did. Listen, y'all. This is special. It really, you guys blow us away all the time just with your conversations and your chat. All of this is just, again, it's just so appreciated for what you guys do. And again, that means just the chat itself, just listening to us, just lurking in the background for 5 minutes or for 4 or 5 hours with me and Steel on Saturdays. It really, this old man, you don't know. I mean, I know a lot of you are up there with me. It definitely means more and more the older you get, to see generosity, to see community, to see people coming together that don't necessarily know each other in real life in any way, shape, or form, but share this kind of energy and this kind of love, man. This is what a special day. You guys really doing something here. This is amazing.
Yeah, there's something to put somebody in the zone, especially this time of the year. You guys are definitely doing it. Greatly appreciate you all, not only for the gifts, not only for the memberships, not only for all the support that you've given us, not only today, but in the past also. I want to greatly appreciate everybody for being here. Again, I take this as I'm sitting down in front of anywhere between 50 to 100 people every Saturday morning, and we're just chopping it up about games, telling you guys how I'm feeling, what I've been playing, and just kind of going from there. And I greatly appreciate the fact that you guys came through for us. Tando says, I don't think the code works for me. Might have to spin again.
Is it region locked?
Yeah, Tando, you're not in the.
Where's Decado from?
Region.
Xbox is weird like that. So.
Yeah, let us know, Decado.
Sidious comes on in and says, I want to buy a ticket to this subtrain. I want to jump on board, and I want to get on the hype, which is now Mach 10.8. Let's go, Sidious. With the single bomb, the layup comes through. Choo-choo, motherfucker, Sidious. Welcome to the Splitters. Thank you all.
Damn it, Tando. Darn it.
Ow.
That's unfortunate. Damn it, man.
Tando. God, I hate these region shit.
I don't like the fact that it's locked like that. A code should be a code no matter what. Should just translate over.
Sorry, Tando. All right. Sorry, guys. US code. Sorry. Bummer. Huge bummer.
Well, we got a US code then for the US or Tando, unless you want to give it away to somebody that you know, or you want to use it for yourself. I mean, you're also welcome to do that. You don't have to give it back. Say this and that, and that's perfect. You don't ever have to say too much. Just you tuning in, being here is such an appreciative thing.
Correct.
Pong Soul was the code for Midnight Suns Xbox. If not, I'll take it either way. Yes, it should be. I sent it to you. I sent it back. Sent your email back, both. So
yeah,
you should have that in your mail. Make sure you check your junk and everything, just in case. But let me know if you don't receive it. Tando says, nah, all good. I don't know anyone else. Man. Tando says, let's spin again. All right, Tando.
And we got two more spins still, because Decado freaking dropped another DM for Hades. That's right. One of the best roguelites of all time. Hades for Xbox. We also have a code for that, folks. So Santa Claus has not left the building. No. Santa Claus keeps saying ho, 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 motherfucker, over and over again. And we got another code. Steel.
All right. Well, code. First, I guess we're doing it for Tomb Raider. Here
Tomb Raider first, US codes, everybody.
Here we go. It's rolling.
Insane. You guys are all crazy, man. You guys, I just love you so much.
Amit Kumar.
Can you use a US code for Hades on Xbox? Amit Kumar, come on down. You're our next contestant on the Living Split Screen giveaway show. Suddenly, let's go. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. You're right, Tando.
Amit Kumar, are you still with us? Are you rocking out? Are you rolling? Or are you trolling? Was we doing that for Hades, or was that for Hades?
That was for I'm sorry, that was for Tomb Raider, right?
Okay, yeah, okay.
Tomb Raider. Yeah, Tomb Raider.
Mitt says he's not in the US. Oh man. Only bad thing about these codes, man. All right, well, here we go again. Spinning. All right, who we got? Lydian Master.
Lydian, can you use the Tomb Raider code, sir?
Or Madame.
In the US. Or Madame, yes. Either one. Sorry. I always just assume, and I shouldn't assume anymore, but that's what I do.
Lydian, let us know.
You guys are crazy, bro.
There should be global codes, man. Like
there should be.
I don't get that. But trying to work with what we got, guys. Apologies on that. But yes, Lydian Master, you have won the code for Tomb Raider. That is a 3-pack of games for your viewing pleasure. See the hell? Yes, I can. All right. Well,
yes, sir. We got a winner, everybody. Let's go.
Lydian, definitely hit us up in the DMs if you have us Let me see here. Let me see. Oh, Lydian Master, Master Beethoven. Is that your name? No? Lydian Master, do you have a Twitter or or should I email it? Let me know what's going to be best for you, Lydian. Again, I will send my send the email in here just in case you want to do it that way. Lydian, let us know if you do have if you got it on Twitter. Hit us up in the DMs. I mean, if not, please send an email through so I can get that code to you. And let's see. Let me see. Okay, never mind. I got it. I got it. All right. Email is better. All right, Lydian. Well, then go ahead and send me a email through again at this email right here. And I will send that code to you directly. Get that on through to you. All right, now we have one more, right?
Yeah, and Tando, listen up. Since we didn't know that code, I'm gonna get you a UK code for the Tomb Raider Definitive Survivor Trilogy. So I'm gonna make that happen right now. I'll get you a code. I'll send it to Steel, and then we'll get you one that works over in that part of the world. Since obviously we did not know that was gonna happen, I'm gonna get you one. So I'll make that happen.
That is a beautiful thing to see, Pong. Let me know how much that ends up being. We'll get it back.
None of that shit matters at this point. So again, I just want to make this right because again, we didn't know it was US only, and I hate that shit. I hate it so much. And again,
I was thinking about the same thing. I was thinking about the same thing. Looking at prices and shit.
Yeah. So Tando, we're gonna get you a code. So don't you worry about that. I'm gonna get you one. So
I do still have Tando pulled up in the messages, Pong. So whenever you want to, whenever you get a chance, not when you want to, whenever you get a chance, I'll have it set up.
Perfect.
All right, real quick, let me see if Lydian got us through. All right, I'll be on the lookout for that email, Lydian, from you. So I'll give you some time on that as we do that and we wind things down. Let's go ahead and get into our This Day in Gaming segment.
Let's do it. Make me feel old, Steel. Let me make me feel old, and a part of the chat too as well. Make them feel old as well.
Then we have a code for Hades too.
Yes, we do have a code for Hades.
Let me get that. Let me get that.
Yeah, we're doing Hades too, guys. We're doing Hades.
Let me get Lydian out since she won, or here she won. Boom. There we go. Tando, I appreciate you being here. And again, I was looking at the same thing because I hate when that happens. And if you're a winner, you're a winner. And if we have a way to get that to you, then that's what we want to do. So it was the same thing with the Xbox giveaway. If it would have happened to go to somebody that's in the UK, I would have figured it out. I wouldn't have been able to guarantee you would have got it during Christmas, but because of customs and everything, I know how that stuff goes. But all right, Pong. So let me know if you're ready. Let me look for this one more time here. And let me go ahead and drop that into Lydian one more time for you. Drop that into the chat here, splitscreensp@gmail.com. That is for living split screen directly. Make sure I get that wrote down. Got Bo, we got Lydian, and then Tando. Gotta win. And then now we're doing Hades here. All right. Let's see who's going to win Hades. Who's looking forward to Hades? Let's see. The Series S went to Awesome Gomez. Oh, and Def Leppard. got the code for Hades. Def Leppard, let us know if you already have Hades or if you want to try to spin that again if you can. Let us know. That way we can spin again if need be. Let me see real quick. Let me let you know that you won, Def, here. There you go. You have won Hades. There you go. Look for that email one more time here as I get ready. All right. Well, as I'm looking for that email from Lydian, let that come on through. Appreciate you guys there. And then also Def Leppard, let me know if you want that code for Hades. I know the game is not necessarily for everybody, and I know a lot of people have played it, but if you would like for us to spin again, we can definitely do that. Or you can also give it to somebody that you love and care for.
Who won the Hades?
And I think we have Def Leppard on Twitter too, by the way.
Who won that? Oh yeah, Def. Yeah,
yeah,
Def.
Def won.
Yep. Absolutely, 1000%.
Okay, so perfect. Yeah. If you already got them set up and everything, then Def will make sure we'll get that to you. All right. So let's get into this day in
We're finally getting into this day in gaming. Let's go.
Lydia said the email was sent. Okay, perfect. Nice. I don't mind. Do not mind you said coming through AOL. Shout out to AOL. Let's see. I want to make sure I got the right code here. I believe it was that second one. That was the one that I sent to Tando.
I gotta send you the Hades code, don't I?
I mean, not unless you got if you got Def Leppard already now, you don't have to.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
Welcome and congrats. Lydian, I went ahead and sent that email through to you. Let me know when you have received it, please. All right, now that we got all these special events out the way, everybody was gifted. Living Split Screen has given you guys, Santa has come through a little early today. Nico Hunt, what's good? He says, what's good, guys? What's good, Nico?
Appreciate what's good with you?
All right, let's get into our This Day in Gaming segment. This segment where gaming is art and should be treated as such, but other than that, it's a segment where we go 30 years in gaming history because gaming is art and should be treated as such. Let me see if I can fix my video here because for whatever reason it's flipped. There we go. All right. Well. And definitely shout out to everybody who's been who's participating and gave us some of those games to hand out. All right.
Absolutely.
So in this day in gaming, we're starting in 1989. That's 34 years ago. And we're beginning with the Sega Genesis. And on that Sega Genesis, you got Sword of Vermilion.
Ooh, I like it.
Not a Sword of Vermilion. All right. And then in 1990 in Japan, on the Super Nintendo, you got Act Riser.
Oh, great mix of it's just it was a mix of action and RPG steel.
Oh,
it was a crazy game if you've never played ActRaiser. And there's a game that came out, I forget the name of it, that was kind of like a spiritual successor to that, but it was such a unique game. Like it was crazy. It's a really cool game.
That's dope. Let's see. Then in 93, the Genesis released Jungle Strike. Shout out to Jungle Strike.
Shout out to Jungle Strike.
Then in 93, Japan in the arcade released Spin Master.
Spin Master?
Yeah, nice. Spin Master, yeah. Then in 94 on PlayStation, in Japan, you got Kingsfield.
Kingsfield's a cool game too.
Shout out to Kingsfield. Then in 94 on the Super Nintendo in Japan, you got Mega Man X2. Shout out to Mega Man.
Shout out to Mega Man. Absolutely.
All right. So this is going to be the one that people are Always going to love to see her. This in 1994 in Japan on the NEC PC 98. You got Nobunaga no Yabu Tenshoki.
Okay, Steel.
Yeah.
I am sending you the code for Tando right now.
Bet. Okay.
So,
I'm gonna get that.
So we can get that resolved.
Get that
right
set up here. And then I will forward that over to him.
All right. Yeah, Tando, check this code out that Steel's going to send you. Make sure this one works. Better. So
yeah, damn sure better. Tando, I just sent that to you in the DM.
I had to confirm like 5 times, Steel, that I understood that this was a key outside of my region and that I didn't want a refund.
Well, I mean, yeah. So it better be damn sure be right.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
All right. All right, Tando. So that code has just went out to you. Be on the lookout for that. Let me know if you have any issues with it, please.
Please.
All right. Then in 1999 on the PlayStation, you got Harvest Moon Back to Nature. Got the Harvest Moon.
Long lasting.
Then in 99 on the PlayStation, you got Parasite Eve 2. Got the Parasite Eve.
Parasite Eve should come back. They definitely should do that. What a great, again, as long as they don't do like Alan Wake where they make it so much horror that I can't play it. But no, it's a franchise that should come back, even if they want to make it super horrorish. Horrorish.
Okay.
Whoa. Horrorish.
Oh, horrorish.
No, whatever. That's not even a word. But yeah, they will. If they want to lean into that, I would understand in this day and age. Now that horror games have come back, but Parasite Eve was a great freaking title. So
absolutely
cool game.
All right, and then in '99 in Japan on the Dreamcast, you got Space Channel 5. Shout out to Space Channel.
Channel 5. Let's go.
Then in 99 on the Dreamcast, you got Sword of the Berserk, Guts Rage. Shout out to Berserk.
Shout out to Berserk.
It worked. Hey.
It worked. Yes, Tando. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's go. Tando, enjoy that Tomb Raider Survivor trilogy. Please.
Hey.
Please enjoy that.
No, thank you, Tando, for being here again. Thank you to all the winners here.
Yep.
Glad that we were able to give something back to you guys. So that's awesome.
And all the generous people who said, just spin again. I don't need it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, all of that is part of the spirit. It doesn't happen everywhere. Guys are amazing. Again, human beings, good people. That's what it's about. That's the energy you're giving off today. So
Greatly
I appreciate all of you.
Greatly appreciate you all. All right. Then in 2004 in Japan on the GameCube, you got Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. All right.
Was Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, was that the one with the drums?
Yes.
Or was that something? Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Was it? Okay. I've got the drum set. Actually, I picked up the set at the Goodwill. When
did you?
Goodwill thing.
Oh.
Yeah. I got to sell it. But yeah, I got a set.
Then in 2004, the PSP released Dynasty Warriors PSP.
Dynasty Warriors. One of my favorites.
Absolutely. Then in 2004, the PSP also released Metal Gear Acid. Shout out to Metal Gear.
Nice. Shout out
then in 2004, the Game Boy Advance released Zoid Saga Fusers. Shout out to Zoids. Then in 2008, PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360 released Rise of the Argonauts.
Ooh, very nice.
Then in 2010, this is a game that I kind of went back and played here recently through emulation. And in Japan, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 released Dynasty Warriors Gundam 3.
Nice.
Really dope game. Dynasty Warriors, but with Gundam. Then in 2010, iOS released Hot Spring Story. All right. Then in 2010, the arcade released Ultra Street Fighter 4.
Of course.
Ooh, shout out to Street Fighter. Then in 2010, PlayStation 3 released Uminiko When They Cry, question arc. Okay. Shout out to Uminiko.
Interesting. Yep.
Uminiko, I don't know how you say it.
Uminiko.
Then in 2014, PC released Elite Dangerous. Yeah, Dakato's Musu Gundam. It's a really fun game to play. If you like Dynasty Warriors, And if you like mechs a little bit, you would really have a good time with it. It's in it's actually a really hard game to get right now, and it sells for a lot if you try to get a physical copy.
Oh, I'm sure.
Let's see. Then in 2014, PC released Subnautica. Subnautica. Then in 2021, PC, PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 5 released Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach.
I will never understand it. Never understand it. Now they got what, a movie?
Yes.
Never.
Kids are loving it, man.
I just don't get it, man.
Then in 2021, Nintendo Switch released River City Saga 3 Kingdoms.
No, shout out to River City. The River City Girl games are great beat 'em ups. If you like Streets of Rage, you like those types of games, check out River City Girls. There's 1 and 2 now. Both are on Xbox as well. Great games.
Nice. Then in 2023, Nintendo Switch released Never Be Afraid Slam Dunk.
Okay.
Never released on the Switch. But with that, that was your This Day in Gaming segment. This was episode 130 for Living Split Screen. And before we dive on out of here and we do outros, Tim the Sorcerer dropped another 2 pounds on us and said, great show. Have an amazing end of the year all.
Choo choo, motherfucker. Ho ho, motherfuckers, all of you. Tim the Sorcerer with a late breaking layup with the 2 bomb. Drop it on in here. Wink, wink. You guys are absolutely simply fantastic. You guys really are. This is an amazing community. You guys are freaking awesome. So, yes, double dribble, OCD gamer. That's exactly what I thought of. Yeah. Double dribble. So a great game.
Ladies and gentlemen, first, I want to say thank you all for helping us end 2023 on a magnificent note as far as podcasting goes. We couldn't have asked for more. And again, it's definitely been a slow grind. We've been doing it different from many other people. We also don't get a chance to really do more shows and do more throughout the week to kind of enhance those numbers, right? As a lot of people would suggest, put shorts out there and everything else. So in the fact that you guys come in on a week-to-week basis every Saturday morning, come get locked in with us as we bring that rain that's going to help energize your gaming soul for your weekend. I can never be more thankful to you all. Again, this is something that me and Pong randomly decided to do. 2 guys got together through the community, felt like we had something special, right? And here we are. Sometime later, 130 episodes later, doing this strong. Always looking forward to Saturday mornings. It's the energy again to get that weekend started. And always appreciate you all. Splendiferous with another 2 bomb coming in here. Says happy holidays and congratulations to all.
Not to be outdone. The Splen shows up as he's want to do with the $2 bomb. Thank you, Splen. We did it, folks. I think we can officially say it. We hit Mach 11 on this freaking sub train. The hype train is at Mach 11 to end the show right now because you guys are absolutely incredible with all these layups, with all these easy dunks out here. You guys have been doing it all show. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Ho, 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 motherfuckers. What a beautiful community we have grown here. Thank you, Splen.
Shout out to all the splitters in here, showing love, showing support. I appreciate everybody for rocking with us, especially on our longer shows here. Again, this is just our standard, man. We can't help it. We love talking about the industry. We love talking about the games that we're playing, along with throwing some personal things in there to help spice up the show and show some love. So greatly appreciate it. With that, you can find me, Steel Rain. I Still Rain I, that T is a 7 everywhere. Google is probably the easiest place. Right now, I'm infatuated with the world of Monster Hunter. No puns intended. And I'm on PC with it right now. So you guys enjoy me there. Also, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora is something else I got in rotation. I kind of want to play some co-op on that whenever. But again, Monster Hunter's kind of got me right now. So there is that. And look out for some future streams, whether that be something co-op based that we end up doing, or whether that may be something else that I end up doing for the channel, whichever the case. But again, greatly appreciate you all for being here, locked in with us on a Saturday morning, going into the afternoon. I got some syncs to work on and whatnot, but that's just, gotta start. I'll start off with the day with some fun. But Pong, brother, the uncanny gentleman himself.
Yes, sir.
Let the beautiful people know where they can find you. And before I pass the mic off to you, got one more special announcement to make. Tuesdays, Xbox Factor podcast.
Oh yes, sir. Yeah. I've been promoting you. Let's go.
I heard you. I have now become. I was asked to be a permanent member on with Boom on Xbox Factor on Tuesdays. So for those of you all who follow Boom, Mr. Boomstick XL, definitely come check me out. I will be there. Boom's definitely another pillar of our community. Doing it the right way, not doing it through its toxicity, but just giving his opinions, thoughts, and he works hard behind the scenes, man. So I'm glad that I can bring my energy, my passion, my live, raw, and uncut nature to the show. It's going to be interesting. We'll see how things play off and play out. Again, real life may end up being a thing. I may end up being another Pong where I'm on for some time, and then, hey, things happen. Who knows? But nonetheless, it's gonna be special to be on. So definitely look forward to me there. I gotta add that to my outros now. So not only do you get me on a Saturday morning, but you also get me on a early Tuesday afternoon. So look for me there. Boom, brother from another, the uncanny gentleman.
Sir.
Where can the people find you? And another awesome day of podcasting with you, brother.
Oh, this is an incredible day. Again, you guys, you don't know what it means, and I say it each and every week. All love and respect to all of you in this community, but you guys don't. You'll never know. You never know the true hearts of men, right? We don't know each other like that. None of us will ever will. But I'm telling you, that energy today, just special. Again, coming in. It doesn't matter what time of the year it is, but obviously, holiday season, Christmas season, all that good stuff. You guys showed up and showed out today in so many different ways, as you do each and every single week. But today, you guys really brought it, and it just touches me. Pause, but you guys know what I'm saying. It touches my heart. It touches my soul. That Pong soul part of me. It touches me to find this group of people in this community that we have on all these shows that come out and share with us that same level of respect and of passion for what we talk about. It just means something different, and the giving nature that we don't see frequently enough in humans. Again, everybody's got their own things going on. We all get that. We're all selfish at the end of the day because we're living our lives, and it's hard to remember. But when we get together like this, and we gather together, even if it's not like in a big auditorium live, but you're live here, the fact that it can still happen where that spreads and it shows up, again, nothing but amazement from me. So thank you all for being here today. Again, this is exactly why Steele and I started this show. It's not about the giving. The giving is ridiculous and out of this world. It's about the community. It's about bringing people together that enjoy the same kind of thing. And you guys all do it. And again, the discussion's fantastic in there today. So thank you. And if we don't talk to you before the holidays, obviously, I want to say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, whatever you celebrate, whatever it is, don't care. The spirit is there. Just want to say, enjoy your time, hug those that you love, get that time around those people. And if you don't have somebody, again, reach out. Always just for an ear or whatever the case may be. We can't change the situation, but we could certainly talk through it, but reach out to somebody. And if you know somebody in that position, please reach out to them as well. And just make sure, check in on them, because these are always tough times of year, but love y'all. So thank you for being here today with us, me and Steele. Like I said, we'll try to do something next Saturday. Steele and I maybe do a stream together and play some games together and kind of have a gaming chat going. So that'll be fun. But other than that, tonight, you know the drill. It's the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. Right now, we don't have any guests. Sometimes that just changes on the fly with PTK, but it's the best way to end your Saturday night. So be there. PTK Blam's channel, the Shop Podcast, Blam, Fuzzy, myself will all be there. We're going to talk the good talk of all the stuff going on this week, I'm sure. So that is 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. And then, of course, next week, as Steele said, I always promote it. Now I get to have a little cherry on top because my brother from another's joining the panel. So Xbox Factor Podcast, all good things green every Tuesday. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Mr. Boomstick is the man, 12 p.m.
Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Be there every Tuesday. Can't wait to catch some of Steele's thoughts when I rewind that back and listen to it. And then, of course, Thursdays, it's the Fun Speculation Network. Mav was in here earlier. You got to join me and Mav every Thursday night, PM in the PM. We are going to have a PM in the PM this coming week. So join us there, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time for that. And then, of course, Friday nights, as it stands right now, there is going to be an Xbox Ultimate this coming week as well. So that is 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. The family gets all together. I may not be there this week because I got the company Christmas party on Friday. So it just depends how that plays out. But 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, Fridays, Xbox Ultimate. Fun Speculation Network. Be there for that. Lots of laughs. And then again, we won't see you next week. Obviously here on Living Split Screen, but again, may you have a wonderful time. However you celebrate this time of the year, may it be simply incredible for all of you. And thank you all for showing up on another episode of Living Split Screen. It is the golden age of gaming, people. Please get out there, enjoy some of that too, while you're enjoying family. Play what you love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you all real soon tonight. In fact, Steele, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, I want to say again, thank you for joining us on episode 130 of Living Split Screen. We'll be back with 131, top of the year, and greatly appreciate everybody for tuning in. Much love. Stay safe. We'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
All love.